Chapter 151, Breakout Inside the City. Into the Swamps. Arc 6. Somewhere in a forest around Los Angeles. We shouldn't be here. This place is haunted. A man cried in his squeaky voice. Shut up, Trevor. There's nothing here. Rob, the group's leader, yelled back at him. And just in case, there's something here. I brought this to take care of it. Lenny, the group's rich brat, showed off his weapon in front of his friends. It was a weapon which was more expensive than what most of the people made in a year. It was a silvery sword, known to be made with the remains of the first ever S-ranked boss monster that appeared in California. It was a beast that shared a resemblance with the saber-toothed tiger, with the difference being in its size and the color of its hide. The blue-skinned cat was nicknamed as King of All Beasts, due to its majestic mane, and had an astonishing weight of 600 kilograms and height of 211 centimeters. Not to mention, its razor-sharp canine had killed countless warriors who had tried to challenge it. But no one was able to kill it. But eventually, the King of All Beasts succumbed to the countless wounds that covered its majestic body. The beast's body was retrieved by the warriors, who then sold it to the highest bidder in an online auction. Unlike the warriors who didn't know the true worth of their possession, the buyer, however, knew exactly what he was buying. He bought the dead monster for $1.5 million modern dollars and dismantled it to make various types of equipment from its bones, canines, skin, etc. The reason why the price of the monster went so high was because it was an S-ranked monster, and also because the body of the monster was still intact. Had the warriors waited to gather up a crowd for the auction, they could have easily got more money for it. But since they were doing this behind their guild's back, they needed to be quick, because as far as the guild was concerned, they weren't even able to retrieve the body of their allies. Forget about retrieving the body of a monster. The bidder then sold each of the gears separately, and the total worth of the gears and weapons was estimated to be over $5 million. And the sword in Lenny's hand was the most expensive one among the set. It had the power which Lenny, an inexperienced B-ranked warrior, couldn't even use. He was just a bratty son of another rich brat who had more money than what he could think to do with. For the last time, it's not a haunted forest, dude. It's all a rumor. Lenny poked Trevor's butt with the tip of his sword, which made Trevor jump in fear. He consciously looked around his surroundings. Avid hikers would have recognized this spot as the Sam Merrill Trailhead, a peaceful refuge from people and wildlife forever. That's what the dedication on the cobblestone gate of the Cobb estate read. But to the ghost hunters, it was called the Haunted Forest. The sparse forest didn't seem so haunted until the 1950s, when the Marx Brothers purchased the land and temporarily saved the dilapidated mansion from destruction, and in the process turning it into a favorite haunt for squatters and ne'er-do-wells. Author's note: ne'er-do-wells is used to refer to a person who is lazy and irresponsible. The place, however, was soon forgotten. But once the dungeons started popping up out of nowhere, a few conspiracy theorists linked the dungeons with the supernatural and claimed dungeon was created only at the places where someone was killed, or a place which led to someone's death. Years later, the forest became a great spot for the believers of the supernatural. Still, one was more likely to find curious teens at night wandering around what's left of the house's foundation than actual ghostbusters. This group of teenagers was one among the various groups who wandered around the forest in hopes of encountering something supernatural like ghost sightings, which were non-specific. Many reports suggest of ghostly encounters with weird noises on few of the surviving staircases of the building, while a few said they felt as if they were being watched by someone in the dimly lit forest. We've been roaming around for hours now, but nothing happened. Let's go and come back tomorrow, Rob ordered his party of 3 members. Yes, let's leave. Trevor jumped with joy. Finally, he would be able to go home and sleep peacefully, until his 2 friends dragged him back into the forest along with them. Yeah, let's go. Even I'm a bit tired after carrying around this sword, Lenny replied, but knowing about what was going to happen next. While Trevor was happy about leaving, a giant hand grabbed him by his head, lifted him off the ground and crushed it into pulp, right in front of his friends. In the face of the thrill they had been seeking for so long, The teenagers were scared beyond their limits. The almighty sword had already slipped away from Lenny's hands. Although he had been trained to fight monsters, this was Lenny's first ever encounter with a monster without his trainers, who had always helped him when things went wrong. It was the same for Rob as well. None of them knew what they were going to next. Back in the newly relocated Black Estate, Nathan, Arnold, Nina and Nicole were discussing the various things Arnold had just informed them about. "So you think the Black Trolls planned on attacking their base?" Nathan asked him, looking at how the monsters attacked the base simultaneously. "I'm fairly certain it was no mere coincidence. They had to have planned it all beforehand." Arnold explained, "I don't have many leads regarding that, so let's talk about the other issue. Monster evolution." Nicole interjected, "Correct. If monsters started to evolve by eating beast crystals, then two things might happen," Arnold continued. 1. The monsters will start killing each other to evolve faster and get stronger, which would lead to a decline of their overall population, which might be a good thing, but this leads me to think, whether the monsters know about this or not. And if they do, then why don't they do so more actively? Is there some kind of rule or law among the monsters that prohibited them from killing your own kind, or is it that only a few suitable monsters are able to do so? And 2, would we be able to handle the monstrosity that would emerge from the slaughter? I highly doubt that. But the gates leading to the meeting room were flung open and a man dressed in all black came rushing in. "Deacon, I told no one should interrupt us," while Nathan started barking at the man. "I'm so sorry, sir, but this is important." The guy was panting as if he just finished a triathlon. There's been a breakout. Chapter 152, Hunt into the Swamps Arc 7. I'm sorry, Rob mumbled while running away in random directions. "I'm sorry, Lenny. I just did what I had to." When the monster had just killed Trevor, it was standing in between Rob and Lenny, and the monster, whom none of them had seen or heard of before, was eyeing for Rob next. At that moment, Rob just wanted to save his butt, and no one else. So he grabbed a fairly big rock from the ground and threw it at Lenny's head. Lenny, who was fixated at the monster, couldn't fight the rock and fell on the ground with a thud. The blood gushed out of his wound on his head and attracted the monster. The monster ignored Rob and jumped onto a defenseless Lenny. What happened next was nothing less than a scene from a horror movie. Lenny's death wasn't painless or quick like Trevor's. The monster took his time to kill him. It first tore his legs apart from his body, because Lenny had been desperately kicking the 12-feet-tall humanoid monster, in a last effort to save himself. But this annoyed the monster even more. But this also the monster wanted to play more with Lenny. With his razor-sharp nails, it ripped through his stomach and started eating his intestines like instant noodles. All this time Lenny was still alive, barely, but alive. The monster then pushed the nails through Lenny's eyes. At this point, Lenny didn't even have the energy to scream or resist. He just wanted to die, so he laid there, allowing the monster to do whatever it wanted until he finally died. Rob didn't stay there and watch it all happen but kept running tirelessly. He did not dare to stop. He was afraid that the monster would catch up to him and do what it did to Lenny and Trevor, or maybe do something even worse. Even thinking about it made him run even faster. He ran for what seemed like hours, but there was no end to the forest because, clueless to him, he had been running in circles. The monster has already caught up to him and was sitting on a tree branch, Lenny's corpse still on its shoulders. It was amused to see the human's reaction and decided to have more fun. The monster threw the gutless corpse of Lenny in front Rob, who stumbled over Lenny's body, his eyeless face gazing through his soul, almost cursing at him for doing what he did to him. Right as he was about to get up and run, something grabbed his legs and lifted him off the ground. The monster turned him upside down and smiled to Rob's face. It was no ordinary smile. It was filled with murderous intent. Rob's fears overwhelmed him and he ended up wetting himself. This pleased the monster even more and he started laughing hysterically while touching his wet crotch. His ear-piercing laughter echoed through the forest. Monster's laughter helped Rob regain his senses. He knew it was a do-or-die scenario for him right now. Adrenaline once again rushed through his body. He wasn't going to go down like Trevor or Lenny, not without a fight. He gathered whatever strength he had left in his body and used the only magic spell he knew, Fireball. As the monster opened its mouth, Rob barraged him with fireball after fireball. It didn't do much damage, but it temporarily blinded the monster and he dropped Rob on the ground. Rob ran away once again, and this time he was successful in getting out of the forest, where he found a forest ranger and told him everything. The ranger knew the situation was dangerous and immediately contacted the police, who then informed the Black family about it. A couple of hours later, inside the forest, Arnold, Nathan, Nicole and Nina were examining the corpses of the two victims who were killed by an unknown monster. One of the corpses was lacking its head, but they didn't have to waste their time looking for it, because it was already scattered around them. It looked like his death was relatively quick and painless in comparison to the other corpse, which was mutilated beyond recognition. His body laid there like a ghoulish mannequin, the esophagus and arteries sticking out like so much corrugated and rubber tubing. Even his eyes were gouged out. It looked as if a special effects team had worked overtime for some Friday the 13th movie set. But that smell could only come from the recently slaughtered animal. In this case, the animal was a human and his corpse was still warm. The blood had started thickening but not yet dried. Some cases took a while to decide if foul play was involved, but this was murder all the way. A murder committed by a monster of unknown species. "I've never seen anything like this," Nicole mumbled. It almost as if the monster wasn't interested in eating them but was rather playing with them. Arnold squatted down to closely inspect their wounds. "Is the survivor ready to talk yet?" "He's still in the trauma center," Nina replied, but from what he told to the ranger, we can conclude that the monster is working alone. "I don't like this," Arnold mumbled. "A couple of years ago, I'd have been happy to know if a single monster came out of a dungeon outbreak. But after what I witnessed earlier in the wastelands, it only worries me more." "So you're saying that the monster killed his kind inside the dungeon, to evolve?" Nathan asked Arnold, while his men were looking out for the monster. "That's what happened, most probably. Otherwise, it wouldn't make much sense if a single monster caused an outbreak." Arnold explained to the others while analyzing Len's corpse. "This guy's abdomen was cut in one swoop. So I think that the monster has got pretty sharp claws or nails or something along the lines. Looking at how deep the wound is, we have to be wary about his strength as well." "How far has your group managed to search through the forest?" Deacon immediately ran through the list of places that could have been perfect hiding places for the monster, checking off the ones they had already searched. "We might not be able to look through the entire forest tonight, but we'll finish up the search till the day after tomorrow." As Arnold gazed around the forest, the ineffectiveness of Nathan's people bothered him a bit, but he wasn't in the position to correct them. Even though Nathan and the others knew him, he was still just a guest there. Still, he needed to point it out to Nathan without causing unnecessary drama. "That's too long. Who knows what that monster would do in the next 2 days. Also, your men would be in danger if they end up encountering the monster, because the way I see it, the monster is already at least S-ranked." Arnold then turned towards Nathan. "Do you mind if I take care of this?" "What are you planning to do?" Nathan asked him. The time wasn't the same as before. Nathan couldn't have Arnold running around doing senseless things anymore. "I'll just speed up the search a bit. Tell your men to retreat. I'll find the monster for you." Arnold smiled. Even Nathan knew the limitations of his soldiers, so he agreed in the end. But someone wasn't happy about it. "What could a single man possibly do that our forces can't?" Deacon remarked as he handed the list of places over to Arnold. Nathan thought Arnold would be pissed, but instead, he was smiling. "Excuse me, but do you know anything about me?" "I don't," Deacon confidently replied. "Then I'll suggest you start taking notes because you're about to." Arnold's smile got wider as a portal opened up in front of the others. Soon Arnold's summons started pouring out of the portal. One after another, his undead summons, automatons, and lava hounds all came out of the portal. Deacon's overconfident mouth was wide open. He immediately realized his mistake in his remark. He's not a single man. What's the point of even staying here anymore? This guy can do everything by himself. Arnold didn't summon everyone out, yet the people around him were overwhelmed. Of course, this didn't include Nathan, Nina, Nicole for that matter, as they already knew about his abilities. Arnold only summoned the ones who were capable of tracing a target as soon as possible. Still, the number of his summons was way over 150. Once everyone was out of the portal, Talos walked out of the crowd, towards his master. "Your command, master?" he asked. Arnold tossed the list of places towards him. "Search these places and look for the monster who killed these men." Cerberus and the hounds would lead the search and would go through the forest in its entirety, as they are the best at tracking something down, while you along with the automatons and the undead would look for the monsters strictly at the locations I've specified. "Consider it done." Talos replied, "What shall we do upon contact with the beast?" "Just report back and do not engage. I want to see that beast with my own eyes." Arnold replied to the automaton, "Yes, master." Talos divided his troops into 8 groups. Each of the group was tasked with searching at a specific location, while Cerberus and the other hounds sniffed around the corpses to get a whiff of the monster's scent. After Talos gave them their instruction, his group immediately departed to search for the monster, while Cerberus and his fellow hounds got the monster's scent and began following the scent. "What now?" Nina asked Arnold once the summons had disappeared from their sights. "Now, the hunt begins." Chapter 153, One Shot, One Kill. Into the Swamps Arcade. Talos, report. "None of the 8 teams have found anything yet, master." "All right, keep looking and immediately inform me if you find anything." Arnold recited his orders and ended the call. On second thought, widen the search range and look for the missing people as well. "As you wish, master." It had been an hour since Arnold sent his summons to look for the anonymous monster, but they didn't have any success. Arnold then tried to raise a platform using his Earth Elemental control ability and look for the monster that way, but the forest had a dense canopy which didn't allow him to do so. Even if that wasn't so, the fact that the sun was long gone would have made it nearly impossible for him to locate the monster in that manner. As he had requested, Nathan's men had also been evacuated from the forest for their safety, but as Arnold had thought, a couple of them were missing. Most probably they had fallen prey to the monster's hands. Even if that was the case, they had to look for their bodies, and that's why Arnold told Talos and the others to do so. If only this was a trans-dimensional dungeon and not the real world, it'd have burned the entire forest down and forced the monster to come at me. Just like the last time. Arnold wanted this to get over as soon as possible, but it looked like the monster had decided to play hide and seek with him instead. If this had happened inside a trans-dimensional dungeon, Arnold would have already found the monster and be done with it, but he couldn't do much here because Nathan had stopped him from doing anything reckless like burning or freezing the forest. Unlike the wastelands, he couldn't do as he pleased to. His hands were tied. Cerberus and the hounds were his only hope right now. According to whatever Rob managed to mumble out while panicking, the group of teenagers wasn't the ones who had attacked or provoked the monster, it was the other way around. So the question remained, how did the monster found them? It could have been a coincidence or maybe not. Well, he didn't have the time to figure that out, but he did have the time to use his ace, the foresight. "Nicole, mind keeping a lookout for a minute?" Arnold requested Nicole to do so, as he won't be able to do anything while he was using the foresight. He requested her to do so because she was stronger than his summons. "Sure, but where are you going?" Nicole asked her brother. "Nowhere. I'm just going to meditate while my summons search for the monster." Without wasting a second, Arnold sat down on the forest floor, surrounded by people with confused looks in their faces and a single thought running through their minds. Who the FCK starts meditating in between a mission? They all looked at Nathan, who just shook his head. Even though he could request him not to, Nathan felt like it wasn't his place to stop him. Arnold's conscience left his body, as everything went quiet around him. Once the skill was in effect, he immediately rushed towards Cerberus. as he was certain they'd have a lead in finding the monster. Instead, what he saw was completely different from what he had thought. Cerberus and the other hounds were chasing after each other in a track shaped like a number 8. It looked like the monster had managed to confuse hounds by continuously running in the shape of 8 and leaving its scent there. Since the scent was concentrated at that place, they got stuck there and didn't move ahead. At least now I know what I have to teach them next. Arnold thought, looks like he'll have to search for the monster myself. Arnold decided to return to where his body was and resume the search from there. Once he was back and was about to leave to look for the monster, something shiny above a tree caught his eyes. Something or someone was sitting on the branch of a tree, its small eyes fixated at Arnold's body. A silvery sword in its hands, ready to jump and kill his target. This bastard was here all along and we were looking for him in the forest. And that Cerberus couldn't even find him? Arnold couldn't control his mouth, but he felt like it was twitching because of what Arnold was thinking. The monster was gazing at Arnold looking pleased, but, little did it know, his target was looking right at him too. Rather than going back inside his body, Arnold went towards the monster. Just like what the survivor had told them, even Arnold had never seen or heard about such a monster before. Arnold looked at its face, which was frozen in time. Its 2 thin eyes were examining the surroundings from their broad sockets. A small nose rested below, but it was the long mouth below that took all of the attention of its spectator. Its wide smile, which extended from one ear to the other, revealed rows of eerie-looking teeth and a long tongue that were hidden inside. Thin flappy ears sat on each side of its massive, angular head, which itself was covered in rows of small horns. Its long hefty body was hunched over while he sat on the tree branch. 2 lean arms dangle at its sides, and in the end were webbed hands with thick fingers which were useful for climbing. Knife-like nails extended from each of his fingers. He wielded a sword in one of its arms. Its legs were long and straight, each ending in crooked feet. Its body was covered with bruises from unknown origin. Arnold guessed it was probably from a monster, and its shoulders were narrower than its pelvis. But something was weird. The monster's overall appearance and body shape weren't like a monster but more like a human. Maybe he was an inhuman, just like Bad Breath, experimented and turned into a monster by someone. Author's note: in case you're having trouble imagining what the monster looks like, it looks similar to Ryuk from Death Note. Is it a human? Arnold mumbled and quickly used the probe skill on it. Class: Human Mutant. Name: Unknown. Level: 89. Rank: A+. Role: Unknown. Affinity abilities: Death Swipe active skill, Silence Cloak passive skill, Camouflage passive skill. Expand to view 2 more. HP: 1,200,012,000. Strength STR: 93. Defense Def: 89. Stamina STA: 65. Intelligence INT: 78. Agility AG: 98. Accuracy ACC: 65. Evade DVD: 75. Charisma CHA: damage resistances, magical attacks deal only 80% of total damage. Condition immunities: exhaustion, frightened, burnt, poisoned. Weak against physical attacks. Threat level: mediocre. Remark: it seems like a human was foolish enough to have consumed a lot of beast crystals and their body couldn't adapt to the rapid changes that occurred due to the consumption, hence ended up becoming a monster as well. An interesting observation, to say the least. The good thing is, at least now you know what happens when a human consumes beast crystals. Before he could comment upon his findings, the duration of foresight ended and Arnold was pulled back to his body. Just when he was about to open his eyes, the monster leapt from his hiding place and dived towards Arnold. The silver sword came rushing towards him like a javelin. Nathan and the others rushed towards Arnold, but they were quite far away and weren't prepared for a sneak attack. Arnold, however, had been waiting for the humanoid monster to do something like this. Just as the humanoid was about to slam his sword onto Arnold's head, a portal appeared in between them, and through it came a giant hammer. The monster didn't expect something like this to happen. thus wasn't either prepared for it nor was there anything it could have done to dodge the hammer while he was suspended midair. A moment later, the hammerhead slammed the humanoid's head and a notification appeared on Arnold's interface. Your summon Asterios has activated the weapon skill The Barbarian from Hell. The skill was successful. Target was killed in one blow. Stormcrusher has gained +2 strength STR due to the effect of weapon passive Pleased to Kill. Chapter 154, A Boon or a Curse. Into the Swamps Arc 9. Your summon Asterios has killed a mutated being. EXP +1000. First mutated human guild. EXP +3500. EXP awarded 4500. According to your contribution in the fight, you've earned some EXP. You didn't contribute in the fight. A minimum amount of EXP will be awarded. Only 450 EXP. 10% of the total EXP has been awarded. You cannot level up. Use the excess EXP to level up your subclass first. Asterios huffed loudly and placed his foot over the humanoid monster's chest while his hammer rested on his shoulder. Everyone except Arnold was shocked. To say the least, none of them had seen the Minotaur before, so they were surprised to see him. How many times do I need to tell you to control your strength? Arnold let out a heavy sigh. I'll let it slide this time since you triggered Stormcrusher's ability. But try to control yourself, could you? The Minotaur's glorious smile vanished almost instantly. His head sunk down along with its hammer. Arnold was not expecting Asterios to react this way, since he never had acted like this before. Ahem, you did well. Thanks for your help, Arnold said and pat Asterios' broad back in an attempt to cheer him up. Now go and rest up a bit. Arnold's praise made Asterios feel slightly better. His head held high again as he disappeared inside the void. Who was that? Nicole rushed at Arnold before he could examine what was left of the mutated humanoid. That was one of my strongest summons. However, as you can see, he tends to get a bit overexcited during the fights and he often ends up in destroying his target beyond recognition. Arnold answered back and brought his communicator watch close to his mouth. Talos, the monster has been killed. Have you found the missing people yet? Yes, Master. We have found their corpses. Talos' voice came through the communicator. I see. Gather up everyone and return along with the bodies. Yes, Master. Talos replied and disconnected the call while Arnold squatted down to analyze the corpse of the monster. The monster's head looked like a bowl of mashed potatoes mixed along with tomato ketchup, but the rest of the body remained unharmed. You did a good job making that hammer. It complemented the Minotaur's brutish strength quite well. Nina complimented Arnold's creationist skills as she pulled the silvery sword out of the monster's hand. Who said I made that? Arnold smiled, his eyes still fixed on the corpse. I had a hunch, but that smile of yours just confirmed that I was right, she said and squatted down next to him. So what are you looking at? Looking at the effects that beast crystals can have on a human, Arnold mumbled. Wait, what? She turned towards Arnold faster than lightning. You mean this monster was a human, who consumed a lot of beast crystals? Arnold got up and kicked over the body of the monster. So this is what happens when someone consumes an uncontrollable amount of beast crystals, and the moment he kicked over the body of the humanoid, a notification appeared in front of his eyes. You've triggered an emergency quest. A boon or a curse. Introduction. You've discovered a corpse which shows the signs of forced mutations due to consumption of beast crystals. However, it doesn't necessarily mean that the beast crystals cannot be used to evolve a being beyond the limitations placed upon them by the nature. Task. Study the effects that consuming beast crystals can have on humans along with monsters and find whether it is possible to evolve a being using the beast crystals. Progress. 010 attempts to evolve a being. 05 monsters successfully evolved. 01 humans successfully evolved. Completion rewards. Intelligence INT, +100. Mystic Miss, +100. A hidden reward. I already had a long-ass pending quest and you just had to add another one on top of it. Thank you, Systems Armor. Arnold, you okay? Nina placed her hand on his shoulder. You went silent all of a sudden. Nina's touch brought him back to reality. Oh yeah, Good, just something popped up in my mind. So thinking the same thing as me? Nathan asked Arnold. What are you thinking about again? Arnold asked back, completely unaware of what Nathan was talking about. Nathan bent down over the monster, grabbed something from around the humanoid's neck and pulled it off. It was a locket with a weird-looking insignia on it, something that Arnold had missed. This is what I'm referring to. He held up the locket in front of everyone. Arnold felt like he had seen the locket somewhere but couldn't pinpoint where. That's the insignia of White family, Deacon exclaimed and took the locket from Nathan's hands. Every family has a trademark that shows which family do they belong to. Like our family exclusively wears black clothing, this locket is the what differentiates the White family members from the others. It was then Arnold recalled where he had seen the locket before. Amanda used to wear one around her neck as well. If it's true, then, Nicole mumbled, then we finally know why the White family needed crates filled with different types of beast crystals. Nathan completed what Nicole was saying. I knew they were a despicable lot, but never in 100 years I'd have thought they'd do something like this to their family members. Deacon tracked down any and every former member of the White family who are in California right now, and send them all a summon. Also, contact the other heads and inform them about tonight's happenings. Will do, sir. Deacon saluted him and left at once. Nathan then turned towards Arnold. I know it's your summon who killed that monster, but could you allow us to confiscate the corpse of the monster? The council would want to take a look at it. Sure, it's all yours, as long as you share your findings with me, Arnold replied. Nathan agreed and left. Soon Talos and all of Arnold's summons returned along with the corpse of the men who were killed by the monster. Once all of the bodies were loaded up in a couple of ambulances and everyone left the haunted forest. Since everything had wrapped up, Arnold decided to leave as well, but before he could leave, Nina pulled him sideways. Are you leaving? She asked. Since everything has been taken care of and seeing that Nathan would be busy for a while, I think it'll be no better if I leave for now, Arnold replied. Could you, like, maybe stay here tonight? Chapter 155, White Queen. Into the Swamp. Shark 10. Back at the Alpha base in Zone 4. In the darkness of her chamber, Amanda was standing in front of a brightly lit screen, the same which Arnold had used a few hours ago, wearing nothing but a nightgown which couldn't hold her ample beauty. She was talking to someone under her authority. The person on the other side of the screen was walking her through what happened to Elena and the White family during the trial. As a result, most of us had to move to other families to lower their suspicion on us as well as to carry on our experiments in secret. We're ashamed to have to abandon the family which your highness made, but we had no other choice. To fulfill your will, well, do whatever aid necessary. The man, known as Ashen Claw, finished explaining Amanda about everything that happened in her absence. No need to apologize, Ashen. I know you only did what was necessary to protect our future. If there's anyone who should be ashamed of anything, it's Elena. That fucking idiot. Amanda cursed under her breath. She had one job, but she just had to ruin it. All I wanted her to do was to keep the Black family off our backs, but instead, she led them right to us. She even involved Devon in it, and now he's refusing to help us anymore. Does anyone else knows about what we are doing with the beast crystals? Apart from the scientists and a few others, no one knows anything. Ashen replied. Good. And what's the progress with the experimentation? Have there been any breakthroughs? Amanda asked back, before pulling a chair to sit, crossing her legs one over the other. Didn't I ask you something? Amanda repeated herself. Have you made any progress at successfully duplicating the monster gene to make inhumans that we could use? You did, but what happened now? Another failure, she said, her impatience growing even more. No. It was a success. We managed to turn the test subject into a fully functional beast as well, but then, don't trickle truth me, Ashen. Amanda shook her head in disappointment. Tell me whatever happened there, and tell me right now. You already know what will happen if you don't. Ashen gulped down his saliva. His mistress wanted to know the truth, something he couldn't tell her. But he also knew what happened to those who went against her. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. He felt like a pig raised to be slaughtered, And no matter what he did, that was his destiny. We underestimated him, and failed to restrain him. In short, he got away after injuring more than a dozen guards and researchers while killing 5 people as well. He probably killed someone, or maybe killed a few people after escaping into the forest, because the blacks were actively searching the area around our lab. Thankfully they couldn't find anything, but we can assume the test subject was killed and confiscated by them because they left soon afterwards. People still think this is a haunted place and the laboratory wasn't discovered by the Black family, so we can still carry on with the experiments. The room was shrouded in silence afterwards. None of them said anything. Ashen knew he screwed up by allowing the test subject to run away, as well as he allowed them to take his corpse along with them. Amanda wasn't someone who was known for forgiving those who made mistakes. Even though he wasn't in the same room as her, he could almost feel her anger. Her anger would come like steam, burning her on the way out, while also burning the one on the receiving end. There was only one rule for the people under her command: those who mess up have to die, and Ashen knew it all too well, but never in 100 years had he thought he'd be on the receiving end of her rage. I see. You did well. At least they still don't know about the labs, so that's good. However, don't take any risks and carry out the experiments with as little interference as you can. Despite her demeanor, Amanda replied in a calm voice. I would disappoint you, Your Highness. Ashen immediately bowed down, unable to believe his luck. Someone like his mistress forgave him. Focus on making as many Inhumans as you can. Once that's done, well, put an end to the pain in the butt called the Black family, she continued, but until then, maintain your cover and try not to gain unnecessary attention from anyone. You don't worry about it, Your Highness. It will be done. Another man's voice echoed through the room. Ashen sharply looked at the person who had been serving him as his right-hand man, his younger brother, named Dave Claw. Just what is he trying to do? Hell, make her lose her shit? Ashen thought and turned his head towards him. What are you doing? Do you want us all to get killed? He whispered. But Claw simply ignored him and kept looking towards the screen. This confused the heck out of Ashen. Just what was going on there? I know you wouldn't, mister, Amanda asked. Dave Claw, ma'am. Claw replied, my brother, Ashen Claw, was the head of your security as well as in charge of the R&D division before he had to unexpectedly retire. Wait, what are you talking about? I haven't retired. I'm still here to serve Her Highness. Ashen tried to interject, but Amanda continued her conversation with his brother as if she didn't even hear him. Yes. Now I remember. He was a good guy. He even put his life on the line to protect me quite a few times. Not that it matters, but what is he doing nowadays? Eating beast crystals, Claw replied, without a hint of remorse in his voice. I'm saddened to hear that. Guess he wasn't ready to adapt to my law. But you do remember the law, don't you, Claw? She asked in her sweet yet menacing voice. Those who mess up have to die, Claw replied. It wasn't until then did Ashen realize his fate had already been sealed. He was the next test subject for them, and nothing else. Once someone was set to become a test subject, they lost their identity. No one was allowed to acknowledge their presence as humans. They were just test subjects, nothing more, nothing less. That's why Claw and everyone else present in the room was ignoring Ashen no matter how loud he yelled. He simply didn't exist for them anymore. This was the authority of the one referred to as the White Queen had. But he wasn't going to allow her or anyone else to do as they pleased with him. He was alive. He existed. And no one would take that away from him. I won't allow you to do this to me. He yelled and charged at his brother, who didn't even turn to face him and kept looking at the screen in front of him. Please don't turn towards me, Claw, or your end would be the same as mine. Ashen drew his energy sword and charged at him, seemingly ready to kill if necessary. He barely took a step in Claw's direction before the locket around his neck started glowing and he froze on his spot. Something was restricting his movement. His energy sword dropped from his grasp. He was forcefully turned to face the Amanda, before being slammed into the wall. His hands stretched wide to the sides. Can't you see people are talking here? Amanda mumbled. Her eyes were glowing white. Can't you see? am the one talking here. Nothing and no one cares about nothing. Know your place, and stop thinking about yourself as a human, or else. All of a sudden, the locket having the family insignia on it, started contracting around his neck, getting tighter and tighter by the moment. He started suffocating, but he couldn't do anything about it. He was pinned down on a wall. He couldn't move his body. He couldn't shout. He couldn't even struggle to free himself from the White Queen's grasp. A few seconds later, the pupil of his eyes started to disappear along with the light in front of his eyes and his mouth wide open, hoping to get some air through it. But it was all in vain. Although he was in the brink of death, and panicking on the outside, on the inside, he was happy. Dying like this was much better than being forced to turn into a man-made monster. It all went according to plan, I guess. He wasn't foolish enough to attack his brother and everyone that had. It was all an act in hopes of dying at the hands of his men, while he was still human, rather than dying as a monster. He also knew his brother was crying on the inside, but he dare not show it to anyone else, otherwise, his fate would be the same as Ashen's. One day you'll die an even more gruesome death than me, White Queen. Just you wait. A smile left Ashen's mouth in his last moments. Just you wait. Chapter 156, A Warrior Princess and a Clueless Porter. Into the Swamps Arc 11. Trigger warning: this might be a cheesy chapter for some. Proceed with caution. Back in Los Angeles, California. So, where are we heading to? Arnold asked Nina. I thought you'd be hungry, and since you probably don't get tasty food around your base, I thought you'd like to eat something while you can. Nina replied, having an awkward smile on her face. That's very thoughtful of you. Thank you. But couldn't have we brought the others along with us? Like Nicole, for example? God, why is he so dense? How could I invite the one who suggested this in the first place? FCK his brains. Wait, I take that back. Nina thought while aimlessly driving her car around the city. I did not think this through. Ugh. Come on, you can do this. He's clueless. But you can do this. Unknown to Nina, her expressions were as clear as the starry sky above them. Even the ever-clueless Porter could read her face easily, but he didn't want to ruin her night, so he kept his mouth shut and gazed through the window, while Nina kept mumbling something to herself. And we're here, Nina said with a tired expression on her face. Thank God, they're still open. You go on ahead, I'll be right back. You do know, I don't have any money on me, right? Arnold gave her a weird look sideways. Oh, just get in, I'll be right there, Nina said, and literally kicked him out of the car and drove off. It was the third restaurant they had visited that night and the only one that was open still, something that confused Arnold. After all, people were still roaming on the streets, and it made no sense at all why the restaurants would remain closed on a Saturday of all days. Anyways, he had nowhere to go, so he quickly made his way inside, half expecting it to be deserted as well, but his expectations were shattered as the attendant walked him inside. Apparently, there was already a table reserved under his name. Weird. If Nina has already planned this all, then why didn't she came here at once, rather than wasting our time driving around the city? Arnold thought. Women are weird. I think I understand monsters better. Women. I better not say it out loud though. The restaurant was full. Arnold looked around at the busy tables. An old couple was eating side by side, one glass of wine each, studiously bent over their meals. A group of young women in their 30s collapsing with helpless giggles as a stern woman dining alone nearby looked on and frowned. Businessmen in their grey suits lighting up cigars. Movie enthusiasts were busy talking about their favorite movies, actors and whatnot. A family was sitting nearby Arnold's table along with their teenage children. The noise level was high, but it didn't bother him. He was used to hearing monsters yelling all day long, and this was nothing compared to that. But he didn't felt like he didn't belong there. in his three-piece suit. The attendant soon returned with a menu and a bottle of red wine. "I didn't order anything yet," Arnold mumbled as the waiter slowly poured the wine into a glass. "I know, sir. It's on the house. Please enjoy your evening." The attendant handed him the menu along with the glass of wine before leaving Arnold alone again. Over half an hour had passed, but there was no news of Nina yet. Don't tell me this was one of her pranks. From his seat, he had a clear view of the entrance, but there was no sign of Nina. Only a few couples came and left through there. If it comes to worse, I'm just yeet out of here using void travel. He took another sip of his wine, and as he did that, someone walked through the door. Her usually tied hair was straight, her green eyes were as beautiful as ever, and her figure was like a perfect hourglass. When she stopped right in front of him, she was like a magazine cutout dropped onto the Hollywood sidewalk. Her black dress left her shoulders uncovered. Instead, it was supported around her neck and flowed down into a graceful cowl neckline. It was a tight fit which gave the dress a classy and polished look. "Hey Arnold, sorry for being late," Nina said and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, intently looking at him. Arnold didn't say a word. The thought to yeeting away fled faster than a gambler from a bookie. He got up, took her extended, manicured hand and pulled the chair back for her to sit down. "I didn't know you were a gentleman," she teased Arnold and sat on the chair. "I didn't know you'd look good in anything apart from your gym attire either." Arnold whispered in her ear and sat down across the table. The waiter came back to take their order and left immediately afterwards. They just kept talking about random things while having dinner. They were so indulged in the conversation, they forgot about anyone else who was there. Arnold knew Nina enjoyed his company and so did he, but he never thought they'd hit it off so well. Between talking, eating and drinking, none of them realized they were the only ones left in the restaurant. Not until the manager of the place came there to greet them, however, it turned out to be another surprise for Arnold. The manager of the restaurant was none other than Michelle, which meant the restaurant was owned by the Black family. Author's note: if you don't remember, which I'm sure you don't, Michelle was the manager of the Malibu Club as well. "So that's why there was a table reserved under my name," Arnold said and got up to greet Michelle. "It's good to see you." "It's good to see you too, Mr. Ling." "I see you're as gentlemanly as ever," Michelle replied and hugged Nina. "I always have a table reserved for the people I care about. After all, we're all a family." Once we relocated here, Nathan decided to relocate the club as well, but it ended up being a restaurant instead. Nina explained to Arnold. The night proceeded and the duo left the restaurant together, this time on foot. "So what's next?" Arnold asked Nina, his hands tucked in his pockets. "What makes you think there's a next?" Nina teased him. "Well, if there isn't, then it'd be leaving." It was his turn to tease her instead. "Such a jerk. That's what you get for making me wait for so long." "I'd have assumed you were telling truth if I didn't know better." The saying, "I liked it." "Oh please, I saw you drooling all over yourself when I entered through the doors." "What type of pills have you been taking these days?" Arnold smirked, "because whatever you're taking isn't helping." Nina didn't reply. Instead, she pushed him into the wall next to the sidewalk, pressing him down with her elbow and looked right into his eyes. "You might be the strongest mage I've ever met, but I am a swordswoman, and no matter how strong you are, I'm definitely stronger than you." Arnold didn't mind being pinned on the wall by a beautiful woman, but he had other plans in his head. He lightly grabbed her wrist and turned her around while warping his hands around her neck and waist, pulling her closer to him. He then leaned in and whispered into her ears, "You were saying?" But not a single word escaped through her luscious lips. Arnold, being the clueless idiot he was, immediately let go of her, thinking he did something wrong. Nina slowly turned to face him. She moved her head closer to Arnold. He stood there frozen, from both fear and excitement. She leaned in, so her foreheads rest against his. They closed their eyes. Both of their breaths were shaking. "Thank you," she says in barely more than a whisper. "For what?" he replies, his voice low and husky. "For being you." Her voice wavers, exhilarated from the tension between them. Arnold gently leaned in further and kissed Nina's warm lips. They slowly pulled apart to take shaky, shallow breaths. Unable to contain themselves anymore, Arnold held Nina's head in his hands and pulled her into a long, fiery and passionate kiss while her hands worked their way around his body, feeling each other's love, each line along his perfect physique. He kissed her and the world fell away. It was slow and soft, comforting in ways that he never thought he'd experience. His hand rested below her ear, his thumb caressing her cheek as their breaths mingled. She ran her fingers down his spine, pulling him closer until there was no space left between them and she could feel the beating of his heart against her chest. They pulled apart and opened their eyes and stared at each other, looking deep into each other's eyes. Nina's eyes were full of wonder and love, while Arnold's eyes had curiosity and passion in them. No words are spoken but a story worthy of them is communicated. They both knew they wanted each other more than anything else. And now they finally had what they wanted. The clueless porter finally found her warrior princess. Chapter 157, A Night of Passion, Into the Swamps. Arc 12 Warning, potentially sexual content ahead. Proceed with caution. And don't worry, it's just for this chapter I'm not converting this story into a romantic sitcom. It's just that I'm not an author who would intentionally cock-block the protagonist of their story and call it development. Intimacy brings that special addiction to your one love, your true life partner. If you aren't careful, it becomes an addiction to the physical act and the fantasy rather than the person. And so, be good to yourself. Love yourself by being sure that you've met your life partner before you go become intimate with them. Then the relationship becomes all the deeper for both of the partners. That's why humans are bonded for life instead of entering the carousel of pain that has become so normal in this toxic society. Lovers are flames that breathe all the more deeply for being closer together. It is then they shine brighter, both within and upon one another, becoming a source of light and love in the world, showering sparks of positive chaos into the dark. So find yourself someone like that. It was something Arnold's dad told him as he was about to enter into adulthood and after his first breakup. He also gave Arnold a lot of other useful advice, but sadly he wasn't able to see either her son or his daughter as responsible adults. But right now Arnold couldn't care any less about his dad's advice. All he wanted at that moment was the woman who was standing in front of him, her eyes filled with unadulterated desire for love and attention. In the room that was shrouded in twilight and shadow, Arnold stood close enough for Nina to breathe in his scent. His arms wrap around her back and in one gentle pull their skin touched, exchanging their body heat with each other. Nina felt his hand in her hair, how he loved the softness, watching it tumble as he releases it. Then his hand moved down to her cheekbones and to her lips, the ones he could never get enough of. That's when the kissing resumed and they start to move like partners in a dance that was written deep within their cores. With one kiss her ambivalence shifted to enthusiasm. She felt like he was the only man on earth for her. The only one who can breathe fire into her soul even when she was desperate and cold. Their bodies fit together as if they were made just for this, to fall into one another, to feel this natural rhythm. Nina bit her lips as Arnold, with a laugh, lifted her right off her feet, carrying her toward the bed, then letting her fall with a soft bounce on the mattress. They lock eyes for just a moment, just enough for them to feel safe with one another. From that moment on their clothes were just a hindrance, but Arnold solved the problem in under a minute, kissing her toes and moving upwards, slowly with love, his hands on her legs, always just a little higher than the kisses. Nina felt her back arch in anticipation, knowing where his fingers will soon reach. Her head rocked back against the pillow as he does, the first moan escaping through her lips. The night was still young and they had all the time they'd ever need to explore each other's bodies. Next morning, at Nina's home, Arnold still had his arms warped around Nina as she let her head rest upon his naked chest. All his thoughts that weren't about her stopped as if his heart had taken over his head when they were close. The next moment he squeezed her body as if he needed to check she was there with him, really there, to see if it was all real and not a dream. And it was. Nina was lying next to him, in body and soul. He doubted anyone else ever felt the way he did keeping her in his arms. He brushed the blonde hair off her face to get a clear look of her, sleeping like a baby in his arms. By God, I'm one hell of a lucky man. ain't I?" he mumbled after making sure Nina was asleep, but she wasn't. "Damn right you are." Nina slowly opened her eyes, revealing his reflection in her deep green eyes, as she leaned in to give him a morning kiss. "Good morning. I wish all of my mornings were this good," Arnold mumbled and kissed her back. He then stood up, silhouetted against the open doorway, not wearing anything. He gave another look to her, delivered a cheesy pickup line that ended up making her laugh, and pointed towards the shower. "May I?" "Are you serious? Why the heck do you even need permission for that after all the things we did last night?" Nina couldn't hold herself back and started laughing as Arnold entered the bathroom to shower. There was something a little happy inside him, which was clear from the way he moved to how he gazed at his long hair and fine beard through the mirror. He looked at the world in a different light, like he had never seen it before while walking to his own beat, literally, like there was music playing in his head. But he knew it wasn't the time to feel good about anything, especially after encountering the humanoid monster. If incidents like this kept happening in the safe zone of West America, things won't remain as they are for long. There's a relationship between Devon and the White family, and it was most likely that they were the ones conducting these experiments as, according to Nathan, they have been secretly hoarding a large amount beast crystals for themselves. I don't even have to place 2 and 2 together to know who is behind all this, Arnold mumbled as warm droplets fell on his skull, slowly cleaning him up. "It's that same Bastrode who is always giving me troubles in one way or the other. First he tried to kidnap Nicole, then collaborated with that shitty guild, set up the Church of Chaos, and now this. I have to get rid of him as soon as I can, or else who knows what will happen next if that man is left to do as he pleased." Chapter 158, Beast Collar, Into the Swamps. Arc 13. "Leaving already?" Nina asked Arnold as soon as she stepped out of the shower, a towel wrapped around her body. "I have to even if I don't want to," he replied while tying his shoelaces up. "I see. Well, are you going to show me your vanishing trick or not?" She sat right next to him, her body and hair still wet. "There's not much of a trick, you see," Arnold said and got up from the bed. "All you gotta do is open sesame." Arnold uselessly waved his hands around to add a grand effect to his non-existent spell, and a crimson portal opened up in front of Nina. "Open sesame. That's the best you could come up with?" she said with a sarcastic look on her face. "Is it too late to forget about last night?" Arnold grabbed her wrist, pulled her towards him. "I think so." "Oh, my Romeo. Get your ass out of here already." She gently pushed him away. "I don't like guys who slack off." All right, I'm leaving." He turned to face the portal. "Just tell Nathan to call me in case he finds something, and tell him to do so on my communicator." "The communication channels on the base aren't safe to use." "What do you mean, communication channels aren't safe?" "Want us to do something about it?" "Let's just say, walls have ears as well, and no need to bother yourself with such menial tasks." "I'll see you later, madam. Feel free to call me as you please." Arnold smiled and jumped inside the portal. Once Arnold was back inside his room, he quickly changed into his uniform and headed inside the workshop. He needed to prepare for war. He also needed to decipher how the beast collars and the monster blood were used to control monsters and humans, and he knew the perfect people who could help him with it. But first, he wanted to use his probe skill on both of the items. Object, beast collar. Type, control device. Grade, A. Remark, a rare device developed by the human race to tame monsters, gain control over them. A controlling rune is placed on the inside side of it, which essentially binds the monster to its master, delivering an electric shock wherever the monster disobeys the master. Object, coaxing blood. Type, controlling liquid. Grade, A. Remark, a blood concoction that is yet another creation of the twisted fantasies of the human mind. Unlike monsters, this blood concoction is used to tame human beings into doing someone's bidding. A dose as small as a vodka shot is enough to control a human's action for some time, depends on the intelligence of the target. However, if a large enough dose is given, it would force the target into submission and permanently reduce the intelligence of the target. Thus, making it easier to control the target after the next dosage. So that's why the church was pouring so much blood into the mouths of the people they had captured. They wanted to ensure that the others submit to them. Arnold mumbled and a portal popped up behind him and Talos and Alice walked out of it. Also, regardless of what the notification says, there's no way in hell anyone made these from scratch. He called Talos because he had known things which Arnold didn't and was more efficient in identifying various types of gears, and Alice because she was the one who was the person using both of these things, also because he thought she could provide him with more intel. Once they were outside, Arnold immediately handled them both of the things and asked them to tell him whatever they knew about them. I don't know. We just followed the instructions Devon gave us to make the blood concoction. Alice mumbled. I don't know whether he made it or if someone helped him. I see. Well, thanks for your help. You can go back inside. Arnold waved his hands and took the flask of blood from Alice's hands. But I do know how to make it, she replied. All right. I'll keep that in mind. You can go now. Alice nodded and went back inside his domain. The blood concoction wasn't of much use to him either, because it could only be used to control human beings, and if he needed to control someone he could simply use blood bond to do so. Since he was already familiar with it, feel more comfortable while using it. It was Talos' turn next. So what do you think? Arnold asked, folding his arms before his chest. Could we replicate it? It is fascinating and unique. This collar can be used to enslave any monster. There were some restrictions to that and nothing is perfect in this world. Now that being said, there is a drawback to this collar as well. Talos replied, the collars require regular maintenance as the rune inside it frequently wears off, and once the collar is off of the monster, there's a risk that the monster would go berserk and cause a scene. However, in Master's case, he doesn't need to worry about such trivial things because I have my domain to restrict the monsters inside. Arnold completed what Talos was about to say. Yes, Master. Talos replied in his electronic voice. Also, yes, we can replicate it, but it would require a specific type of rune which I'm afraid the Master doesn't possess yet. What type of rune do I need? A control rune. Its appearance is similar to the blood rune. The only difference is its size and the color of engravings on it. So till I can get a hold of these control runes I cannot use the beast collar? Arnold asked Talos. Of course, Master can use it as he pleases. After all, one control rune lasts for the duration of 3 months, and I'm sure the Elder would soon provide you with some different things in the shop once it comes back online after you've completed your quests. Talos responded. 3 months, huh? Arnold mumbled, if that's so then I know exactly who we'd like to tame. It's her, is it? Talos replied after seeing the evil smile on Arnold's face. You guessed it right, my greatest creation. His smile widened. She has given me enough troubles till now. It's only fair for me to return the favor. She's been a pain in my butt for so long, so it's about time she started listening to me. After all, I did make her one of my elite summon. Didn't I? It's time to tame that ungrateful succubus. Chapter 159, Impossible Task. Into the Swamps Arc 14. Look, I'm sorry for I did last time. I should not have thrown the grenades at you. It was a petty move on my part, and I want to make up for it. So I've decided that I'm going to let you out of here for a while. Arnold apologized to Natasha, who was still angry with him as he had killed her the last time they met. She might have been angry, but as Arnold mentioned the word outside, she immediately did a 180 and forgot about it all, finally gave in to his pretense. All right, apology accepted. Just let me out already, Natasha wailed while swinging her luscious body. All right, but you'll have to wear this collar first, Arnold said and handed the beast collar to the confused-looking succubus. What's this? She asked, carefully scanning the metallic collar from every direction. Just something to make you invisible. If the humans saw someone practically naked like you, only God knows what will happen afterwards. Arnold replied with a weird smile on his face. He had already planned it all. Talos was supposed to be hiding inside Arnold's room and analyze the situation. In case the collar didn't work or Natasha tried to pull a stunt, He was instructed to immediately deal with her as he was immune to her charisma. Arnold initially wanted to try it out inside the portal, but then Talos pointed out that Arnold might not be able to know whether Natasha was abiding by his command due to the effect of the collar or as a result of his authority over the domain. Another reason was that, as he was planning to use Natasha for combat for the first time, he needed to make sure that the collar would work as it was supposed to in the real world. Thus Talos recommended him to call her out to clear his doubts and assured Arnold, "I'll take care of her, if things went south. For now, I'll do as you please, human. Hiding my presence won't hide my charisma. I'll make sure you're dead as soon as I'm out of here, but I won't make it easy, nor would I use any weapons. I'll let you feel pleasure for one last time while I drain your soul out of your body." Natasha was still inside Arnold's domain, yet she had already plotting to kill him. With both the sides ready to kill each other should the need arise, Natasha wore the metallic collar which suited very well with her brazen wild look. As much as Arnold hated to admit it, she looked kinda cool, but then again it was supposed to be like that as she was a succubus. That too a high-tier succubus. Her charisma was over 400, while the other stats were mediocre. She was still stronger than his normal summons. She could easily fend off her enemies on her own, and if she couldn't, then she'd make them fall for her and force them to kill themselves. Once someone was charmed by her, it was nearly impossible for them to defy her. Arnold himself had almost fallen into this trap along with almost all of his summons. If it wasn't for Talos and his group of automatons, Arnold would have certainly been dead right now. Even when he was inside his domain, he was only being able to resist her charm because of his authority over the domain. Before they left the portal, Arnold made sure to check if Natasha had properly worn the collar or not, and sure enough she had not fastened the lock behind her neck. This almost made Arnold want to stuff her up with the grenades once again, but he remained calm and locked it the way it was supposed to. But the moment he did that, the collar started glowing in blue light. Natasha's eyes were giving off the same colored hue as well. Did it work? It was the first thought that crossed his mind as the blue light slowly faded away. Nothing seems to be different though. Arnold thought while he circled around the succubus, I should take her out now. Wait, on a second thought, let's test it out here first. I don't see any harm doing that, but to make sure the collar is working, let's make her do something she wouldn't do otherwise, not even if use my authority on her. Hey, Natasha? The evil smile reappeared in his face. Go and slap Asterios. Yes, master, Natasha mumbled and turned around, swaying her body around like a prostitute. Wait. Don't do it. Arnold stopped her as she was about to enter the building inside the domain. If you slap him, he'll definitely kill you, and then he'll have to wait for an hour to test the effects of the collar outside the domain. Instead, why don't you go and kiss Bad Breath? He'll be so happy. Yes, please do that instead. Arnold had made sure his command was loud and clear. Still, Natasha didn't take a single step towards the building. She was resisting his command. This woman. She was willing to slap someone who would definitely kill her, but she wouldn't go ahead to kiss someone else. What is she, an honorable succubus? Arnold mumbled while scratching his beard. Well, I don't blame her for that. After all, there's a reason why I named him Bad Breath. I think he has a special secret ability that makes his breath smell so bad, but that's the reason why I ordered her to kiss him, because no one in their right mind would do something as crazy as that. Also, her disobedience calls for some punishment, doesn't it? He gave her the same command again, but once again she refused to do so, leaving Arnold no choice but to punish her. He snapped his fingers and the collar once again started glowing, but this time it turned red, and a moment later the red glow turned into red lightning and surged through the body. Her screams filled the void. Even someone like Arnold, who hated her from bottom of his heart, couldn't bear to watch the sight, or so he'd like to think, but in reality, he turned around because the lighting was too bright for him to see. By the time the collar stopped electrocuting Natasha, she had already started walking towards the doors. Despite her horrifying screams, her appearance remained unchanged. Weird. I thought she'd look like a roasted chicken after all that lightning. Arnold mumbled and followed her inside the building. Chapter 160, Secret revealed. Into the Swamps Arc 15. Be grateful I stopped him before things got out of hands, Arnold said as both of them stepped out of the void and into his room. I did not expect him to pull a stunt like that though. Things completely went out of hands as soon as Natasha went ahead, placed her gloved hands on Bad Breath's cheeks and reluctantly leaned in to kiss him, who started kissing her back like a true caveman, completely given into his lust. It was given Natasha would have an effect like that on anyone. She wouldn't have been much of a succubus if she didn't. But what happened next shocked Arnold. Well, it made him laugh too, but let's not mention that here. The second her lips touched Bad Breath, he went hysterical, immediately started groping her chest and started feeling her body. It was borderline inappropriate, but Arnold thought Natasha could handle herself and would throw him off herself on her own accord, but it turned out Bad Breath had a lot of pent-up energy. He was dead. How the FCK was he pent up only confused Arnold, and he wanted to smash, so immediately started undressing her. This was when Arnold had to step in and knock him out to stop him. That was the power of 400 plus charisma. When he asked Natasha why I didn't stop him, she just said, "Master didn't tell me to." It was indeed a true SMH moment for him. Yes, Master, I'm grateful for what you did. Natasha bowed low before him, exposing the valley in the middle of her chest. Stop doing that. There are other ways to thank a man. Oh, I didn't know Master wanted me to do that, but don't worry Master, I can do whatever you desire for. Just say the word and I'll make it come true. Natasha said and smacked her lips together like a predator who just found its prey. Arnold opened his mouth again to verbally slap that bimbo, but as he did, Alan's voice entered his ears. Arnold turned around and saw Alan was standing next to Talos. It seemed like they were in the middle of discussing something when Arnold and Natasha stepped out of the void. What are you doing here? Arnold asked him. I have some news. Does she know that you know about it? Arnold asked Alan. His voice was calm, but on the inside, he was seething with rage. I'm sure she didn't. Alan replied, I never went there but heard it through the hidden microphone I placed there. Last evening, Alan had set up a small-sized hidden mic inside Amanda's room when he went there along with Arnold and had planned on using it to spy on her. According to him, nothing happened until 3 a.m. right when he was about to sleep, when she received a call from someone. The person had called her to inform her about some kind of experiment where a monster has escaped from confinement and caused a scene. He then proceeded to play the recording in which Amanda admitted that she was the actual culprit behind the monster attack that happened yesterday in Los Angeles, as well as the fact that the laboratory was hidden inside that very forest. Arnold couldn't believe what he was listening to. It was all the confession that he would need to put her behind the bars. Just last night, Nathan was complaining how it would be difficult to prove that the White family had been secretly manufacturing monsters with so little evidence, but with this, it would be a piece of cake to do so. However, Arnold didn't want to arrest her. He wanted her dead. No, allowing her to die would be a lie, doing her a favor. Someone who could do something so sickening to her own people deserved a fate much worse than death. And Arnold knew exactly what he had to do. He needed to take care of the hidden laboratory as well, and with Nathan's help, it could be dealt with easily. So he decided to send the audio to him, but requested him to wait till tomorrow and just keep an eye on the forest, to which Nathan hesitantly agreed, but pressed on the fact that he won't wait any longer than tomorrow evening. Exactly the amount of time he need to assemble everyone. Arnold thanked him and disconnected the call. Damn that bitch. Guess my hunch was as good as ever. Arnold mumbled. Who knew she was the one controlling her family without even being there in the first place? I don't think she's a mind reader either. She's been hiding her true powers all along. Alan chimed in. Yes. That is, if she actually managed to kill that guy in Los Angeles, all the way from here. Since they only had the audio, they couldn't know how she managed to kill someone who was thousands of kilometers away from her. If I had a power like that, then I'd have killed that humanoid monster from far off rather than waiting for it to charge at us. I could have saved so many lives. What monster are you talking about? Alan inquired. The same monster Amanda was talking about. Wait a minute. That monster was in Los Angeles and you were here, in Zone 4. So how the hell did you even manage to get there? I guess I could tell you. Arnold smiled and proceeded to tell him about void travel. Now that's a hell of a skill, Alan exclaimed excitedly. So that's why you wanted to know if I had been to Los Angeles or not, so you could use void travel to go and meet up with Nathan and the others. You are quick to catch on as usual. Arnold smiled and patted his shoulder. You did great work. Talos and Natasha had been silently watching the humans converse among themselves until Arnold stood up and turned around to face them. I'll need your help, but we need to be discreet about it. Arnold looked at Natasha. It's about time you started pulling your weight. I'll do whatever Master wants me to, Natasha said and bowed once again, revealing the Valley of Lust, and Alan bent towards her to take a quick peek into the abyss, only to get smacked in the head by Arnold. Sorry, Alan mumbled and stepped back. Old habit. Don't worry, I'll try to rectify myself, but you can't blame me for trying. I mean, just look at her. Whatever. Arnold adjusted the sleeve of his shirt and continued, Ahem, so here's what we're going to do. Chapter 161, S-Rank Weapon, Into the Swamps Arc 16. Later that night, Arnold stood alone in the dimly lit workshop. Only half of the shadow was visible as every muscle on his torso was moving from the light into the dark. He was busy making a work of art. His light skin gave a hint of the strength his body contained, despite his calm looks. His eyes were locked onto the sword he was forging for someone special. Tomorrow was going to be a long day for him and he needed to calm his nerves. The only way he knew to do so was to make weapons and gears like he felt he was destined to do so. Why was he making weapons when he was stressed? It was because whenever he made something while he was under stress, not only did it calm him, the fruits of his labors were also better, and the sword in front of his eyes was a product of such labor. Black Widow, a broadsword made up of the bones of the demon orc. Upon the creation of this sword, it was further enhanced by its creator. This sword is a true work of art, having skills and abilities that no one had ever seen before. Grade S. Strength STR, plus 105. Weapon type: broadsword. Weight: 1.8 kilograms. Additional effect: defender. Each successful strike by this sword, temporarily effective for 10 seconds, increases the user's defense by 2 points. Continuously killing 3 enemies give a bonus of 5 defense points. This skill has a cooldown of 3 seconds. Additional effect: chain reaction. Actively striking the enemies for 5 times in a row would permanently boost the agility and evasion of the user by 2 points. Additional effect: copycat. Killing enemies having the same rank or lower rank than that of the user would allow the user to copy a skill of the dead target and store it inside the sword, which later on can be used freely by the one wielding the sword. At maximum only 3 skills can be stored. He had just finished making his first ever S-rank weapon. The sword had a unique skill attached to it called Copycat, which allowed the one wielding the sword to freely be able to steal the skills of a dead enemy. It was because of this skill that the sword managed to achieve the S rank, and it all happened just because Arnold, of the chaotic mind of Arnold, decided to use a blood rune as one of the core materials for making the sword and gave it everything he had got. Making his first S-rank weapon also meant that, Supreme Creationist, Introduction, your arsenal of weapons might be enough for now, but in future, they'll become useless, and so will you. Task: upgrade your existing weapons and build new ones and arm your helpers. Progress: 33 gears repaired, 11 S-ranked weapon created, 01 relics created, 189,250 gear made. These gears need not necessarily be new weapons. Special completion reward: exclusive upgrade for one of your abilities. I've made some progress through the quest, Arnold mumbled. The automatons are regularly producing more and more gears every day, so I don't need to worry about making 250 gears. But I do need to think what a relic is, Arnold continued. Literal definition of relic means something old, like an artifact. But then how am I supposed to make something old? That doesn't even make any sense. Maybe I need to make a replica of a historical weapon? That would make a little sense. So I need to focus on tomorrow instead of getting worried about something I can revisit later. He yawned and stretched a bit before placing the hammer on top of the anvil. He stored the black sword in his inventory as he hadn't made it for his summons, but for Nina. Nicole had told him that Nina always wanted to ask him to make a weapon for her, but as he left for Brazil before she recovered, she never got the opportunity to do so, and now that he was back, she didn't want to bother him with such a request when he was already so busy being the section chief of Zone 4. Nicole is really trying to bind the two of us together. That girl. I'm grateful to her for what she did, but the fact that she might have a system troubles me a lot. Arnold shook his head and calmed his raging nerves down. Overthinking won't help me either. He pulled a chair and sat down on it while drinking water. Soon Alan entered the workshop and sat down in front of Arnold. So, Arnold put down the bottle and asked him. Everything has been taken care of. Tomorrow morning the soldier would leave to destroy the nearby monster lairs and gather resources, so you don't have to worry about them getting in between your fight and can go berserk on her if needed. Alan replied, playing with the knife Arnold had made for him. What about those women that we rescued? We've shifted them in the lower levels. Not even a nuke can touch them. Alan proudly slammed a fist on his chest, clearly proud of himself, but the moment he saw the look on Arnold's face he doubled down. I admit it was an overstatement. Ahem. Allow me to rephrase my statement. A couple of kilos of explosive would be enough to do the trick, but Talos is looking after them, so you can rest assured that nothing will happen to them, and even him going to be there, so don't worry about them and focus on dealing with Amanda. After all, we still don't know what type of ability she has. Don't worry, I've already planned it all. No matter what skill she has, nothing can save her tomorrow. Nothing. Arnold got up from his seat and turned towards his bedroom. I'm going to bed. I'd suggest you do the same. Got it, Chief? Alan saluted him and walked himself out. Now what are you doing in my bed? Arnold's mouth twitched and a vein popped out of his head. I thought the master would like to release some stress after working for so long. You must be tired, right, Master? Natasha gave him a luscious smile and rolled over the bed to make some space for him. Would you like me to massage your tense body, or would like to release your stress inside me? Huh? You want me to release my stress, right? Yes, Master. Then how about... Arnold pulled out the Vindicator from his inventory and pointed it towards her. I do so by killing you? Eek. Natasha shrieked and jumped out of the bed. I'm sorry. Arnold sighed heavily and lowered his weapon. Just tell me whether you got sexual energy to do what I asked. Of course I did. After all, I'm the queen of seduction, the true. Yeah, whatever. Just go back inside the void. For now, I have to sleep. Are you sure you wanna sleep? Natasha smacked her lips together. Arnold immediately pointed his guns at her once again. That was all he needed to make her obey him. No fun at all. HMPH, Natasha said as she stormed off. Just stay away from bad breath. Arnold smirked and laid on the bed, slowly drifting away into a deep sleep. The next morning, Arnold was standing on the roof of the workshop, watching the soldiers slowly leaving through the various gates of the base while the repairs were going on around the walls that the black trolls had destroyed. He peered out over the terrace, his eyes taking in the bright colors squeezing through clouds. It was chilly today, he thought, but it wasn't enough to bother someone like him who could produce ice just by waving his hands. It had rained the entire night. The scent of rain still hung in the air as he watched the darkened sky slowly take over the morning sky. The hue of pinks, yellows, and reds disappeared first. Blue soon followed, overtaken by the grayness climbing over the mountain tops. But as the mist thickened and the unmistakable roll of thunder growled threateningly, one color hung on. It was orange, but even it was rapidly fading. It didn't take long until the husky color faded. Rain splattered the deck, and he went inside. Is it necessary to rain every time I decide to fight someone? He mumbled and equipped his gears underneath his clothes. You guys ready? He asked the others once he was prepared to move. I'm ready, but we should wait a bit more. The last squad is still at gate 2. Alan replied. You, Natasha, all set? Yes, Master. Her body shaking with excitement. Good, then let's move out once the last squad has left. Arnold wanted to make sure that there was no one in the base because he didn't want Amanda to take someone hostage using her powers, which was still unknown. That's why he told Alan to give an emergency mission to the soldiers, so that all of them would leave and the base would be deserted, thus not giving her an opportunity to get away. Also, after listening to the recording that Alan had provided them with, Arnold and Talos together determined that Amanda's powers were most probably a type of mental attack, simply based on the fact that it was almost impossible to physically attack someone who was thousands of kilometers away from her, and since Amanda's powers were most probably related to mental attacks, Talos and the other automatons, Gleams and Hounds were the best option to protect the women that he had saved after killing the demon orc. But if all went according to plan, then there wouldn't be a need for them to do anything. Okay. Alright. Alan disconnected the call and turned towards Arnold. They have left, we can start now. Alright then, move it. Chapter 162, Defeated, Into the Swamps Arc 17. It was still raining like cats and dogs, as Arnold walked into her room alone, his shoes drenched in muddy rainwater but his clothes were surprisingly dry. I knew you'd come. Amanda was slumped at her desk, her brows creased and face tense. She asked him in her calm and collected voice, "What's up?" "Nothing much." Arnold smiled and sat across the table. "There's something I wanted to talk to you about." "Yeah?" she replied and sat up straight to look him in the eye. "I think you might have heard about that happened a couple of nights before in Los Angeles." "Yes, I did. I didn't know someone would do something so harsh to one of my family members. I was informed last night about it. The man whose locket was recovered was my brother. My blood." Her head sank into her hands as she uttered those words, sniffing at irregular intervals. "And the Oscar goes to Miss Bitch." Arnold thought and barely managed to swallow his disgust back. "It's true he was your brother, and that's what makes it even more effed up." Nathan had already informed Arnold that the locket around the beast's neck indeed belonged to her brother, who was an accomplished A-rank swordsman who specialized in executing sneak attacks and was often referred to as an assassin rather than a swordsman. But this is what made Arnold feel more disgusted. How could she do it to get her own brother? "I'm so sorry to hear that," Arnold mumbled, his voice as apologetic as it possibly could get given the circumstances. "Nathan didn't inform anything about that to me. He just told me that there had been some type of a monster attack in a forest around Los Angeles and that the White family was somewhat involved in it. But he didn't give me much detail and ordered me to ask if you had any information about the attack or how a person got converted into a monster." Amanda sniffed for the last time and looked back at him. There was a seriousness about her that unnerved Arnold, as if she already knew about Arnold's plans, or maybe it was something else. His mind was getting hazy. He couldn't think properly. "Under the influence of Nightmare LVL6. You're in a state of fear. Your intelligence is above 200. You can break through the skill. Do you want to nullify the status effect? Yes, no. Under the influence of Brainstorm LVL6. You're in a state of confusion. You can break through the skill if the eye contact with the caster is broken. Fear and confusion were a deadly combination of status effects. Even though Arnold had enough intelligence to nullify the effect of fear, he couldn't do so because of the confusion he was suffering through. His confused self couldn't even focus on the notification that had popped up in front of his eyes, let alone decide whether or not he wanted to nullify fear or not. And because of the fear status effect, he could move from his spot. Neither could he avert his gaze away, which was essential for nullifying the effects of confusion. It was a perfect trap against someone like him. "Don't know anything, my ass," Amanda bellowed and kicked the table over to protect herself in case Arnold somehow managed to get rid of the status effects. But in the process of doing so, she ended up knocking him down. "I saw the way he treated you whenever he was here, and there's no way he is going to hide any information from you." Her knocking Arnold down was a blessing in disguise. The moment their eyes contact was broken, Arnold got free from the confusion status effect. Without wasting a second, he immediately cancelled the effect of fear and quickly took out the Vindicators, and another notification popped up on his interface. "Emergency quest, save yourself. Introduction, you are under attack by Amanda White. She's out for your blood. It's time you return the favor. Task: kill or subdue your attacker. Progress: target killed, 01, or target captured, 01. Rewards for completion: 1000 EXP. Random reward. I wasn't going to kill her either way, but I'm definitely going to make her pay. Arnold backflipped and got back on his feet and barraged Amanda with countless bullets. But the bullets stopped midway. It was like the scene from The Matrix where Keanu Reeves froze the bullets midair, but only this time Amanda was in the role of Neo instead of Reeves. Telekinesis? Arnold mumbled, referring to the ability to manipulate and control any object at will. Arnold didn't look at her, afraid that he might cast another skill that would give him an unwanted status effect, but the nearby window did show him faint glow that was coming through Amanda's body, and the next moment the same bullets he had fired on her had switched allegiance and rained upon him instead. He barely managed to avoid the bullets and hid behind a pillar. Don't tell me, a section chief is scared of a mere brigadier general? Ha ha. She let out a hysterical laugh and started walking towards him. The situation was bad. Arnold couldn't use the weapons, had to take care of her. Neither could he indulge in hand-to-hand combat with her because, if he got too close to her, she might even be able to take a hold of his body, or she could apply other status effects on him to ensure his defeat. Who would have thought she would have the light affinity among everything? Arnold mumbled while he tried to formulate a plan. There was only one way for someone to obtain telekinesis, and that was if that person had the light affinity. It was by far one of the strongest affinities someone could have, and it was also one of the rarest ones. Arnold's ice affinity was also a rare affinity, but Amanda's affinity was on another level. One could say that the light affinity, along with the shadow affinity, was the progenitor of all the other affinities. Telekinesis was only one of the many deadly and utility-based skill among the many other skills like the one which allowed the user to manipulate their strength. It essentially meant that could lower or increase their rank and level as per their will. Arnold was sure that she had utilized this skill to fool everyone and lowered her rank to get herself stationed in East America, but what truly surprised him was the fact that she managed to fool the system as well. However, but there was a drawback for having the light affinity as well. One had to work thrice as hard as the others to level up their skills and rank. It was for this reason that Arnold hadn't learnt that affinity in the beginning. But this wasn't the end. One of the only known successful ways to counter the light signify was to have the shadow affinity, which he sadly did not have. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't come up with a way to defeat her. He couldn't use his ranged weapons, nor could he engage with her in close combat. Seeing no other way around, he called out his summons to help him out. He opened a portal leading to the void right in front of her. Asterios immediately came out charging towards her, his warhammer in his hands. However, the moment he stepped out of the portal, your summons, Asterios, have been destroyed, and would summons would resurrect in 1 hour. He got torn into pieces right in front of his master's eyes. The same thing happened over and over again. Even Dread was no match for her, and in the end, Arnold had to close the void. You really thought your summons could have helped you against someone like me? Amanda laughed and with a wave of her hands, destroyed the pillar Arnold was hiding behind. Looks like it's the end for you. Are you serious? Do you think you can kill me and get away with it? Serious? You call me serious? Well, I guess that's okay, because at times like this it'd be branded as an insane person if I in a situation like this, but I'm not here to appease you or pretend that you can't see the damage being inflicted by the Syndicate on the populace of our nation. If the things continue to be the way they are right now, there will be nothing left to save. You are on the wrong path, my friend. At your feet swirls negative energy. Your aura is dark. Cold logic alone brings cruel choices. Amanda announced and used her telekinesis ability to take control over his body and pulled him towards her. I might seem like the villain here, but all I want is to save this country of ours. And I would have liked it if someone like you joined my goal. Never in 100 years. Arnold mumbled, struggling to gain control over his body and failing miserably. Well, too bad then. Goodbye, Section Chief Arnold Ling. She gave him a quick peck on the cheeks and turned around. Something flashed in front of his eyes and his expression hardened. He hurriedly tried to move away with a sudden shift, but it was too late. The emotions from his face disappeared before anyone could identify it. His soul was being scratched from his body while he felt like he was desperately trying to catch an escaped balloon. The string dangling so tantalizingly close, but the wind pushed it away and it's lost forever. To describe his facial expression would be like describing a blank sheet of paper. From the look on his face, it looked like he could have been in a coma for all the life. And then there was a hint of the victor in the smile surrounded by stiff cheeks on Amanda's, not the supple grin of a friend, but the joy of the enemy after the battle is won. But just as she did, another voice echoed through her mind. "All right, next question." It was Arnold's voice. Everything in front of her eyes returned to how it was when Arnold had entered her chamber. Chapter 163, Blood Concoction 1. Into the Swamp. Arc 18. There was a hint of the victor in the smile surrounded by stiff cheeks on Amanda's, not the supple grin of a friend, but the joy of the enemy after the battle is won. But just as she did, another voice echoed through her mind. "All right, next question." It was Arnold's voice. Everything in front of her eyes returned to how it was when Arnold had entered her chamber. Amanda was once again slumped at her desk and Arnold entered into her room wearing wet boots. The same conversation followed, but Amanda's replies changed. She once again captured Arnold and killed him, but then everything started all over again and again. She was hallucinating. Or to be precise, she was under Natasha's illusion. In reality, instead of sitting in the chair, Amanda was slumped on the floor, with Natasha's hands on each the side of her head and her legs around her neck while Arnold stood in front of them questioning Amanda, and she truthfully replied to him regardless of what he asked. Amanda's eyes were glowing blue, while Natasha's eyes had turned black. When darker than darkness itself, Arnold recalled how everything went down once he entered her chamber. Everything happened the same way as the scene that was continuously repeating inside Amanda's mind. Arnold walked up to the table and sat down across her. They talked. Amanda used her abilities and gave Arnold the fear and confusion status effects. She then flipped the table and knocked him down. He shot bullets at her. She stopped them and fired them back at Arnold, and Arnold hid behind a pillar to save himself. But the reality was different from that point onwards. Unlike Amanda's illusion where Arnold called upon all of his summons and she destroyed them one after the other, actually, Arnold didn't summon anyone in front of her, but instead, he converted the entire room into his domain just like he did while fighting against Jake. But unlike Jake, who had a system to help him and not allowing Arnold to take control over his body, Amanda wasn't immune to it, and thus Arnold used his authority over his newly formed donation to temporarily subdue her and called Natasha, who took hold over the situation. But controlling over someone who wasn't his summon completely drained Arnold of his strength, which wasn't all that unexpected. Out of all of his summons, Natasha was the only one who had the shadow affinity and was the perfect monster to counter Amanda's light affinity, which she did by putting Amanda under her illusion. In her illusion, she had defeated Arnold countless times, but in reality, she was at his mercy. Arnold squatted down on her level and asked her the next question. "What is your actual rank?" Arnold needed to know this because she had already fooled his probability once, and because of the power she had displayed today, Arnold was sure she was either S rank or above. It would be wastage to kill someone like her. Or maybe not. "I'm an S-ranked warrior, you puny bitch." Amanda smiled like she had been possessed by a ghost or something. She just confirmed what Arnold was thinking. She had used her abilities to mask her true rank. At this moment Arnold wasn't even sure that her actual name was Amanda, but it didn't matter to him either way. Amanda or not, she was the one who had been leading the White family to experiment with their kin. Hell, she even sacrificed her brother for her noble deeds. She had already spilled the beans that she was only conducting the experiments to gain enough humanoid soldiers to overthrow the current regime and rule over America for her own selfish desires. And the first step towards that goal was destroying the Black family along with anyone and everyone who stood against her. "How long can you hold her like this?" Arnold asked Natasha. "About 20. minutes. More. Natasha mumbled. I need to think about what to do with her in the meantime. But first, Amanda, were you involved with the affairs of the church in any way? Arnold asked her once again. The moment she was put under Natasha's illusion, Arnold demanded Amanda tell him about each of her abilities, and one of them was mind control. At this point, Arnold had a hunch that Alan might not have been the only one who was involved with the affairs of the church, and what she told him next made him almost kill her. Involved? You piece of crap. I was their true priestess. I had placed everyone in there under my mind-controlling ability. She laughed once again. And you know what's the best part about it? All of these people who were under my control thought whatever they were doing because of their own free will. But in truth, I was the one forcing them to do so. Like you beloved Alice and Alan, they still think they were the ones responsible for doing what they did. But instead, all of their memories are flawed. A pretty strong effect, don't you agree? She continued. It's true Alice was working with Devon, way before I put her under my control, but when she got to knew about his plans about killing off hundreds of thousands of innocent people and ruling over America, she got cold feet and tried to run away to inform the others about Devon's ruthless plans, but before she could do it, I placed her under my control and made her the dummy priestess. Arnold's body went cold, but then all of a sudden the whites in his eyes turned a pure black, and as his iris glowered teal, symbols, lines and dots formed in the iris, placed in a sort of manner. His nails dug deep into the palm of his hands, blood coming out of them. The devil's rage almost got activated by itself, but Arnold managed to control his emotions in the last minute. Only the devil himself knew what Arnold would have done if somehow his most deadly ability had activated by itself. Arnold closed his eyes and slowly calmed himself down, but Amanda wasn't done yet. And what do I tell about Alan? His mind was already poisoned against his family. I thought it would have been sufficient to make him work for me, but when I explained my plans to him and tried to get him to my side, he flipped out and tried to kill me, so I had to take him under my control as well. Then I falsified the memories of Alice and Alan such that they believed that they had been working together for a long time and that they had been trained by Devon to destroy everything the syndicate has built over the years. Her face turned expressionless. She wasn't laughing anymore, but Arnold could feel her smiling on the inside. Having Alan work with a terrorist organization was beneficial to me in more ways than one. He was like a well-placed pawn, whom I intended to make use of to defame the Black family and cause them to lose their face in front of the world. But then you appeared and I was forced to move forward with the next part of the plan, which was still in its premature state. It was time to get rid of your pretty little family. Arnold was fuming. He was barely able to calm himself down. His stare was sharp as a knife. He didn't blink but kept staring at Amanda's face, thinking about even littlest of reasons to not kill her. Not yet, or maybe he should. He didn't care about it anymore. His eyes were filled with rage, anger boiling out his blood. Uncomfortable with the void in his eyes, he had filled it with an emotion he was more at ease with, raw anger. The unmoving gaze was accompanied by deliberate slow breathing, like he was fighting something back and loosing. He was trying to fight back the urge of killing her. He could have killed her with ease if he wanted to, but it would give rise to another set of issues. Once he killed her, he could resurrect her back, but then he would have to do the same thing that he did with Natasha before giving her the collar. He would have to force Amanda to live inside his domain because her abilities won't work on him or his summons, but he wanted her to atone for her crimes and get rid of her family, and for that, he would have to make her confess in front of everyone else, which meant he would have to take her out of the void to do so, as he didn't want the entire country to know about his ability. However, he knew that the moment he did so, all hell would break loose. She was stronger than all of his summons. The syndicate might be able to find a way to control her, but at that moment Arnold didn't give a flying FCK about it. He wanted to deal with her himself. He thought about using Blood Bond, that way she wouldn't be able to do anything that Arnold forbid her from doing. But the problem was, the ability was still in cooldown. It hadn't even been a week since Arnold last used it on Alan, but he had something to take care of the situation right now. Chapter 164, Blood Concoction 2. Into the Swamps Arc 19. He had something to take care of the situation right now. While he thought about what he was going to do next, Amanda kept blabbering like a mindless robot who only knew one thing. Answer her own. I wanted your family to destroy themselves by their own hands. That's why I readily agreed when you said you wanted to go and hunt down the church on your own, and it saved me a lot of trouble, else I'd have to bring in the fake priestess by myself. But I couldn't leave everything to chance, so I tried to take over your mind as well, but for some reason, it didn't work. That's when I decided I needed to play along with you for a bit more. Once you captured Alice and the interrogation started, I used my powers once again to take control over one of the guards inside the room and instructed him to shoot Alice in the head, before you used any skill to make her talk. I didn't know whether you have an ability to do that or not, but I didn't want to take any chances. Amanda stopped for a brief moment, the throat was dried up. She gulped her saliva before starting once again. But Arnold wasn't listening to her. Instead, he was grabbing something from his inventory. What I didn't know was that you could resurrect someone upon your will, and at that moment I panicked, thinking that if you resurrect her, she might regain her memories and would out my secret. That's when I decided to put everyone present in the room under my control and tried to stop you. But you didn't listen and went ahead with it despite the protest from the others. 5 minutes. More, Natasha mumbled. Her expression changed. She was doing the best she could to maintain her control over Amanda, but there was a limit to what one could do, and Natasha was already at her limit. It's all right, Arnold replied. Just remind me when you have about a minute left. Then let's see what this BTCH has to say for herself. You can imagine how surprised and relieved I was, when she couldn't remember anything about me. Maybe that bullet inside her head did something, or maybe it was something else. I was safe and it was all that mattered. After that, all I needed to do was to make Alan act like he had been caught red-handed, and all you immediately decided he was the real culprit. Amanda chuckled excitedly. But I can't believe no one ever asked why that man suddenly decided to kill Alice, not even you, Mr. Self-Proclaimed Holmes, and all of you automatically assumed Alan made the man do something like that through blackmailing or something. Then she stopped again. Her mouth was completely dry, she couldn't even drink her saliva anymore. But Natasha forced her to speak regardless of her dry mouth. Everything was going according to plan to now. The next day the delegates arrived to interrogate him. I had already informed Elena about the situation and told her to prepare accordingly. I was sure the Black family was going to end soon, but then everything fell apart. Arnold knew exactly why Amanda said that. It was because she hadn't expected Nathan to know about the beast crystals they had been hoarding away to experiment on their test subjects. Not only did he knew about the crystals, but he also had his suspicions on what we were doing with it. That damned bitch Elena couldn't even hide a simple thing from him. She wanted to spit her disgust out, but she couldn't. It would've been alright if he only knew that much, but he knew more. He knew about our relationship with Devon and how both of us were getting benefited by the monster outbreaks and evolution. As much as I hate to admit it, I underestimated the Black family. I needed to take control over him too, but I had already reached the limit for my mind-controlling ability when I decided to control everyone during Alice's interrogation, so I couldn't do it, and what was supposed to be an easy victory turned into a gut-wrenching defeat. Not only Nathan managed to save his family from getting disgraced and being outcasted, but he also managed to turn the tables on us. 1 minute left. Keep going, Arnold replied and fetched a flask from his inventory. He knew exactly what he was going to do with Amanda once she was done spewing crap about everything. I ended up destroying my own family, Amanda mumbled as the blue glow within her eyes started to fade. The same thing happened with Natasha, but it was much worse for her. She was completely drained of mana. She fell backwards as Amanda slowly regained her consciousness. She half-heartedly opened her eyes, as if she didn't want the delusion to stop. But once her eyes were open, she saw the smiling face of the man whom she had already killed numerous times and in numerous ways. But there he was, standing tall and proud, not even a single scratch on his body. She leapt in the air as if a firecracker had gone off, gave out a hideous shriek. Wild-eyed, bewildered, her nostrils were flaring but blood had drained from her face, mouth opening and shutting like a goldfish with no sound coming out because her mouth was too dry to do anything. She stood still as a statue, her face stuck in an incredulous expression, unblinkingly staring at Arnold in disbelief. How was he alive? Then she turned around to see the feminine winged creature was lying unconscious on the table. She immediately knew it was a succubus. After that it took her a moment to figure out what had happened. She, the master of mind control, had been tricked by a mere monster. There was no worse way than that to get humiliated by someone. She felt like she was cheated on by her spouse, only it was much worse. What she was feeling was hate. Due to a lack of better words, hate was often compared to anger and betrayal. Hate is a word that people use lightly. Oh, I hate it when. I hate that. But hate is truly indescribable. But at that moment hate had been personified in Amanda. Her eyes started glowing once again. She was going to kill him this time for sure. But even in the face of the danger, Arnold was as calm as a monk. His smile never left his face. For a moment she felt something other than hate and anger within herself. It was fear. She was afraid because she knew, unlike her, he already had a plan in his head. Because if he didn't, then he would already kill her while she was trapped in the illusion. Or maybe this was an illusion as well. Although he had regained her senses, she was still having a hard time comprehending what was real and what was an illusion. At that moment she recalled something that her brother, the same brother whom she sacrificed for her ambitions, had told her regarding how he felt while confronting the monsters. I'm scared, ready to run away at any moment. But I can't show it to everyone else around me, because if their leader was afraid of the monsters, then who would lead them to victory? He said, but being afraid or scared has its pros as well, for it is fear that brings rage, that hot burning anger that seeks to harm. Some say it is a biological switch inside the human brain that's better left alone, but I digress. When we see something that frightens us, a primitive part of the brain is activated to produce aggression, and it is that aggression which if used can lead you to victory. Even in death, just a nuisance. Amanda thought and got ready to erase Arnold's very existence, but before she could do anything, he disappeared from her sight. Am I still trapped in that monster's illusion? She mumbled while trying to trace Arnold. No, not. Arnold's voice echoed through the room. Just slow. While Amanda was under Natasha's illusion, Arnold had already asked about her weakness. One of them was agility. She had informed him that, in order to harm or control someone, she had to maintain eye contact with them for about 5 to 10 seconds. And it was enough for Arnold to gain an upper hand on his opponent. While Amanda was clueless staring at him, he had already prepared a plan to get rid of which he put into action the moment Amanda's eyes started glowing. Title bonus activated, crouching figure. Please select a summon whose attribute you would like to obtain temporarily. Duke, accuracy ACC plus 85. Talos, intelligence INT plus 80. Cerberus, agility AGA plus 80. Bad breath, stamina STA plus 60. Asterios, strength STR plus 100. Dread, strength STR plus 135. Natasha, Mystic Miss plus 20. User's rank is too low. Effect of the skill will be adjusted accordingly. Only half of the amount will be given to the user. Without any hesitation, he quickly selected Cerberus agility to help him out, but due to his low level, he only gained 40 points of agility instead of 80, but that combined with his existing 91 agility, his agility was raised over 130 points. The moment he gained the boost, he started circling around Amanda. With this much speed, she could barely make out where his body was, let alone focus on his eyes for 5 seconds. Before Amanda could plan her next move, Arnold knocked her down and reappeared before her eyes for a brief moment. I think you already know what this is. Arnold showed her the flask containing the blood concoction before covering her eyes, a little something to quench your thirst. No. Anything but that. No. She desperately struggled to get free from Arnold's grasp, but Natasha helped him to hold her in her place and forced her mouth open while Arnold emptied the flask inside her mouth. Amanda kicked and wailed. She did everything she could to make herself not drink it, but his thirst overpowered her resolve to not drink the liquid in her mouth, and he ended up drinking the spicy and sticky liquid. Arnold knew the blood concoction had worked because a notification appeared on his interface the moment Amanda stopped struggling. Emergency quest, save yourself. Introduction, you are under attack by Amanda White. She's out for your blood, it's time you return the favor. Task, kill or subdue your attacker. Progress, target killed, 01 or target subdued, 11. Rewards for completion, 1000 EXP. Random reward. Claim rewards. A fate worse than death. Arnold mumbled when he saw Amanda's expressionless face. Chapter 165, Open Sesame, Into the Swamps. Arc 20. The former headquarters of the church was the best suited building for Arnold and his summons. It had the housing space that could fit over 500 people in it. There was a constant power supply for them as well, not that they had a need for it, and one of the main attractions were the prison cells that were located at the basement of the building. They were once used to hold the people whom the church captured, but now most of them were empty. Right now Arnold was inside one of these cells. The prison cell was barely 6 feet by 4. The walls were the same thick grey stone as the lower floor of the building, but instead of a wide window with a flower box, there was a mean barred opening with thick metal bars and no glass. It was no brighter inside than the gathering gloom of dusk, mainly because there was no light source outside the building. The bed was a plank of wood on legs. There was no mattress, no cushioning, and only one thin blanket. There was nothing else to do inside but to stare at stone walls, to look at the paint that had started to chip off as time passed, or gouged by other prisoners, anything to pass time. Slowly going mad, theorizing absurd meanings from the wall's blank stare. Amanda was sitting in the middle of the cell. Her face was more expressionless than that of a corpse. Arnold had told Alan to take care of the base while he handled the issue at hand. He had also left about 50 of his summons to help him out, just in case there was an emergency. Arnold had brought Amanda inside his domain because he wanted to further interrogate her, as he was afraid that since Alice's memories had been altered, the place she had informed him to be as Devon's base might not have been the actual location of the base. And sure enough, Arnold's guess was right. The base is still in Florida. Amanda's emotionless voice echoed through the jail cell, but it is deeper inside the swamp. Somewhere inside the Everglades National Park. Arnold looked at her blank eyes, which were fixed towards the floor. She no longer could lie to his face or manipulate someone until and unless Arnold told her to do so. Thus he was sure she was telling the truth. He turned towards Talos, who handed him a marker and a map of Florida. Arnold handed them to Amanda and said, "Mark the location where his base is. I don't care if it isn't 100% correct, but try to be as accurate as possible." Amanda took the map in her hands and silently analyzed it. A couple of minutes passed. Then she took the marker and marked a small circle on the map before handing the map and marker back to him. Arnold went through the area she had marked and nodded his head before instructing Talos to cast a hologram of the same location that Amanda had marked on the map. He did so, hoping that be able to some clue which might help him to locate the exact location of the secret base of Devon. But sadly he couldn't. The location he was seeing was no glade. There was no sign of humanity there, only ancient cypress trees loomed out of the murky water, and on them were the vines that twisted beautifully around their infected trunks of decay and bright moss. The scenery looked oddly satisfying, as if two pictures join one above the other. The moon painted in just added to the mood, while the colors disappearing into the night slowly cascading away as the sun finished setting. But something was off. At first look, anyone would have ignored the almost symmetrical placement of trees and other smaller plants which looked like they had been placed there by someone and didn't grow on their own. He asked Amanda to verify the location, and after closely looking at the holograph of the area, she nodded like an obedient dog. Arnold breathed a sigh of relief. At least now he knew where his enemy was hiding. He opened a portal which led back to the base, then grabbed Amanda's hand and dragged her out of the portal. With Talos at his toes, Arnold needed to inform Nathan about his findings, and hopefully, Nathan would have some news for him as well. So that's why we couldn't find Devon's base no matter how hard we tried. Nathan mumbled and stroked his freshly shaven chin. That's a useful piece of information there. Now that we do know where the bastard had been hiding, we can mount an attack on him. Arnold had just informed him about whatever he knew regarding Devon's secret base, through the new communication channel that Talos had made from scratch so that Arnold could have a secured communication with anyone at any time. Talos, Alan, and Amanda were present inside the room along with Arnold, while Nathan and Nina were present on the other side of the screen. We could, but let's not make any hurried decision, Arnold advised Nathan. Knowing his location won't do us any good until and unless we get rid of the monsters that are freely roaming around the swamps. You told me about what happened there when you went there for the last time. Do you want history to repeat itself? Even with my elemental abilities, I won't be able to raise a bridge that would be strong enough for the troops to travel through the swamp. Thus we need to carefully plan our way through the swamp first and focus on fighting later. Nathan immediately went silent. He knew what Arnold was saying was correct. Just knowing Devon's location won't do them much good, until and unless they are able to get rid of the monsters who occupied the swamps. The excitement had gotten the best of him and he couldn't think straight for a moment. Right. We need to prepare ourselves first, he mumbled after realizing his mistake. But what can we do? The moment we enter the swamps, our movement gets restricted and we are like sitting ducks waiting to be killed by mermen, lizardmen and whatnot. Just leave it to me. I'll take care of the problem. Arnold smiled and waved his hand around. But didn't you just say your abilities won't be enough to help us out? Nathan inquired once again, thinking he heard him wrong the first time. My elemental abilities aren't the only set of abilities I have, now do I? Arnold looked confused at Nathan's ridiculous remarks. Is something troubling him? Maybe I should ask him about it later. Oh right. Right. Sorry, my bad. I forgot that you were a creationist as well. Looks like I'm overworking myself a lot more these days. Ha ha. Nathan let out a forced laugh and quickly changed the topic. But still, you'll need to visit the swamp first in order to make some gears that would help us, or else the gears that you make might not be compatible for the actual operation. Yeah, I know that's why I'll be going there tomorrow morning, Arnold replied. Are you out of your mind? Nathan shrieked and stood up. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. And as far as I know, most of your summons are bulky so they would last long in the swamps either. You do have a point, Arnold mumbled. Nathan was correct. Apart from his zombified warriors and automatons, almost all of his summons were bulky and heavy, including Dread and Asterios, which meant they wouldn't be able to run or charge at the enemies as freely as they used to. Talos was the lightest among Arnold's summons, so he could be of some use. But without his transformation, he might not be able to deal much damage to creatures of the swamp, and if he transformed into the Orc Demon, then he wouldn't be able to move around because of the weight problem. Although he could help as long as there were enough monsters or summons to take hits for him. The Lava Hounds definitely had the agility to move freely in the swamp, but it'll take time for them to adjust to the new environment, and their defense was low as well, so they wouldn't be much of a meat shield and might not be able to protect him. Although Arnold was sure his automatons and zombies should be enough to deal with the swamp monsters for an hour while void travel was in cooldown, still he wanted to hear what Nathan had to suggest, as he wouldn't have stopped Arnold from leaving if he didn't have a plan prepared. So what do you suggest I do? After all, I need to visit the place once. Arnold crossed his arms in front of his chest. Why don't you take Nina with you? She's a swordswoman and has light equipment on her, so I don't think her movement would get restricted, and if it came to worse, I'm sure you'd be able to escape from the danger. No, Arnold exclaimed, I'm not putting her in any danger. You get that? Arnold, I can take care of myself. Nina intervened in her defense. I'm not the same girl whom you rescued from death 5 years back. I have no doubts that you can, but still it's too risky. Well, I'm not letting you go there alone either. All right, Stop fighting like a couple. Nathan tried to solve their argument. Let's do this then. If Nina wants to go she can, but she'll have to obey your commands, no matter how absurd they might be. Is that okay with you, Arnold? Well, yeah, it is, he mumbled. If things went wrong, we can go and hide inside my domain so it'll be fine. And with you, Nina? Nathan turned towards her. Yes, it's all right, Nina replied. Nathan let out a long sigh and smiled. See, problem solved. Just get here and you can plan your next move afterwards. But none of them were listening to him anymore. They were busy having their own coded conversation. Open sesame? Nina looked at Arnold through the screen and smiled, referring to Arnold's void travel ability. Open sesame. Arnold nodded in reply. See you at your apartment? Sure, I'll be there as soon as I can, she replied and left in haste. Guys, am I missing something here? Nathan looked at Nina, then at Arnold, then back at Nina like he was watching a tennis match. Chapter 166. Do not spend coins on this chapter. Please ignore this chapter. Do not spend coins to unlock this chapter. It was supposed to be a part of the third volume. Due to some bug it got published in the second volume and now I can't delete it. If you don't want to get spoiled, then please do not read this chapter. Did you invite someone over? Arnold looked at Nina, who was still in his arms. Nina shook her head and smiled. I don't remember. Why don't you check who it is while I get dressed? Arnold looked at her. He knew she was planning something. The look on her face gave her away. But if she wanted to play along with her. He dropped her on the bed and threw a bathing robe over her. Then he jumped out of the bed and opened the door. Oh, you sly devil, Arnold thought after he saw Nicole standing in there. Nicole was shocked to see a shirtless Arnold standing the two. But the shock soon dissipated and she turned around to leave. She was confused as to why Nina would call her when Arnold was over. Didn't she remember Arnold didn't want to see her? Now he'll get even more pissed at her than he initially was. Various thoughts kept running through her mind as she walked away. But as she was about to enter the elevator, something happened. Nicole, don't you wanna come in? Arnold asked her. She turned around to see Arnold standing there while scratching his overgrown hair. She tried to calm herself down but couldn't. Her eyes welled up. Waterworks happened and all it took was Arnold to say her name. She rushed over to him wanting to hug him, but then Donna said something. Be careful. He has ascended to the level of a cosmic being. He's ranked above you. You're stuck at C and he's at cosmic rank B. Remain vigilant around him for now. Although I can sense any bad intention towards you, you never know what he could be thinking. Donna's words were clear, but Nicole didn't give a crap. She knew the man in front of him wasn't the one everyone else knew, but the brother who had previously refused to acknowledge her after she lost her cool and attacked him. Yet now, he had called her by her name for the first time in ages. She wasn't going to stop because her stupid personality wanted her to. She hugged him with tremendous force, knocking Arnold over. Still, she didn't let go. She held him tightly, thinking she was having a dream and Arnold would disappear any moment. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, she kept mumbling while Arnold looked at her, crying a river on his chest. At that moment a message popped up in front of him. Power signature of another paladin detected. Initializing contact protocol. ... Connection established. Paladin of the Mischievous One doesn't seem to have any ill will towards you. The system will continue monitoring the situation for now. So she was a paladin all along. Arnold smiled weakly, as she wept on his chest. He knew the trials and tribulations of being a paladin, and knowing that his sister too went through something similar, turned his heart back to loving her. But not unconditionally like he used to. That love was gone, but he could still develop a new relationship with his sister. Nina stayed next to her bed, tears of joy welling up in her eyes. Finally, the two people she cared about the most were back together. Still, she knew it would take some time for them to make up for the lost time, but Arnold not pushing Nicole away or shouting at her was a good start. Last night when Arnold visited her, she insisted on him to get a shower, and while he was inside the shower, she called Nicole and asked her to come over the next morning. At that moment she thought she was playing with fire, but after seeing their reaction, She knew she made the right choice. Arnold gently patted Nicole's head. They both had caused each other pain, but at the end of the day, he was her big brother. He needed to understand that family makes mistakes. He needed to learn and forgive Nicole, and she needed to do the same thing. It's what their parents would have wanted. Nicole continued to cry while Arnold hugged her tightly. SHH, SHH. It's all good, little one. I'm not going anywhere and I'm at fault too. So how about we sit down first and then talk about it? Huh? The floor might not be as comfortable as you think. Nicole nodded in reply and wiped the tears off her face and ignored his bad joke. Yet she didn't let go of him. With his current strength, Arnold could easily throw her off him, but he didn't. Arnold helplessly looked at Nina, who came rushing and slowly managed to pull Nicole off him along with his help. Yet the moment he was up, Nicole tightly hugged his arm while they sat down. She was still afraid that it was all happening in her head and Arnold would soon disappear into thin air. They sat down on the sofa while Nina brought them some coffee to drink. Nicole thought she was adept at hiding her broken feelings. Yet when she was shown the hope of reconciliation, she started bawling like a baby. She wasn't like this, or at least she thought she wasn't, when in reality she was still a teenage girl at her core. The same girl whom Arnold had left to go to Brazil. With the coffee in their bowels, they started talking. But first Arnold needed to hear his sister out. Nina sat on his left side, while Nicole tightly hung onto his right, still refusing to let it go. Arnold just smiled and told her to talk. He also told her, he needed to hear how she truly felt. No matter how harsh it was, he needed her to be 100% truthful. That was his only condition. Nicole readily agreed and started her tale. She started talking about how Arnold left her alone. He practically abandoned her for a year. She thought Arnold was tired of taking care of her and that's why he left. Why else would her brother leave her with a bunch of strangers? The blacks were kind people, but still to her they weren't more than strangers to her. She now knew why he had to leave, but back then, she couldn't help but blame herself because of it. Then she recalled how wrong she was for not responding to his messages, as she hated him. For a year, Arnold kept sending her texts and emails. He kept calling her but she didn't respond. And then one day, it all stopped. She thought Arnold had finally given up trying to maintain a relationship with her. She was angry that Arnold had stopped texting her. Although she never responded, she still read his texts. But now that the messages weren't coming in, she got upset, not knowing that he was stuck inside a trans-dimensional portal. After a week, Nicholas called Johnny to deliver the worst news of Nicole's life. He told Johnny that Arnold got stuck inside a trans-dimensional portal and was most probably dead. Nicole overheard the conversation between Johnny, Nathaniel and Nathan, and that's when she swore to eradicate the monsters off this planet. All for him. But then the tragedy struck at them, and they lost a large part of America to the monsters. But one day, Arnold reappeared. She was ecstatic to meet him. But Donna interrupted her, telling her that paladins often end up killing each other. She now knew it was all lies, but back then, she didn't want to harm her brother. That's why she stayed away. Fast forward to the day Nina and Nicole visited him at the Alpha base. As fate would have it, she ended up assuming that Arnold wanted to hurt her, and that's why she attacked him. She emphasized on the fact that she didn't want to kill him as Arnold thought, but she only wanted to disable him. She said she wasn't trying to justify what she did because she knew what she didn't was wrong and she wasn't thinking straight. But by the time it dawned upon her, it was already too late. She had done something she couldn't undo. That's why she hastily left the base and came back to the estate. On my way back, I kept telling myself I was a good person. Nicole mumbled, once again on the verge of tears. I kept telling myself everything will be alright. I kept reminding myself that I am a good person. I do good things. I have a heart full of love and the world is full of good people out there. People like my brother who would forgive me for my mistakes. Nicole continued, however, all of my hopes were destroyed when you were found unconscious on at the base. 2. Nicole grabbed his arms and broke down once again. She couldn't continue anymore. By now Nina was on the verge of tears too. Everyone was silent. Finally, after what seemed like a lifetime, Arnold sighed heavily and pulled Nicole closer to his chest. "It takes two hands to clap, not one. I'm equally responsible for this mess," he said and kissed Nicole's forehead. "Do you remember what Dad used to tell us about regret?" Nicole shook her head. She was quite young when they lost their parents, so she didn't remember much about them. Arnold smiled. He used to say, "Regret is a learning tool. We let it educate us so that we can move on into a better future." Regretful, and so am I. I failed myself, and you too. But we can rebuild our relationship. After all, two of the strongest warriors in America can't always keep bickering, can they? So, does it mean? Nicole finally had a tinge of happiness on her face. I forgive you, Nicole. I can't stay angry at you forever now, can I? Both Nina and Nicole were happiest that they had been in a while. But little did they know, reconciliation wasn't the only goal Arnold had. He needed her to trust him and be at his side, for he still didn't know who the other ascended person was. And he might need her help sooner or later. Chapter 167, The Strange Trapdoor Lizardmen were known to be a ruthless species among the monsters of swamps. They were like humanoids with scaled skin and snake-like heads and were nature-breed predators, evolved due to the human interference in the region. They didn't need armor to protect themselves. Their skin alone was sufficient to block the sharpest of swords and knives. Their claws as sharp as the obsidian knife. Just one hit by them could tear through the armors and shields of any human warrior. Although they were physically the strongest among the other species, they couldn't use magic, but their sheer population, agility and battle prowess were more than sufficient to make up for it. Only a fool would take them lightly. Despite their introduction, not every lizardman among them was like that. Some act tactfully and in a planned manner, while some just attack whatever they could. Some bare-handedly attacked their target, while some fought with weapons and protective gears that either they made for themselves or stole from the humans who were foolish enough to think they could win against them on their own. This was a weird phenomenon, as most of the monsters never used human weapons to protect themselves. All in all, even though they belonged to the same class of monsters, they had a lot of individualistic qualities. They had different shapes, sizes and colors. Most of them had greenish scales which covered their entire body and tail, while a selected few had gray scales. It was evident that the gray-scaled lizardmen were stronger than the others, as they were the ones who generally wore the armors and wielded weapons and were often seen ordering the green-scaled ones. If the swamp was a playground, then the lizardmen were its bullies. Anyone else had to run for their lives. But right now the roles were reversed for a particular lizardman. It was still middle of the day, but under the canopy of the thick trees, it looked like the sun had already set. Through the deadly silence of the swamps, a bruised and battered gray-scaled lizardman was running like its life depended on it, and chasing after it was two humans. One of them was wearing a robe, carrying two guns in his hands, while the woman in front of him was wearing an armor made up of the tough scales of a gray-scaled lizardman, with a black sword in her hands. They were Arnold and Nina. Nina had equipped the gear Arnold made for her over the days that they had spent in the swamps, hunting the lizardmen. Nina was helping Arnold with testing the gears he made using the skin and bones of the monsters that they killed. He had just made the essentials for her, such as a set of combat boots for Nina along with the chain mail she was wearing. Lizard scale mail. A chain mail made from the scales of a gray-scaled lizardman could be considered a necessity for the people who want to wander around the swamps. The armor grants special abilities to the user for survival in the swamps. Grade A, Defense Def, plus 65. Armor type, chainmail. Weight, 9 kg 6 kg while weightlifter is active. Additional effect, weightlifter reduces the overall weight of the armor by 30%, allowing the user to move freely while chasing towards or retreating from a target. This effect slowly wears off when the user stops moving. Additional effect, protector when facing a lizardman or a group of lizardmen. The armor grants a bonus of 5% increase in defense and a 12% chance of reflecting 60% of the damage inflicted to the attacker. Effective only against lizardmen. Lizard scale boots, a necessity for free movement in swamps. If you don't have these, then be prepared for trouble. because you won't be able to outrun your enemies and get hunted down faster than you could spell death. Grade A, Agility Agi +30, Armor Type, Boots. Weight, 0.3 kilograms. Additional effect, slithering when moving in a swampy environment boosts agility by 6%. As the user gets acquainted with the environment, spends 24 hours running through the swamps, grants another bonus of 3% extra increase in agility. Additional effect, webbed feet allows you to stand over murky water when in a swampy region, preventing you from sinking into the depth of the swamp, where ruthless mermen reside. Nina was wearing both of these equipments, so definitely she was moving way faster than the lizardmen they were chasing after. This was the power of a good creationist. No matter what situation they get thrown into, they are able to bounce back better than ever. It took someone like Arnold 2 days. Just 2 days to come up with the idea for the gears as well as to make a fully functioning model of them as well. Arnold had already completed his mission. He needed to make the equipments that were suited for the warriors and could give them a chance to win against the swamp, which he did. But it was way too soon for him to leave the swamps, as he wanted to gather as many resources from the swamp as he could, because he needed to make the equipments for the others as well and make a rough map of the region while he was at it. He also intended to make a base of operations there, but he required a larger workforce to do so. Thus he put that idea on hold. Arnold and Nina were on their usual schedule to make a map of the swamps while gathering more resources, when suddenly a group of 15 lizardmen led by the gray-scaled lizardman, ambushed them. Thinking they could easily defeat a couple of humans as swamp was their playing field and they had an advantage over the humans, but to their shock, Arnold and Nina quickly dispatched them even before they could do anything. With Arnold's newly improved grenades and Nina's Black Widow sword, they quickly and efficiently got rid of them. The leader of the squad, the Grey Lizardman, started running away from the scene, thinking there was no way for the humans to catch up to him. Little did he know, he was dead the moment he decided to attack them. Arnold kept randomly shooting at the trees that were around them. Nina also did the same and slashed at as many trees as she could while chasing after the lizardman, who too was doing the same thing. They were doing this because the monsters weren't the only ones they needed to be wary of. The swamp itself was attacking them. Just like Nathan had informed him, the trees in the swamp had mutated into carnivorous beings who swallowed anything that they could. In their eyes, monsters and humans were one and the same. Food. Arnold knew their strength very well because he had witnessed them in action the very first day they had arrived in the swamp. These trees weren't the same as the ones people often took shelter under. Instead of whenever someone cluelessly wandered too close to them, the trees slowly spread their poisonous vines around them and trapped their prey. Once the prey was paralyzed due to the poison and couldn't move, they revealed their true self and opened their woody mouth to swallow the prey. You could say the trees had turned into a giant Venus flytrap and everyone else into mere insects. This place is deadlier than I thought. Arnold mumbled and shot down yet another tree, but him not complaining. You've killed a unique being, EXP, plus 3000. You've killed a unique being, EXP, plus 3000. You've killed a unique being, EXP, plus 3000. You cannot level up. Excess EXP will be stored for future use. Current EXP, 369,596. He was getting an insane amount of EXP for killing the trees who were classed as unique beings. Arnold didn't know why it was like that, but he had a hunch about it. This was the only place where he had encountered these carnivorous trees despite the radiation being spread throughout the Eastern America. Thus this made these monster trees unique to this particular location, and that's why he was getting the mind-boggling amount of EXP for killing them. Hell, whenever he killed a green-scaled lizardman, he only got 1000 EXP and 2000 EXP for killing the gray-scaled one. Thus killing the trees were more beneficial for him. But even so, he didn't want to destroy all the trees in the swamps, and there was a simple reason behind it. The way he saw, the swamp was the perfect leveling ground for him. Or to put it into other words, it was a golden goose for him. Unlike the monsters who needed to mate in order to reproduce, these trees were not bonded by such boundaries and could reproduce on their own. Meaning as long as there were enough carnivorous trees in the forest, he could always come back here and gain a lot of EXP, which was exactly what he needed, as the system always gave him quests which required him to level up his subclasses or get new ones. So the more EXP he got, the easier it would be for him to do that. Was this bastard trained by Usain Bolt or something? Nina cursed as Arnold caught up to her. Calm down, tigress. The one scaring it away. Arnold laughed, but his eyes were focused on his target. He wanted to shoot that bastard lizardman, but it was too quick and the dense swamp always saved it from getting hit. You are right though. It's about time to kill it. Arnold threw his guns back in his inventory, to get room to run faster. Then claws popped out of his hands and he boosted his speed using rapid flash. Nina trying to keep a constant pace to his left, but failed. Like lightning, Arnold dashed to the lizardman's right with a renewed burst of speed. The lizardman was shocked to see this and quickly raised his shield to protect itself, but Arnold's claws tore through the shield and pierced the monster's skull, killing it instantly. Nina soon caught up to him and saw something that Arnold missed. Is that a trapdoor there? Chapter 168. As Nina walked up to the hinged door-looking structure which was barely visible because of the duskiness of the swamp. But Nina's sharp eyes caught whatever little light the metallic handle of the trapdoor was reflecting. The trapdoor was surrounded by the roots of the nearby trees which prevented anyone from opening the hatch. But with her sword, Nina easily sliced through them to release the door from nature's grasp. What even is that? Nina whispered to Arnold, who was standing next to her looking intently at the old wooden door. A short pair of worn-out sculptures were engraved on the entrance, which was covered in murky swamp marks. Nina leaned in to open the door, but Arnold gently pulled Nina back and called forth an automaton to pull open the trapdoor instead. One can never trust these doors. They could either have contents to grant you enormous powers or be a deathly trap, and in this case, I think it's the latter. One careless mistake and you're dead. Arnold thought and nodded at the automaton, who immediately pulled onto the circular rusted handle of the trapdoor. The moment the automaton tried to pull the door open, a cloud of yellow smoke shot out of the door handle and entirely covered the robot. Arnold and Nina instinctively backed away before the smoke could reach them. The smoke dissipated just the way it had appeared, leaving a destroyed automaton behind. After making sure that the smoke had completely dissipated, Arnold approached the robot, with Nina behind him. Both of them were forced to cover their mouths and noses due to the extremely pungent smell left behind by the smoke. The more we stay here, the weirder this place gets. Nina mumbled as Arnold squatted down to analyze the automaton, which looked like it was thrown into a pool of lava. Most of the automaton's platinum alloy armor had melted away, but its silver wiring was untouched. The color of the smoke, the pungent smell combined with its reaction with metal were sufficient for Arnold to deduce what the smoke was. It was gaseous aqua regia, and is also known as royal water due to its ability to dissolve noble metals. Arnold said and stored the automaton into his domain for repairs before standing up to face Nina. It's a highly corrosive acid that can melt any metal except silver and iridium. Wow, he didn't know I was dating a nerd. Nina smirked, guessing by the old-looking door, it must have been quite an old trap. Don't you think? That's not possible. Arnold continued. Aqua regia is prepared by mixing nitric acid and hydrochloric acid, usually in a ratio of 1 part of nitric acid to 3 or 4 parts of hydrochloric acid. Hey, Professor, no need to give an entire speech about the acid, just tell the moral of the story. Kids these days have no patience at all. You'll fail my class this way. M's black. Arnold fake sighed, which made mine punch him on the shoulder. Okay. The thing with aqua regia is a highly unstable mixture of 2 acids and rapidly loses its potency after forming. That's why the trap can't be old, because aqua regia needs to be freshly prepared to be used in any form. Damn those lizardmen, bastards, I'm sure it is their doing. I'll kill each and every one of them, you just wait. Nina was almost ready to jump inside the trapdoor, but Arnold once again stopped her. Calm down, Nina. There's no need to overexert ourselves on such a matter, Arnold said, and I don't think it was the work of the lizardmen either. If they wanted to harm us that way, then they would have simply attacked us using it the moment they saw us, rather than allowing us to defend ourselves, but they didn't. Also, there was no guarantee that we would have found the trapdoor by ourselves in the first place, and to me, it didn't look as if the lizardman we were following was intentionally trying to lead us here. I think it's more than a coincidence that we ended up finding the trapdoor, Mr. Creationist, Nina murmured and threw a stone inside the opened trapdoor. Coincidence or not, I'm not letting you enter inside the trapdoor. Who knows if there are more traps like that in there? Yeah, right. Nina knew it was dangerous for them to enter an unknown location without preparing beforehand. Either way, it's getting dark. We should probably head back to LA now, Arnold agreed. Their hunt was successful and there wasn't a need to force themselves to carry on with fighting the lizardmen anymore. Not today at least. So Arnold quickly opened the travel portal. Nina jumped in first, followed by Arnold, not knowing the fact that they were closely being watched. Not by lizardmen but by something much worse. Inside a deep cave within the swamps. Have the humans left? A snake-like monster asked one of her soldiers, who too had the lower body of snake like her mistress. Their size and color were the only things differentiating them. These monster girls had the upper torso of a human woman and the lower half of a snake. Known for living with their own kind in small villages that were spread across the swamp. Unlike the lizardmen, they were extremely intelligent and individualistic. The only issue was, they were only capable of conceiving females. Not a single male Naga had ever been born from their womb. Yes, mistress. Unfortunately, we had underestimated the male's wisdom. He saved his female companion from our trap. The armored Naga held her head down in shame. The mistress was at least twice as big as her servant. Her half-woman upper body was all a man could desire for. Her dark skin and luscious body were more than sufficient to entice any male, human or monster, into willingly being her slave. But so far she hadn't met a human male. It was one of her desires to mate with a man, but sadly she couldn't fulfill her wishes in the swamp where only the ugly lizardmen dwell. Mermen were said to be a handsome lot, but they hated anything that didn't belong to the waters. So there wasn't any hope there either. She had given up on her desires to have a human male as her husband, but it looked like fate had decided on something else, as her scouts reported that they had found what looked like a human male in the swamps, bravely hunting the lizardmen down one after another. Alaya, the queen of Nagas, was infatuated with the man her scouts had so vividly described to her, but there was a slight problem. A human female was accompanying the male. I have to get rid of the woman. Maybe let the lizardman enjoy her first. These were Alaya's first thoughts when she heard about the man's female companion, but she didn't want to have a confrontation with the man. She had to make a friendly relationship with the man if she wanted to mate with him. That's why they were secretly installing various traps around the swamp to kill the female and then trick the male into mating with her. Alaya was sure that the man won't be able to resist her charms and give in to his desires. The acid trap was one such attempt, but sadly, the male had more wisdom than they had thought. This was also the reason why Arnold had not counted a single Naga in the swamp despite actively hunting the monsters there. The Naga Queen had forbidden them from attacking him or appearing before him. She wanted to be the first Naga that whom he saw, and if someone dared to disobey her command, she would personally deal with that Naga. Courageous with a lot of wisdom. There's no doubt, the heavens have made that man just for me. Alaya got lost in her thoughts, fantasizing about the male. No matter what, you have to kill the female as soon as you can and make sure the human doesn't suspect us of doing it. Yes, mistress. The servant humbly bowed down to her and slithered out of her chambers. One day you'll be mine, human. She tightly hugged her tail and licked the tip, which was their most sensitive body part and also gave them the most pleasure. Back in Nina's apartment. Today was tiring. Nina mumbled and took off her armor while Arnold was busy tending to the guns. I don't know how you have so much energy left. It's not about energy. Creating and maintaining things helps me focus better," he said, and pointed an empty gun at her. "By the way, how's the sword holding up?" "Not a single scratch on this bad bitch," Nina replied, swinging the sword around. "It's the best sword I've ever used. Sometimes I feel like it has a connection with me, and the fact that it allows me to use the abilities of my enemies makes it even better." "I always knew your hands have some kind of magic." Arnold laughed loudly, got up from his chair and pulled her close. "No, you didn't. You always thought I was some kind of cosplaying pervert." Nina got to her toes and planted a kiss on Arnold's lips. "Oh, you're still a cosplaying pervert?" "Wah." She placed her index finger on his lips. "SHHH. Still a cosplaying pervert, but my cosplaying pervert." At her cringy words, Arnold's face lit up, having a smile that was reserved only for her. He then lifted her, his lips pressed against hers. Nina had her arms around his shoulders, her fingers playing with his long hair. Ahem. They were so occupied with each other, they had forgotten about the guest they had called over. "I hope him not disturbing you guys." Nicole smirked. "Seriously, get a hold of yourselves." Chapter 169, Forging Material Box. "That's exactly what we're doing, Nicole." Arnold smiled, still holding Nina up in his arms, her feet dangling midair, him holding her and she's holding me, so technically, we have a hold over ourselves. Ever since starting the hunt, Arnold had been practically living with Nina for all sense and purposes. Now he only went to the base to check over things while leaving Alan and Talos, along with a third of his summons to deal with the problems should there arise some. He either spent the rest of his time hunting monsters in the swamp along with Nina, or spend whatever time he had with her and Nicole like he was doing now. He was subconsciously trying his best to make up for the time he had lost while he was in a coma, and having his summons was a big help for him. Not only were they helping him to keep things under control at the Alpha base, but they had also boosted the manufacturing speed for weapons and other gears while simultaneously dismantling the monster corpses that Arnold had been storing in his domain. The automatons were also making an inventory for different materials while doing so. It was all thanks to their combined efforts on different fronts that Arnold's Ascension Quest was almost complete. First Ascension Quest. Supreme Creationist. Introduction. Your arsenal of weapons might be enough for now, but in future, they'll become useless, and so will you. Task. Upgrade your existing weapons and build new ones and arm your helpers. Progress. 33 gears repaired. 11 S-ranked weapon created. 01 relics created. 250,250 gear made. These gears need not necessarily be new weapons. Special completion reward. Exclusive upgrade for one of your abilities. Headhunter. Introduction. You've proven your worth to the Immortal One, and now your true training begins. Task. Hunt down 300 monsters as an offering to the Immortal One. Progress. 219,300 monsters hunted. Special completion reward. Exclusive title. Master of Blood. Introduction. You might be a creationist who can create anything he desires, but the thirst for blood is ever growing. Task. Upgrade the Blood Maniac subclass to its maximum level. Progress. Current level 3030. Unstoppable. Introduction. Make use of your gunslinger abilities to slay a variety of monsters. Task. Slay the following ranked monsters with the help of Vindicator. Progress. 11 S-ranked monsters slain. 1010 ranked monsters slain. 50 B-ranked monsters slain. 100,100 C-ranked monsters slain. Completion rewards. Unlocks evolution process. An exclusive second class. Permanent rank upgrade. Chance to obtain a mythical affinity. The chance of earning a mythical ability will vary as per your performance in the above quest. The system would resume functioning normally once all of the pending quests have been finished. Number of pending quests, 02, 1. First Ascension Quest, 2. A boon or a curse research quest. You cannot level up. Excess EXP will be stored for future use. Current EXP, 369,596. I've completed nearly all of the quests. Now all I need to do is to hunt the monsters and create a relic, Arnold thought as he let go of Nina and placed her back on bare feet. I don't care about hunting the monsters, it's the easiest quest the system has ever offered to me, but this relic. It has me running around in circles. Create a relic. It was one of the hardest quests Arnold had ever encountered. He was sure it wasn't that tough to make a relic, but the task was difficult because he had no clue how to take the first step to achieve so. Initially, he thought all he'll have to do was to make a replica of an ancient weapon. He tried countless times to do something along those lines, but it didn't work. Then, he got another idea. Since he knew about the existence of gods, thanks to his trial, he thought rather than making a replica of an ancient weapon, maybe the system wanted him to make a replica of a godly weapon. But with that came with another issue. Most of the gods that he knew of didn't use a conventional weapon that could be created by a human. For example, how the hell was I supposed to make Zeus' lightning bolt? Even the weapons that were craftable required special materials to do so, like the Uru metal from which Mjolnir, the famous weapon of Thor, was made. All in all, he was standing at a dead end looking for ways to move ahead. Arnold. Nina shook him back to his senses. Everything all right? You spaced out for a moment there. Yeah, everything is good. Arnold smiled awkwardly. I was just thinking about what happened in the swamps today. By the way, Michelle sends her regards. Nicole shook the food packets she had in her hands and made herself comfortable in the room after placing the food next to Arnold's dismantled weapon. Also, stop thinking about work 24/7, while here just try to enjoy yourself. I couldn't agree more. Nina handed everyone a can of beer. You think too much about everything. It's my overthinking that saved your life today, Arnold said before chugging down the beer in one go. He didn't choose to drink before, but Nina had her influence on him. Wait, what happened? Nicole asked the two of them. Nina then gave her a small explanation about what happened there. Some monster had laid a trap and I, being the idiot I am, fell for it. Nina gave them a cheeky smile, and this idiot had a big brain moment and thankfully stopped me at the last second. Damn. You guys are putting your lives on the line to explore the swamps. Nicole let out a heavy sigh. I wish I could come along with you. But here I am, swinging swords day in and day out. You need to focus on your training first, Arnold replied. Your training is more important than a scouting mission, and the bright side is, you'll soon become a swordswoman like Nina, and then he'll make a brand new sword for you as well. I don't even know why Nathan wants me to learn sword fighting when I can turn any enemy into dust whenever I pleased, Nicole said with a smug look on her face. Ahem. If you're so strong, then mind telling me why the heck you couldn't stop the dungeon break by yourself? Arnold's question wiped the smug look off her face. Even Nina was shocked how blatantly Arnold decided to point it out. There is a serious drawback of your power, Arnold continued. You can't use it continuously or for a longer duration, or else you'll knock yourself out. Who told you about it? Nicole shot a sharp look at Nina, who immediately shook her head. She hadn't told him anything about it. Don't look at her, Nicole. Listen to what I have to say first. Arnold's words were like knives. I admit your ability is unique and you can take on any enemy regardless of its rank. But then what can you do against a horde of monsters? You'll just overexert yourself and then end up being helpless against the remaining monsters. And that's the reason you need a secondary skill to help you overcome these kinds of scenarios. Silence shrouded over the room as Arnold explained the situation to Nicole. Whether or not she would turn into one of his enemies remained to be seen, but the fact that she was his sister whom he loved more than himself was indisputable, and he would do anything and everything he could to help her. Yes, brother. I completely understand what you're saying. Nicole put aside the beer can she was holding and apologized to him, her voice slightly shaking. I'll put even more effort into mastering my blade. After that, she then stood up and left. You had to rub it in her face. didn't you?" Nina shook her head in disappointment and chased after Nicole, leaving a very confused-looking Arnold behind. "Now, what exactly did I do?" Arnold stood up as well and was about to chase after the two of them when a notification appeared on his interface. "You have unclaimed rewards that would expire in 5 o'clock minutes. Please visit the rewards tab to claim your rewards before they expire." "Right, I never claimed the rewards for defeating Amanda. It's not a great time, but might as well claim it first." Arnold shrugged, and opened his interface and navigated through it, before opening the rewards tab. Rewards for a single quest flashed before his eyes. Arnold quickly selected it. Emergency quest, save yourself. Introduction, you are under attack by Amanda White. She's out for your blood, it's time you return the favor. Task, kill or subdue your attacker. Progress, target killed 01 or target subdued 11. Rewards for completion 1000 EXP. Random reward. Claim rewards. Claim. You've received 1000 EXP. You cannot level up. Excess EXP will be stored for future use. Current EXP 369,596. Random reward. Please wait while the system randomizes your reward. Randomization complete. You've received a Ranker Forging Material Box. Forging Material Box. That's the first time I've heard about it, and I don't remember seeing anything like this in the shop as well. Arnold mumbled as a small box materialized in his hand. He quickly used his probe skill on it. Object, Ranker Forging Material Box. Type, Quest Reward. Grade, A. Remark, a rare reward which can be gained only through random rewards. This box contains a rare material which can be used as a forging material to make a weapon of the lesser gods. When opened, one of the following materials can be gained. Adamantine 2% chance. Celestial Platinum 8% chance. Celestial Gold 20% chance. Celestial Silver 30% chance. Celestial Copper 40% chance. Chapter 170. Overreaction. A single paragraph kept flashing in front of Arnold's eyes. Remark, a rare reward which can be gained only through random rewards. This box contains a rare material which can be used as a forging material to make a weapon of the lesser gods. When opened, one of the following materials can be gained. Adamantine 2% chance. Celestial Platinum 8% chance. Celestial Gold 20% chance. Celestial Silver 30% chance. Celestial Copper 40% chance. Is there a secret luck stat hidden within the other stats? His awe-stricken eyes were fixated on the small container, that seemed nothing less than a mini treasure chest. All these metals. It's the first time I've read about them. He had heard about adamantine somewhere in his Greek mythology superscript 1 class back when he was in high school, but he had never heard anything about celestial elements. But going by their names, they did seem to be unique. Moreover, the brackets next to their names probably suggested the probability of obtaining those materials from the box. Going by the probability of the materials, obtaining adamantine was the most difficult one, while the probability of increasing celestial copper was the highest. Author's note, in Greek mythology, Cronus castrated his father Uranus using an adamantine sickle given to him by his mother Gaia. An adamantine sickle or sword was also used by the hero Perseus to decapitate Medusa while she slept. It's like a lucky box event from some up games, Arnold murmured. Back when he was in China and living a stress-free life, he used to play a lot of such games. Hell, he even spent thousands of dollars on them in hopes of getting a rare weapon or material. But his luck was absolutely terrible. He was never able to obtain any rare items from those boxes, but whatever that was happening right now wasn't a game, it was reality. He couldn't spend his money to increase his chances of winning. His eyes once again fell on the box. The only thing which had been stopping him from making a potential relic, was now in his hands. He kept looking at the black wooden box that was no bigger than a ring jewelry box. As he kept glaring at the box, another notification popped up on his interface. Would you like to open the Ranker Forging Material Box? Yes, no. At this point, He was thinking about a lot of things simultaneously. Considering the size of the box, the amount of material it contained was next to nothing. Could he make a weapon with so little material? No. Could anyone make a fully functional weapon from a material that was about the size of a sugar cube? Let's say he was successful in making a weapon, but would it even be classified as a relic? What if the material could be used only once and couldn't be recycled? Was there anything that he could do to prevent that scenario? Was he even eligible to use a material that he earned through a rare source? What am I even thinking about? Arnold shook his head. I'm a creationist who had successfully made a variety of weapons and gears using weirdest materials. And opening the box would give me a type of metal, for God's sake. It is by far the easiest material to work on. But there were some doubts still in his mind despite the reassurance he gave himself. No matter what he thought, the small quantity of the material did bother him somewhat. In the end, he decided not to open the box at the moment and kept it in his inventory. As much as he would like to open the box up right now, he had other important matter to attend, like apologizing to Nicole for trying to make her realize her weakness. After closing the interface, he ran out of the room as fast as he could do that. He could catch up to them, which he soon did. They weren't far. Nina and Nicole were chatting with each other in a secluded corner of the corridor. He slowly approached them, as he didn't want to startle them, not knowing what hurtful thing he was about to hear. "Sometimes I wish he never came back," Nicole murmured. Her voice was heavy, like she had been crying. "He left me all alone, and now when I try to talk to him, he just lectures me. I'm stronger than him, and I'm not a kid anymore who has to seek validation from him for whatever I do. I'm a SS ranked warrior, and he's only a section chief that no one even knows about." "Nicole, I know you're upset, but you don't need to say such harsh things about him." Nina tried to defend Arnold and his words, but Nicole wasn't having any of it. "See, even supporting him." "I'm not supporting him, Nicole. I'm just trying to." "No need to defend anyone anymore, Nina." This time Arnold was the one who interrupted her. He quietly approached Nicole, who was shocked and embarrassed about what she had just said, his hands behind his back. He had never thought Nicole, someone for whom he wasted years of his life to take care of, put his life on the line for more times than he could remember, and tolerated all the humiliation for being a porter, would think so lowly of him. At that moment, Nina knew the situation was about to get out of hands and tried to defuse it, but Arnold stopped her. He was hurt by what Nicole said. He would have forgiven her if she wasn't an adult, but as she had said, she wasn't a kid anymore, and adults have to face the consequences of what comes out of their mouths. "Is there anything else an SS-ranked warrior would like to say to a useless section chief of one of the many zones?" All thoughts about apologizing to Nicole were thrown out of his mind. If that's how she felt about him, then he simply didn't care about her feelings anymore. Arnold's words pierced Nicole's heart. She had blurted out a lot of things she didn't mean, but it was too late to apologize for her mistake now. "You're awfully quiet for a SS-ranked warrior, don't you think?" "Arnold, that's enough. Both of you are overreacting." Nina once again tried to intervene, but Arnold's mind was set. "I think my work here is done. Please inform Nathan that I will make the gears he had requested for." He turned his back towards Nicole, who was on the verge of tears. "I don't think I have any reason to continue the hunt in the swamps anymore, but still, if he or you wants to see me, more than welcome to visit me at the Alpha base, as it is clear that my visits are not appreciated here." He took the pass which allowed him to freely enter or leave the regions of West America from his inventory and gave it to Nina. He knew he was overreacting, but he needed to cool himself off, and being there wouldn't have helped him in the slightest. "In the meantime, I'll try to make as many gears as I can from the materials I have now. Thank you and good night." After saying that, Arnold opened up a travel portal and jumped through it before anyone could stop him. Chapter 171, Alone in the Swamps. Arnold stepped out of the portal thinking, how quickly sometimes love can be turned to hate. How easy it is to let the negative emotions swallow you and pour acid into your soul. How easy it was to give in to hatred. He thought about how he fought for the good memories, fought against an entire guild just because they dared to lay a finger on his sister. How he fought to keep himself empathic even as every terrible thing he had predicted came true. All his struggles and pain came back to hit him in the face. He kept thinking about the reasons to be kind to Nicole or anyone in that regard, but this time he couldn't find any. He felt hurt in a way he had never been hurt before. Not even a wyvern's attack hurt as close as Nicole's words did to him. All this negativity bothered him in a way nothing ever had. I need to calm myself down. A single thought was going through his mind as he stepped into the bathroom and began washing his face rigorously. He looked at himself in the mirror. His eyes that were once filled with so much purpose and determination was now replaced with bitterness and hate. This is not who I am. I need to focus. At that moment his communicator started blowing up with text and messages for Nicole and Nina. He read one of the texts from Nina. You both need to talk. Or at least, please call me. Arnold kept staring blankly at the communicator as if it was the weirdest thing he had ever seen. He calmly picked up the communicator and quickly typed a message before sending it to Nina. I don't think there's much taking to do. And even if there is, I don't think that either of us is in a position to do so. I'll text you when I'm in a better place and ready to talk. A reply came almost instantly, but he wasn't going to indulge her anymore. He knew she wasn't at fault, but he didn't care. He had already said what he wanted to say. There was nothing left for him to say to anyone. Looks like living in luxury and gaining so much power got to her head. Just like it did with me. He gave an awkward smile looking at his reflection, thinking about the time at the Malibu Club when he took an act of petty revenge on one of the guys from his former guild because he was acting cocky around him. Man, was I stupid? He was slowly calming down, but the constant ringing of his communicator was pissing him off. So he switched it off and left it in the washroom. He wiped his face and got out of the bathroom, only to be greeted by Alice. Ever since the incident with Amanda, Arnold had given a selected few of his summons a free rein to move around the base so that they could help him in maintaining order and worry less about the base in his absence. Alice was one of them, along with Talos, Duke, Cerberus, and around 50 other summons, while the rest of them still lived inside his domain to provide help and assistance during his shenanigans in the swamps if he needed them to. Arnold looked at her sitting innocently on his bed. His fight with Nicole and Amanda made himself reflect on his own actions, making him realize that he wasn't much different than Amanda. While she used the mental powers to manipulate everyone, Arnold used the powers given to him by his domain to do more or less the same thing. So he decided to do something which he should have done a long time ago. He bowed down to her and apologized. He apologized for the way he had treated her. He apologized for unnecessary hate he poured over her. He apologized for the hardships she had to go through, all because of Mando and Devon. He knew it wasn't his fault, but somehow he felt obliged to do so. After all, it was because of him and his family that she had to associate herself with Devon, and in the end his perception about her was wrong. Yes, she was wrong for doing what he did, but it was because of her father and fiancé, and for that he would never forgive her. But she was indeed innocent in the recent affairs with the church and everything, as Amanda herself admitted that she had been controlling her throughout the duration of the plan, just like Alan. He forgave Alan. Well, not exactly, but still. Alan's willingness to give his life for him was a step in that direction. He was his blood brother after all. Now Arnold thought it was his turn to settle his differences with Alice. The moment Arnold started blurting out his apologies, Alice started apologizing as well. Her eyes were filled with tears, something Arnold thought wasn't possible for his summons to do. Alice admitted that she too had misunderstood Arnold. Of course, he had killed her fiancé, but it wasn't his fault. Jake attacked him first, and all Arnold did was to save his family, just like she was trying to protect hers. After all the apologizing, they sat down and talked about the old times. You were more troublesome than anyone among us. Alice smirked. Not gonna lie, I was. But it was because of how everyone treated me back then. They chatted like friends who met each other after being apart for decades. The room was filled with laughter, and Arnold finally got some peace of mind after talking with Alice. He felt like he was slowly turning back to his usual self, but not entirely. he still didn't want to talk to anyone else, especially not to Nicole. Wherever he remembered what she said, it made his mood go down in an instant. He needed time to let him heal himself, but in the meanwhile, he decided to cut contact with Nicole and focus on developing the Alpha Base along with Zone 4. Alan and Talos came in moments after Alice left, as usual, to give him the report about the day. "Right on time, guys." Arnold greeted them with a smile. "What wrong? You look weird." Alan looked sideways at Talos, who shrugged his shoulders, subconsciously imitating Arnold. Arnold never smiled like this to greet them. "Nothing's wrong, just some family drama," Arnold sighed. "Anyways, you two, I've got a job for you." Chapter 172, Alone in the Swamps 2. "I want you to visit the Bravo base as my representative," Arnold informed Alan. "Is there some emergency?" Alan asked back. "It's kinda weird for you to ask something like that out of the blue." Arnold proceeded to tell them how he had never gone to the other bases inside Zone 4, after being promoted as a section chief like he was required to. He also told them he had planned to visit the bases himself, but a lot of things happened, and in the end, he got so occupied with dealing with different situations that he forgot about his plans to visit the bases. And as you know, I'm still busy dealing with the swamps and stuff, and might not be able to visit the bases. So I thought, it would be better if you could visit the bases in my stead. I don't want to delay it, as maybe they are in danger or some problem that they might need help with. If it's your wish, then I'll oblige with your request." Alan proudly banged his chest with his fist. "You'll leave tomorrow morning. Take a few soldiers and a dozen of my summons with you. You never know what will happen on your way to the bases." "Aye, sir." Arnold nodded and then turned towards Talos, who was now working as his advisor to form a vision for the bases and Zone 4. Also, he was helping Arnold to lead on that path, and so far his suggestion has been nothing but good for him and the base. He was also supervising the development and installation of new types of defense mechanisms which were being developed by Arnold's automatons. Also, the size of the robotic workforce had significantly increased, with around 150 automatons added to Arnold's arsenal. This was also done with the upcoming strike on the swamp monsters. Arnold, with the help of Talos and other automatons, successfully manufactured a new range of automatons, the Strike Troops. ST-1. Type: Ultra-Light Combat Automaton. Grade: A+. Basic Stats: Durability: 35,003,500. Energy ANR: 25,002,500. Strength STR: 100. Defensive: 70. Intelligence INT: 88. Agility AG: 79. Accuracy ACC: 65. EV/DVD: 60. Height: 1.62 meter. Weight: 40 kg. Control: Basic Artificial Intelligence Chip. Power Source: Star Shard. Solar Thermal Charging. Energy Consumption Idle Mode: 3 Energy Min. Energy Consumption Combat Mode: 16 Energy Min. Recovery Rate: 9 Energy Minutes. Weapon Module: Sword, Spear, and Shield. Abilities: None. This new series of automatons were lighter, faster and deadlier than their previous counterparts. It was so as they were made to kill monsters as swiftly as possible. But the new series had a huge disadvantage over other automatons. While the Strike Troop series was a marvel of their own, they lacked the defensive capabilities and high durability, unlike the other set of automatons who had an average of 100 plus defense and 4000 plus durability, while the new series only had 70 defense and 3500 durability on average. The good thing was that it was intentionally done so. After all, one can't have everything that they wish for, right? Arnold had to make a trade-off between strength, defense and agility evasion. The choice was obvious. Strength and agility were the only things that mattered in the swamp. The defense was also important, but not half as important as the other factors, as long as one didn't get hit. So Arnold didn't hesitate while making the choice as far as durability was concerned. One way to increase durability was by making their armor thicker, which would have increased the weight of the automatons, hence Arnold had to limit that as well. The result of all the upgrades was the creation of his primary strike force got the swamps. However, it wouldn't have been possible for his automatons to build so many strike troops in a couple of days. Neither did he have enough materials to make and maintain more than 20 STs. That's when Nathan stepped in. He provided Arnold with whatever materials he needed, and in his words, "Once the war starts, I want you to show off your powers as a creationist to gain the support of other families. You and your creations would be the center of attraction, and I'll do whatever I can to help you." That was all the confirmation Arnold needed. Within the next 56 hours, he was delivered everything he wanted, and the automatons started working day and night in his domain to make as many automatons as they could, and they were still at it. "Talos, would you mind looking at this?" Arnold showed him the forging material box. Talos carefully picked it up and thoroughly analyzed it, while Alan watched the two of them talking like some scientists. "It looks like a normal box to me. What's so special about it?" Alan thought before shrugging his shoulders. "This is intriguing," Talos said while analyzing the box. "I've never seen a material box before and had no idea that the Elder could grant such items. However, I do know a little about the celestial materials that Master had mentioned about. Tell me about them, could you?" Arnold wanted to know whatever details he could get about the materials. Talos nodded and began narrating what he knew about the materials, their origins, their properties, as well as their uses. Since Arnold already knew about adamantine, Arnold asked Talos to skip it and start explaining about the materials. According to Talos, all of the celestial materials were said to have been made in the godly forge of Avalon, the same place where Excalibur was forged along with hundreds of other weapons. Even though celestial platinum was the rarest among celestial metals, it wasn't a material that was suitable for making weapons. Rather, it was suitable for accessories that could grant godly abilities to the user. While celestial gold and silver were used to make the Brahmastra Superscript 1 and Pashupatastra Squared, respectively, and celestial copper was used for making defensive gears that could hold up against the attacks from a lesser god. "Interesting," Arnold mumbled, his mind already filled with very creative ideas for making weapons and gears. 1. Brahmastra, a weapon of mass destruction in Hindu mythology. Described in a number of the Puranas Hindu holy text, it was considered the deadliest weapon. It was said that when the Brahmastra was discharged, there was neither a counterattack nor a defense that could stop it. It is said to have nuclear properties. According to a description on the internet, when it strikes an area it will cause complete destruction and nothing will grow, not even a blade of grass, for the next 35 years. It will not rain for 35 years in that area, and everything including metal and earth become poisoned. 2. Pashupatastra, an irresistible and most destructive personal weapon of Shiva and Kali, discharged by the mind, the eyes, words, or a bow. It too has similar properties to that of Brahmastra, but its destructive powers could be controlled by the will of the user, something that can't be done using Brahmastra. Chapter 173, Alone in the Swamps 3. Wait, talking about the Brahmastra? Do you even know how dangerous that thing is supposed to be? Alan shrieked at the top of his lungs. It's like a pocket-sized nuke. Alan's response took Arnold but surprise. He didn't know Alan was interested in Hindu mythology that much, but yeah, the weapons from the mythology were quite famous, as even Arnold knew that the Brahmastra was supposedly one of the most powerful weapons that were mentioned in almost every Hindu mythological texts. But he wasn't aware of the effects of it, so he turned to Talos once again to check whether what Alan was saying was true or not. It's true, Master. It's often said that the use of Brahmastra or any other Devyastra is strictly forbidden on the battlefield until and unless you're facing someone who is consumed by evil, whatever that's supposed to mean. Talos narrated everything he could find on the internet, as well as what a little bit of recollections he had from being a part of the Elder Arnold's system before getting ejected to become an automaton instead. But in my opinion, it's just a way to exaggerate the deadlines of a weapon, as there are no authentic records of any event like that happening. Author's note: Devi means godly and Astra means weapon. So Devyastra means godly weapon. It's highly possible that what the texts say is true. Arnold mumbled, and got lost in his thought. I would've never believed that monsters or gods exist in the real world before all this happened, but now we all know it's the truth. They do exist. So even if the information about these godly weapons is a bit exaggerated, I'm sure these are deadlier than anything anyone has ever witnessed, apart from the nuclear weapons I think. Either way, it's not certain whether I'd get the material to make the Brahmastra. After all, I could get anything out of the 5 materials. Yes, that's true. Alan chimed in, but rest assured, you'll get something awesome from the box, and even if you don't, I'm sure you'll make a good use of the material. You're a creationist after all. I hope so. But why are you still here? Don't you have any job to do? Arnold barked at Alan. Get moving already. I'm not going to work today, so you're in charge. Man, I thought you'd allow me to rest and prepare myself for tomorrow. Alan protested but was interrupted by Arnold. Alright. You got 2 options. Really the best step, bro. Hear me out first. Arnold barked once again, but this time he had a smug look on his face. You got 2 options. Either you walk your ass outta here, or he'll throw your ass outta here. You've got 10 seconds to decide. Alan looked at Talos, who raised his hands in the air. He wasn't going to step in front of his master, but if his master needed help to throw Alan out, he would gladly do so. After all, he did need to serve his master faithfully. You guys. Alan mumbled and turned around. Why, I'm the one who keeps getting bullied by everyone. Arnold smirked briefly for a moment before turning back towards Talos. Do I need to know anything else? That's all I know, Master, Talos said and handed the material box back to him. Don't worry, you've helped me more than what I was expecting. At least I'm not clueless anymore. Arnold replied to his advisor, I think I should open it up as well. At least that way I would know which material I would be working on. Don't you think? Arnold was a bit excited, but Talos was unfazed by his master's emotions. Although he was continuously learning and growing mentally, he couldn't yet grasp the concept of emotions, not yet anyway. Strategically speaking, it would be helpful to filter ideas about making something if the master decides to open the box. Talos replied in his emotionless voice. Arnold thanked him and Talos turned to leave, but right then Arnold remembered he wanted to ask something else too. By the way, I forgot to ask you about the experiments, Arnold said, referring to experiments that Talos was conducting on the orcs and ogres to study the effects of consuming beast crystals as a part of Arnold's quest. Analyzing essential data. After saying this, Talos went silent for a minute. Analysis complete. Would Master like to hear the detailed report or an abstract? The abstract please. He knew Talos wouldn't have gained much information about the weird evolution of monsters as it had been only 2 days since Talos began the experiments on the monsters. That's why he opted to hear the abstract, instead of the full report. Yes, Master. As you know, I started the experimentation 2 days ago. The first test subject was an ogre. In the beginning, I gave it a small dose of 3 white beast crystals but nothing happened. Talos began narrating everything to Arnold as he took out the wyvern egg from his inventory and gently placed it on the floor. Thus I decided to increase the dosage and rarity of the beast crystal, but the result was the same. So the dosage and rarity of the beast crystal were increased once again. I kept repeating this process but I wasn't much hopeful that anything would happen. However, this time, something did happen. What happened exactly? Arnold asked while tending to the giant egg which was now reaching almost to the level of his chest. Looks like it's about time I shifted the egg into the void. After I feed it this time, it'll grow up to my size. The ogre grew in size and its skin turned reddish. A clear indication of successful evolution. I decided to test whether its attributes to see if there was any change there as well, and it was confirmed. The ogre had evolved to the level of an ogre captain. I stopped the trial because I was afraid it might go berserk if I fed him any more crystals and decided to wait out for a few days before continuing the experimentation. In the meantime, skill be remotely observing the ogre? Arnold nodded and took out a vial from his inventory before pouring its content all over the wyvern egg. The vial contained thick black blood of the grey lizardman whom he had hunted earlier in the swamps. Would you like to know anything else, Master? No, that's all, for now, Talos, but keep me updated with the progress. Also, I hope keeping the ogres locked up in individual cells as I told you. I don't want a couple of monsters going berserk in my base. Yes, Master, they have been chained and locked up. Great then, you can leave now. Talos quietly bowed and left, leaving Arnold alone with the wyvern egg in the workshop. Chapter 174, Alone in the Swamps 4. Creature's hunger grows. The creature is learning to control its hunger. Control increased. The creature is still hungry. If not fed within 20 hours the creature's HP will start decreasing at a rate of 13 minute. Current HP, 58,005,800. Time remaining to hatch, 108:01:30:03 days, hours, minutes, seconds. Arnold let out a sigh when he saw the notification. The reason for his heavy sigh was simple. This appetite. He was worried about the egg's seemingly ever-growing appetite. The more Arnold fed the egg, the more its appetite increased. Initially, Arnold only needed to feed him once or twice a week, but now he needed to feed it at least twice a day or else the creature's HP will start decreasing. Although feeding the egg was a comparatively easy task due to the abundance of monsters around the base, Arnold was very selective about the type of monster blood he wanted to feed to the egg. He was selective because if he fed the egg blood from a rare monster, not only it would quench the egg's hunger, it would also increase its stats. Furthermore, there was also a chance that the creature inside the egg would learn new abilities, in case the abilities were compatible with it. So the more rare blood of the monster was, the stronger the creature inside the egg became. Also, feeding the creature more had another effect. It reduced the time required for the creature to hatch out of the egg. I fed it so much but still it wasn't enough, he thought. The creature hasn't even born yet, and I'm required to feed it so much. What would happen when it came out of the egg? I just hoped that the monsters around the base would be enough to feed it. Arnold took out another vial of monster blood and poured it all over the egg. He repeated the process 2 more times. He fed the egg whatever he had and soon another notification appeared in front of him. The creature is absorbing the nutrients from the blood. Hunger diminishes. The creature has successfully absorbed the nutrients from the blood of a ranked mutated monster. You've fed the creature thrice today. Maximum limit reached. Hatching period reduced. The creature would hatch in 100:00:00:00 days, hours, minutes, seconds. Attributes increased. HP, plus 200. Strength STR, plus 12. Defense Def, plus 15. Agility Agi, plus 8. The blood of the monster contains 2 compatible abilities. The creature can learn 2 new abilities from a lizardman blood. Allow the creature to learn new abilities? Yes or no? 2 more. Arnold thought. The more the merrier, right? So far the creature had learned about 7 abilities, including the 2 it was about to learn. The creature is learning the abilities. Ability learnt successfully. Armament, passive ability. When attacked by a creature from same species as the user's attack and effects of abilities related to offense increases greatly by 50%, but the defense drastically decreases by 30%. The effect of this skill temporarily reduces if the skill is used within 2 hours of the first activation. Rank A. Mana cost 500 per use. Duration of skill 2 minutes. Duration of defense debuff 5 minutes. Cooldown 1 o'clock hour. Armor manipulation. Active ability grants the user the ability to create an exoskeleton using magic or outside sources to construct armor around the bodies. The toughness and durability of the armor are dependent on the level of the user. This ability can be used alongside another ability as well. Rank A+. Mana cost 1000 per use. Duration of skill 3 minutes. Cooldown 24 hours. The armament skill is not super useful, but armor manipulation ability is one heck of an ability. Moreover, they can be used simultaneously, nullifying the drawbacks of the armament ability. Arnold's reasoning was simple. With the strong exoskeleton armor on top of the creature's already strong hide, it'll have an incredible defense, as well as the armor. Being extremely strong, it could not only withstand powerful attacks and resilience to many types of damage, but also, due to the extra hard mass, amplifiers of the exoskeleton, the strength of the creature's attacks, durability and chances of survivability would also increase, making the creature an absolute nightmare in battle. Exactly what Arnold wanted. A monstrosity which could defeat even Dread. This was also a reason why Arnold was dead set on feeding the wyvern egg only the best blood quality that he could find out there. After the feeding was done, Arnold tried to place the egg back in his inventory, but there was an issue. Size limit crossed. The item wyvern egg can no longer be stored inside the inventory as it exceeds the size limit of it. Please try storing the item in your domain instead. The thing he had been afraid for a while had finally happened. The egg had grown in size once again and was now even bigger than Arnold expected. With the inventory's refusal to accept the egg inside, Arnold had no choice but to store it in the void, but then again it would lead to another problem. The time flow inside the domain is thrice as fast as the normal time. So it would mean the egg would hatch in about 3,334 days instead of 100 days, and that's not even the main issue. The actual issue was that Arnold didn't think he was even nearly prepared to raise a half-dragon or whatever came out of the egg. The uncertainty was too much for him to handle at the moment, but there was no other way either. He couldn't keep the egg here or someone might tamper with it. He could order his summons to the egg, but it would be a hassle. Man, it's too much work. In the end, he decided to keep the egg in his domain for a couple of days and would think what to do with it later. In the meantime, he wanted to focus on one thing alone, making a relic and completing the Ascension quest before the conference with the heads of the 11 remaining heads of the different families, which was also scheduled for the next month. Unfortunately, he was forced to attend it even if he didn't want to, because of Nicole. Let's focus on the important things first. Chapter 175, Alone in the Swamps 5. I should open it first, Arnold mumbled, thinking about the material he would get from opening the small box. I'll take anything apart from the celestial copper. Getting that would be useless. Talos had already mentioned about the properties of the listed materials. So Arnold had his mind set on the materials that he wanted to get out of the material box. He thought it would be good if he got celestial gold or silver, as they were the essential materials for making god-slaying weapons like Brahmastra, something which was much needed by him, as the last time he met a lesser god she tried her best to kill him and was almost successful in doing so. He couldn't help but think if he had a god-slaying weapon back then, the guide between the worlds wouldn't have been to bully him so easily. He also needed to be wary of the god referred as the Dead One, because he had already killed their paladin once and he was pretty sure that this Dead One person would seek revenge on him for doing so. That's why he desperately needed a god-slaying weapon, as the clash between him and the gods seemed inevitable, thus he just wanted to be prepared for it. Secondly, although adamantine was a much better option for making weapons, Arnold was 90% sure that he wouldn't get it after looking at the drop rates of the materials. His luck wasn't that good. Thirdly, although celestial platinum was a great option, Arnold wasn't too sure about it. The reason behind it being that it was used to make accessories that could potentially give him godly abilities, but he was sure there would be some kind of drawback related to these abilities, just like one of the godly abilities that he had. The Devil's Rage. 6-time usage was definitely a drawback of the ability. But when compared to the effect of the ability, it was nothing but a minor inconvenience. Still, he was hoping that he doesn't get celestial platinum, but he wouldn't be sad if he got that. And last but not the least, celestial copper. It was nice to hear that an armor made of celestial copper would be able to withstand the attacks of a god. But Arnold would require to make a full-body armor to achieve that, which would then lead to two problems. 1. Arnold was sure he would only get a small quantity of the material from the box, so he won't be about to make a full-body armor or even a chainmail for that matter. And 2. A full body armor or a shield would be super heavy and thus would restrict his movement, something that he couldn't afford to ignore. Another reason was that he was eager to make a weapon, and not an armor, as protecting himself wouldn't be of any use if he couldn't kill his godly enemies. Defending would inevitably get him tired, and at one point, this enemy would get the advantage of it. In his eyes, it was better to kill the enemy in one blow rather than defend oneself from certain destruction. For these reasons, Arnold didn't want to get anything apart from celestial gold or silver from the material box. But how was he going to know which material he'll get after opening the material box? Was it even remotely possible to change the material that he would get after he opened the box? The obvious answer to the question was number. It wasn't possible to change the contents of the box once he opened it. However, it was possible for him to look into the future and see what he would get after opening the material box. If it was one of the materials that he desired, then he would proceed to open the box in real time, and if he didn't, then he would change the future by opening the box again and again until he got what he wanted. His foresight was like a perfect cheat for the Gacha system of the box, and he was about to abuse it to get exactly like he wanted and needed. You could call it a new type of re-rolling technique that was exclusive to him. With the box in his hands, he used the foresight, and slowly his conscious separated from his body. He carefully observed himself, detached from his body, as he slowly opened the box. The moment he lifted the lid of the box, the entire room was swallowed with a blinding light. By the time the light faded away, the box was replaced by a black-colored cube having a size equal to that of the material box. Arnold quickly used probe on the metallic block, before the duration of foresight was over. Object: celestial copper. Type: forging material. Grade: Cosmic B. Remark: a rare metal which was created by the efforts of 5 generations of dwarves of Avalon. It is well known for its use in goddess Athena's shield. It is said that even direct attacks from the gods can't make a dent on an armor made from this material. However, it's true only for the lesser gods. Still, it's a rare material, and it's a dream for many to touch this metal once in their lifetime. The thing he feared had come true. It would've been a miracle if I got what I wanted in my first attempt, Arnold thought as his conscious returned to his body. Time to repeat the experiment. He did the same thing again. He opened the box. The bright light covered the dimly lit room. The same block of black metal came out of the box as the light faded. He once again used probe to check whether it was celestial copper or not. And it was. He once again returned to his body and repeated the process, but the end result remained unchanged. It seemed like the Gacha Lucky Box was still as annoying as before, even with his cheat. Foresight. Usage 55. Damn it. Arnold stomped his feet on the ground and threw the material box into his inventory. Why did I think it was going to be easier than before just because I had foresight? The only good thing is that I still have the box with me, so maybe someday I'll get what I want from it. But till then, I'll keep trying every day. It's the first time I'm using foresight for such a purpose. It's so frustrating, but still, it is a bit exciting, I guess. Chapter 176, Alone in the Swamps 6. Back in Los Angeles, headquarters of the Guardian Syndicate. More than a dozen people were sitting inside a room which was dimly lit because of the light coming through the various screens inside the room. Each person has at least 5 monitors or screens in front of them, with their eyes glued to the screens. They didn't glance anywhere else, just at the screens, which displayed a variety of scenery in front of them, from deserts to wetlands, from populous cities to rarely inhabited jungles. Some were shot from a traffic camera, while a few screens displayed an infrared image. This was the surveillance room of the Syndicate, and the people working there all had special skill related to surveillance, and together they were known as Guardian's Eye. Every member of the Guardian's Eye had been allotted a particular area that they were required to monitor. They only had one duty: continuously analyze the various data which made its way to them, and if there was any peculiarity, they had to immediately inform their superiors about it while continuing to analyze the situation. As of now, they were watching the live broadcast of various regions of America. including the eastern region. They also had a bunch of drones that helped them in monitoring the areas that were once the part of United States of America, but now monsters ruled over those lands. Kelly Monroe, a young lady in her early 20s and the newest addition to the Guardian's eye, was watching one such drone that was hovering over the place that was once known as Florida, but now it was referred to as the Lizard's Nest. Nothing much ever happened in that region apart from skirmishes between the Lizardmen and the Nagas, and it was easy pay for her, but it was also tremendously boring. But that all changed a few days ago when Kelly was informed that she was required to monitor and assist a couple of people that were making their way into the swamps for research purposes. She was eager to know who these people were, so she did as she was asked to and started monitoring the man-woman duo while being their tactical support, providing them with information whenever it was requested. Sadly, she was never required to do so. Even so, she silently kept observing the duo. Due to the dense canopy of the swamps, Kelly wasn't able to see the faces of the duo and had to use infrared vision to see what was going on, but to her surprise, the duo soon appeared out of the swamp, a dozen lizardmen chasing after them. It was at that moment when she saw the duo for the first time. She immediately recognized the woman who had been effortlessly killing lizardmen left and right with her black sword as if they were made of butter. It was Nina, and with her was a man who exhibited a variety of talents. Kelly was having a hard time figuring out who the man was. He was wearing a black robe and had a pair of guns in his hands. Right when she thought the man had to be a gunslinger, the man exhibited the powers similar to that of an elementalist, but it didn't stop there. The man then proceeded to summon a variety of creatures to aid the duo in battle while they leisurely chatted around waiting for the summons to destroy the lizardmen. After seeing them, only one thought crossed her mind: is this really the Lizard's Nest? It's supposed to be the most dangerous hunting grounds for warriors, but these two are moving around as if they were visiting an amusement park and not a monster-infested region. She had never seen anything like them before, or more like the man. She didn't have much idea about combat. After all, she was new in the surveillance team, but then again she had seen a couple of fights, but they were nothing like what the man was doing. She had heard about people having different talents and affinities. She also knew that the guy wasn't as strong as the SRSS ranked warriors, but he was different. It was like the limitations and strength of ranks didn't bother him in the slightest. Watching the duo's escapades in the swamps was a great escape from her boring life for Kelly. She was mesmerized by their strength. The way they kept killing monsters one after another without any break was just fabulous. Initially, she thought it was just some extra work, but now she knew watching them was both a source of entertainment and inspiration. She had never truly respected the ones fighting on the front lines, as they failed miserably to contain or stop the breakout that eventually led to the division of her country. However, she now knew how dangerous the situation was for them and how, regardless of that, they kept pushing forward and clear one obstacle one after another. All this excitement made her forget about her duties as the tactical support, and she felt more like she was watching a game as stream online. Her carelessness eventually got the duo in trouble as they were soon ambushed by a group of lizardmen, but thankfully they were able to handle the situation themselves. Little did she knew that the man in robes had no idea about the existence of tactical support that he was supposed to be getting because no one had informed him about it. But now it was all over. Her supervisor had just called her into his office. She thought that the duo had reported her to the superiors for her incompetence and that she was going to get fired for it, but instead she was informed that the project has been put on hold and that she was no longer required to continue to monitor the swamps exclusively, as no one would be entering or leaving the swamps for a while since the project that had been put on hold. She let out a heavy sigh once she was back on her workstation, monitoring 6 different locations simultaneously. The order essentially meant that the fun time was over for her and she had to return to her old surveillance job and watch the monsters fight with each other rather than watching the mysterious man and the right-hand person of the general of the armies, Nina Black, slaughtering them. At least, I got to have some fun, right? Kelly thought and switched the monitor to infrared mode before momentarily focusing on the screen when she realized that she didn't want to monitor the swamps at that moment and decided to switch screens. But before she could do anything, she saw something weird. In the middle of the swamp was the heat signature of a single human, which was indicated by a yellowish-orange glow. Kelly thought it was weird as her supervisor had just informed her that no one was supposed to enter or leave the swamps. But then she saw something weirder. The orange heat signature of the human was surrounded by over 200 heat signatures similar to that of the lizardman. They were going to ambush the human. "Oh no!" Kelly exclaimed and jumped out of her seat. "Call the superiors. We have a situation here." Chapter 177, An unknown lizard won a few hours ago. Fire doesn't care if it burns wood, pig fat or the flesh from a human body. Just like bullets that didn't care whether they were going to hit a concrete wall, a human or a monster. It had no preference at all. It was just a messenger of death for its target, a perfect instrument to kill someone whom its owner didn't like, and this time the owner of the bullet was Arnold, and his target was a regular lizardman. His aim was as good as ever as the bullet hit the fleeing lizardman at the back of its head, and the monster collapsed on the marshy floor. Thick black blood flowed out of the limp body of the monster and got splattered onto the ground. A bullet was all it took to slay the proud beast, but something was bothering Arnold a lot. "Something's wrong here," he thought. "In the past, whenever I've been here, I've always found a swarm of monsters ready to butcher anything that moved, but now, although I've been here for over an hour, this was only the fourth lizardman that I encountered and killed here." This wasn't the only peculiarity that he had observed either. During his previous trips to the swamps, lizardmen never moved around alone but in groups, just like the goblins, even though they had individualistic mindset. But this time around, Arnold had only encountered one lizardman at a time, not more. Also, instead of running towards him to attack, strangely enough, whenever a lizardman saw him, it started running away immediately. He had decided to visit the swamps to gain some progress for his headhunter subquest, but if the monsters kept running away from him, then it wouldn't have been possible for him to do it. At first, Arnold thought it was just a coincidence that he encountered a single lizardman, but he was proved wrong when he met another lizardman who was hiding behind a tall bush and appeared in front of him as soon as he killed the who appeared first. The second lizardman did the same thing and started running towards the direction in which the first lizardman was, and Arnold killed it too. But the hunch he had turned out to be true when a third lizardman appeared in front of him the moment he killed the second lizardman. This cycle repeated itself once again, and the result was the same. "They are certainly trying to lead me somewhere. Maybe another ambush," Arnold thought, and tried to find an answer behind the sudden change in the behavior of the lizardman. It was highly unlikely that the once aggressive and ruthless species turn into a cowardly one in a matter of a few hours. It didn't make any sense at all. "Let's just wait and see what happens next," he thought as he stored the body of the monster in his void. "I'm sure the next lizardman would pop up soon, and this time, he'll not kill it, but rather follow it and see where the hell these lizardmen are trying to run to." However, this time Arnold waited and waited, but not a single lizardman suddenly appeared in front of him like before, and Arnold began cursing himself for being a fool for wasting all of his daily quota of foresight for a stupid little box. If he had left even a single chance to use his foresight, then he wouldn't need to stand like a fool in the middle of the dusky swamp. Seeing no other way, he decided to call forth his newly made strike force of ultralight automatons to help him out. Once every single one of them was out of his domain, he gave them a single command: "Look for any peculiarities in the region and immediately report in if you find something." Arnold was murmuring, yet his voice was loud and clear. "Also, do not kill any monster, regardless of the situation. Free to disable them in any way you'll seem fit, but aim to injure, not to kill. I want them alive." The automatons nodded simultaneously and, without saying a word, immediately disappeared throughout the swamps to look for anything peculiar in the land of monsters. Arnold didn't want his automatons to kill any monster for a single reason. the Headhunter subquest. He wanted to complete that particular subquest as soon as possible so that he would be able to focus on making a relic afterwards to complete the Ascension quest altogether. If his summons killed a monster, then the counter of the Headhunter quest might not increase, just like what happened when thousands of monsters attacked the Alpha Base, and Arnold didn't get the credit for killing a single one of those. While Arnold was plotting his next move, it didn't take very long for the automatons to find something peculiar, as Arnold was almost immediately notified by the group of automatons who went in the same direction as the one the lizardmen were running towards. The automatons had informed him that they found a few lizardmen, so Arnold immediately darted towards in that direction, going to get some clues from them. But when he arrived at the location, he saw half a dozen dead lizardmen, piled up together. He was furious as he thought the automatons had killed them, but when he asked them about it, they said the lizardmen were already like this when they arrived there. Although Arnold didn't want to believe them, he knew they were telling the truth as they couldn't lie to him. Arnold squatted down next to the bodies and turned their bodies around. After seeing the condition their bodies were in, all of his doubts were clarified. The throats of the monsters had been cut cleanly in one swipe of some kind of blade, and Arnold knew that although the swords of his automatons were sharper than a normal sword, it still wasn't possible for them to penetrate their swords so deep into the thick hide on the lizardman in one go, which was a clear indication that someone else was present inside the swamp apart from him. The monsters laid there like butchered animals in a pool of thick blood. While Arnold was carefully analyzing the situation, one of the corpses slipped from the top of the pile and lay staring up at him. Its mouth was open, the head almost cleft from the body. He saw again the severed vessels, sticking like corrugated pipes through the clotted blood. Another body was propped as a rag doll against the tree in front of him. The monster's head had drooped forward and over his chest, a great mat of blood had spread like a bib. As Arnold moved closer to him, the monster's big yet lifeless eyes reflected his image, and through those eyes, Arnold saw something move behind his back. Without waiting for a fraction of a second, Arnold jumped sideways like a cheetah to dodge the attack from the unknown enemy. He looked at the place he was standing a second before and saw a battle axe had split the head of the dead lizardman into two parts. The axe had almost managed to sever the tree in its entirety. Such destructive force. Arnold mumbled in admiration and looked at the owner of the battle axe. A red lizardman he had never seen before. Chapter 178. An unknown lizard. The red lizardman was bigger than any other type of lizardman he had encountered so far in the swamps. This lizardman was as tall as his golems, but it was considerably more muscled than them and looked like a crazed crocodile running on drugs. Comparing it to the golems wouldn't do him justice, Arnold thought as the giant lizard blankly stared at him with its majestic eyes. After all, he resembles a miniature Godzilla more than an ice golem. Just by looking at the lizardman, Arnold was sure about one thing. The lizardman race was not a single race but rather consist of a collection of vastly different species, specializing in a variety of combat. Though they were genetically related to other reptiles that inhabit the swamps before the radiation and stuff, their hierarchy was something Arnold didn't know much about till now. While Arnold was wondering about the lizard in front of him, the bunch of automatons that were present there simultaneously jumped at the unarmed monster, hoping to quickly put him down, but they couldn't even get near him. With one swoop of his tail, the red lizardman destroyed 3 out of the 7 automatons, and with his hands, he crushed the remaining automatons like they were made of soda cans and aluminium foil. Arnold's automatons, which were made specifically to kill the lizardman, couldn't even last for a second in front of the monster. What intimidated him more wasn't the fact that the lizardman managed to destroy 7 of his automatons almost instantly, but the fact that the lizardman didn't even turn around to look at his enemies. His eyes were fixed on the man in front of him. This guy is on a whole another level. Arnold designed his new range of automatons to fight the lizardman whom he had found and fought against during his earlier visits in the swamp. and that's why they weren't able to last against the red lizard. Arnold had now a vague analogy to classify the lizardmen into different groups. If lizardmen were like an army as a whole, then the green-skinned ones could be classed as privates, as they were the weakest among their species and were the most common type of lizards one would find in the swamps. They mostly fought bare-handed, with their teeth, limbs, and tails consisting of their primary way of offense. You could say their IQ was low, but that meant they were unpredictable and hence dangerous. Then came the grey-skinned lizardmen, whom Arnold would give the rank of a sergeant. Were like large crocodiles whose entire bodies seemed to have evolved for combat and warfare. They were taller and stronger looking than the common lizardmen, but stood a bit shorter than an average man and were around 55-58 feet tall, with their bony crest protecting their heads and neck, and tough scales that run down their backs, arms and spines. They usually carried a weapon with them but rarely wore any armor. Even when unarmed, they were perfectly capable of slaying their enemies, just like the most common type of lizardman. Their tails and limbs are equipped with all manner of naturally hard spurs and talons, and their jaws are powerful enough to crush even the bones into dust. And at last came the red lizardman. So far it was the strongest among the different types of lizardmen Arnold had encountered in the swamps. The lizardman in front of him was also the largest among the other lizardmen he had seen in the swamps so far. You could essentially call them giant cousins of the regular lizardmen, clearly bred for their brute strength and power. Just by looking at one of them, Arnold was fairly sure that every single one of these red lizards was exceptionally large and powerful creatures. And maybe their intellect was higher as well, because the red lizardman didn't only have a weapon but also a thick metallic armor on top of his already impenetrable skin, which was encased within almost stone-hard scales of powerful reptilian armor. Since it was Arnold's first time encountering this beast, he had no idea about which rank he should place the new lizardman in his analogy, as Arnold was fairly certain that there might be stronger lizardmen than this one. So since it was stronger than the grey ones, he decided to give the lizardman the rank of a corporal. He then proceeded to use probe on the lizardman. Class: Lizardman Ascended Mutant. Name: Elite Lizardman Warrior. Level: 110. Cosmic Rank: D. Role: Dragonkin. Affinity Abilities: Dragon Bite Active Skill, Tail Whip Active Skill, Dragon's Disciple Passive Skill. Expand to view 2 more. HP: 1,700,017,000. Strength STR: 138 plus 25 due to the gears. Defense Def: 101 plus 20 due to the gears. Stamina STA: 85. Intelligence INT: 55. Agility AG: 58. Accuracy ACC: 70. Evade DVD: 71. Charisma CHA: 04. Damage resistances: none. Condition immunities: exhaustion, frightened, frozen, blunt attacks. Weak against fire-based attacks, explosions. Threat level: high. Remark: I'm going to be brutally honest with you. I don't have much information about the beast you're looking at, but since it's a part of the same race as previous monsters you've encountered, so it might not be that hard for you to slay this beast, or you could just run away. Your choice. DSK: another ascended mutant, but it's stronger than the demon orc. It would be a problem as there are more lizards like him in the swamps. Also, the system is right. If things go wrong, I could just hide in my domain and then just use the void travel to get back to the base. Arnold thought as he slowly got back to his feet, staring right into the monster's eyes. But it'll be a shame to run away without testing the lizardman's abilities first, especially when most of them have the dragon associated with them. Arnold was intrigued by the name of the abilities the lizardman had as well as the unique role it had. It was his first time that he had encountered a monster having the role of a dragonkin and the ability that was called Dragon's Disciple, which was a passive skill. I wonder who the egg would react if I feed it the blood of this dragonkin. Arnold thought and quickly equipped his guns while the lizardman moved forward to pick up his battle axe before turning towards his opponent. Both of them were ready to fight each other, till the other was incapacitated. You may be stronger than the rest of your race, but you certainly can't move freely while wearing a heavy armor, I might end up being the perfect enemy for the lizard. Hee. Chapter 179, Dragonkin 1 a minute later. Agility is the key to my victory. Arnold kept repeating the thought in his mind as he ran around the lizardman like an NFL player who was on steroids. So far it was his thoughts that had kept him alive in the fight, and as he had predicted earlier, the armor of the lizardman was not allowing it to attack Arnold while he was running around in circles. But not all was in favor of Arnold. With each attack, the lizardman got closer and closer to him. It was only a matter of time before he would get struck down the battle axe, which could have put Arnold in a troublesome position. And that wasn't all. The lizardman's armor was like a sword with a double edge. On one hand, it tremendously restricted the movement of the one wearing it, and on the other hand, it was nothing less than an absolute defense against its enemies. After using his probe skill on the lizardman, Arnold knew that it was weak against fire-based attacks and explosions, which was very fortunate for him. Arnold could easily use both types of attacks by using the grenades and his elemental abilities to get rid of the lizardman, but using explosives in the swamps was completely out of the question, as an explosion might attract unnecessary attention from other monsters, and if that happened, then the lizardman would have been the least of his concerns. He also didn't know whether there were other dragonkin in the swamps or not, and if there were more, then Arnold certainly wouldn't have been able to defend himself in that situation. So he decided to go for fire-based attacks instead. Without wasting a second, he immediately started firing fiery bullets at the lizard while circling around him. You've dealt 654 plus 23 points of damage to your target. Damage inflicted after damage reduction due to target's defense, 50 horsepower. Your bullets triggered the exclusive skill Explosive Shot. Additional damage dealt, 72 horsepower. Lucky Shot. Additional true damage dealt, 39 horsepower. Double Edge. Damage dealt was multiplied by a factor of 2. Total damage dealt, 178 horsepower. Target's remaining HP, 1,682,217,000. Unfortunately, even after triggering nearly all of the effects he could by using the Vindicators, the armor still successfully protected the lizard from most of the damage and only suffered minor burns on his back, which only brought down the lizard's HP by 178 points. Arnold then tried to use the arcane flames at the lizard, hoping to deal continuous damage to the lizard, but instead he got to know about the effect of Dragon's Disciple ability. Damage reduction from fire-based attacks. Creature's passive ability, Dragon's Disciple Stage 1, is in effect now. The creature gained 80% damage reduction from fire-based attacks for the next 60 seconds. Why stop at 80%? Go all out and make it 100% instead. Things were getting bad. Now, not only would the damage inflicted on the monster would get reduced by 80%, the remaining 20% of the damage would then get further reduced due to his armor's defense, essentially making the lizard immune to fire damage, something that should have been his weakness. But Arnold wasn't going to give up so easily and then thought up a weird idea. He wanted to change the battlefield into something more favorable to him, like turning the swamp into his domain as he did during his fight against Jake, and then he could bombard the lizard with all types of grenades he had. Unfortunately, he wasn't allowed to use his domain in the way he wanted to. You can only call out your domain in presence of other paladin or vassal or god. Although he was frustrated at this point, he didn't show it. Finding a way to kill the lizard took the priority right now, rather than thinking about paladins, vassals or gods. He then tried to open up a portal beneath the lizard which would lead to his domain, and then he could do the same thing as before, but instead he would do it inside the void. Easy, right? Well, the system wasn't having that either. The object creature trying to store within the void is not associated with you in any way, shape or form. The process will be stopped now. Arnold wasn't frustrated when the text appeared in front of his eyes. He was pissed. It was as if he was playing a game of chess with the system in his mind, where no matter what he did, the system always found a way to say check to him. Seeing that there was no other way to defeat the lizardman without the explosives, Arnold thought of a dangerous yet effective plan. He had been thinking about this for some time, and it had been a while since he has wanted to put his plan into action. Also he felt like this was the perfect opportunity to do so. But before getting cocky, he quickly compared his stats to that of the Lizardman. HP, 1,013,810,138. Mana, 2,003,720,837. Strength STR, 161 plus 65 due to the gears. Defense Def, 161 due to the gears. Stamina STA, 78. Intelligence INT, 210. Agility AG, 91. Accuracy ACC, 94. Evade DVD, 78. Charisma CHA, 86. Mystic Miss, 155. Bruh. The FCK am I even worried about? A smile crept its way to his face. The only field I'm lacking in is my HP. But it'll be fine until and unless I don't get hit by the lizard. But then again, with the amount of defense I have, getting hit once or twice wouldn't be an issue there. He then quietly stored the Vindicator in his inventory and steeled himself to face the Lizardman in hand-to-hand combat. But while he was at it, a realization dawned upon him. It was something he never thought before. But now he felt like he should. If this lizard is a cosmic being while having much lower stats than mine, so does that means I too have achieved a cosmic rank as well? He wondered whether this sudden progress was linked to his progress through the Ascension quest, or was it something that was happening with the other paladins as well? Maybe this was the reason how his weak and frail sister got so powerful all of a sudden, and maybe, just maybe, she had already completed her Ascension quest or some other equivalent of it. If that was the case, then everything was clear now. While Arnold was lost in his thoughts, the Lizardman charged at him for the first time in their fight, roaring, his battle axe in his hands, ready to slaughter his target. Chapter 180, Dragonkin 2. Like a hulking monster, the Lizardman darted towards Arnold. Arnold calmly stood there and watched the monster get closer to him bit by bit, but before he got too close, that part of swamp got covered with icy mist, forcing the lizard to stop in his tracks. Its prey had disappeared right before his eyes. You've used Icy Veil LVL 5. The accuracy ACC of enemy units within the range of skill have been reduced by 10% for 5 minutes. Your evasion EVD has increased by 10% for 5 minutes. Special effect, you can't see me, is in effect. Your presence will be hidden from enemy units if you don't inflict damage to any target for 3 seconds. You can trigger this effect once in every 5 seconds. The effect will be broken if attacked. The Lizardman instinctively waved his hands around to get rid of the mist, but nothing happened. The mist was still there and made the lizard angrier than before. Irritated by the sudden appearance of the mist, the angry Lizardman started swinging his battle axe like an enraged alligator who thrashed his tail around, in hopes of that his attacks get connected to the human. Arnold felt a bit sad by looking at the confused monster, so he went ahead and punched it hard across the face. The moment his fist connected with Lizardman's face, claws popped up from his gloves. He didn't punch the lizard in his face by choice, but because it was the only place that wasn't covered by thick armor. The claws managed to scratch the monster deep across his face. It looked like its tough hide was no match against a wyvern's bone. Of course, he had already activated a couple of skills beforehand to further enhance his attack. You've activated Berserker's Rage LVL 5. Strength STR boosted by 150% for 20 seconds. You've activated Rapid Flash LVL 5. Agility AG boosted by 10% for 120 seconds. Furthermore, attacking the Lizardman also triggered the additional effects of his gears. You've triggered the effect, Wyvern's Claw. When a target gets scratched by the claws of the glove, the target enters a poisoned state, making the target numb and limiting their visibility while making them lose 5% of their total health per minute. The duration can be extended by continually inflicting damage to the target. You've triggered the effect, Wyvern Queen's Blessing. Damage dealt to beast-type monsters permanently increases by 10%. You've triggered the effect, Wyvern Queen's Blessing. Damage dealt to beast-type monsters permanently increases by 10%. The effect, Queen's blessing was triggered twice, as both his cloak as well as the gloves shared the same additional effect. I didn't know the effect of the gears could overlap with one another. Either way, it's good news. Arnold thought, and once again disappeared in the mist. Although it seemed like Arnold had disappeared in the mist, the reality was different, as it would require him to remain undetected for 3 seconds, and after that, he needed to wait for additional 5 seconds to fully erase his existence while he was inside the mist. This was supposed to be the drawback of the skill, but Arnold had already figured a loophole to exploit it. The key was to use his domain during the attacks. After successfully hitting his enemy once, Arnold quickly opened up a portal to his void and slipped inside it. Once he was inside, all he needed to do was to wait for the effect to be reset and then pop out of the same place to hit his target once again. This way he could ensure 2 things. 1. This continuous chain of attack ensured that the poisoning effect of Wyvern's Claw did continuous damage, up to 5% of the target's max HP. And 2. The cooldown period of You Can't See Me got refused to a third of its original amount as time passed faster inside the void. This essentially meant that rather than waiting for 8 seconds to trigger invisibility, he now had to wait only for a little over 2 seconds to trigger it, but to keep a safe side he waited in the void for 3 seconds instead. You've dealt 340 plus 83 points of damage to your target. Damage inflicted after damage reduction due to target's defense: 329 horsepower. Your attacks also triggered the following effects. Wyvern Queen's Blessing. Additional damage dealt, 33 horsepower. Wyvern Queen's Blessing. Additional damage dealt, 33 horsepower. Wyvern's Claw. The target has been poisoned and would gradually lose 850 horsepower over 1 minute. Total damage dealt, 395 horsepower plus 850 poison damage. Target's remaining HP, 1,642,717,000. He had been expecting this result. He knew his punches wouldn't have been able to do much damage to the mini-Godzilla, and neither he was hoping for it to happen. Rather than directly inflicting damage to the monster, he had been relying upon the continuous poison damage dealt to the lizard to finish him off. It was a slow but steady process. He already knew it was going to be an awfully long fight as soon as he got to know fire attacks didn't work on the lizard due to the type of armor and passive ability he had, but he didn't mind it. Unless more monsters showed up there, he could take care of the lone lizardman. But in case the monsters did end up appearing during the fight, then he wouldn't hesitate to go all out regardless of how loud noise he made in the process. But till then, the red lizardman would have Arnold's undivided attention. Time's up. Arnold thought and jumped out of the void and attacked the lizardman once again. The lizardman had completely given up on offense as he couldn't move, thanks to the poison status, and solely focused on defending himself. But with a body as large as his, the lizardman found it next to impossible to defend himself against Arnold, who was jumping around like a rabbit wielding a knife. With each attack, the lizardman's eyesight degraded a bit more and the numbness took over his body, which was also thanks to the additional effect of his gloves. This made Arnold's life a lot easier, as now he could continuously attack the lizardman without worrying about his defense. Thanks to the continuous attacks, he ended up stacking the poison effect on top of one another. Within 6 to 7 minutes the lizardman's HP started decreasing at an alarming rate and went from 15,000 to 12,800, then 8,550, and so on. But as soon as the monster's HP got below 2,000, all of a sudden he started howling. But it wasn't a howl of pain, rather it was a plea to his kin for help. Damn it. By the time Arnold realized what was going on and managed to kill the lizardman, he was already surrounded by an army of lizardmen. There was over 200 lizardmen spread all around him. Arnold quickly scanned through his enemies, and although there were around a dozen red lizardmen within the army, thankfully none of them was wearing armor like the one he had been fighting a few minutes ago. Under normal conditions, he would have been worried about his well-being and escape from there, but in his eyes, this was a golden opportunity to finish his headhunter subquest once and for all, and he wasn't going to waste it by running away. Chapter 181, Killer of the Masses 1. Back in present, Los Angeles. The surveillance room had a record of heat signatures in their database of all of the soldiers who had been assigned a field mission by the syndicate. Kelly quickly performed a scan on Nathan's order, and within a minute it was obvious that the man in the swamps was indeed Arnold. That fucking idiot. Nina cursed loudly and slammed her fists on the table in front of her, shaking the entire screen on which the live feed of the swamps was being broadcasted. Why isn't he calling out his summons to help him? Nathan, Nicole, Nina and over 24 people were present inside the surveillance room at that moment. All of these people were the ones Nathan and the family deeply trusted, excluding Kelly, who was a new recruit. Nathan was asking questions to Kelly, but she didn't have any answers. While all this was happening, Nicole was silently watching the feed, blaming herself for this situation, and Nina was a complete mess. She was on the verge of tears but quickly got a hold over herself. She wanted to help the guy who had become so important to her, but at the same she knew she couldn't do anything to help him other than pray for his safety. She had never felt so useless in her entire life like she was at the moment. But she knew Nicole was feeling a lot worse. After Nathan was done asking questions to Kelly, he stepped out of the surveillance room. He was clueless as to why Arnold would do something so careless and irresponsible. He wasn't a kid anymore. He was sure that Arnold knew it very well, that the swamps were even more dangerous once the sun went down, because he was the one who provided that information to them, and yet he went ahead and did exactly what he had strictly recommended the others not to. But it wasn't the time to think why Arnold did what he did. Right now Nathan needed to make sure that Arnold was not in danger. If something happened to him it would break Nina. But there was no legal way of doing so. The syndicate had prohibited anyone from entering the swamps and only gave permission to Arnold and Nina go there to investigate, but even in that case, they had to inform the syndicate first. The syndicate only agreed to the arrangement after Nathan reminded them of the favors the Black family had done for them, and now he didn't have any card to influence their decision. He could have hosted a meeting with the remaining heads of the syndicate and try to persuade them into sending an armada to save one man, but it was unlikely that they'd agree to that. Yes, Arnold's creationist abilities were important for them, but it wasn't like he was the last remaining creationist in the country and thus could be considered expendable rather than sending in a force in danger for the sake of one irresponsible man. And if Nathan was in their shoes, he knew he would have done the same thing, but he wasn't. Even in the rare case that they agreed to save him, the decision-making process would be long and could even take days for them to come to an agreement, but by then it might be too late for him. Seeing no other way around, he called the section chief of Zone 1, their zone nearest to the swamps and the only zone apart from Zone 4 that was led by a member of the Black family, Azariah. "Yes, sir." Azariah's voice came from the other side of the communicator. "I'm sorry for troubling you at this hour," Nathan continued, "but the family needs your help. Tell me what to do and it'll be done." Nathan took a deep breath before saying anything, as he knew what he was going to ask her to do could potentially lose her position. "It's an off-the-record rescue mission. Your task is to rescue Arnold from the swamps." He'll say. "Are you out of your mind?" Azariah roared so loudly that even the ones inside the surveillance room could faintly hear her. "Try not to be loud and hear me out first," Nathan calmly replied. "Arnold went there for some field research for something important, but there he got ambushed by a company of lizardmen while he was there, and since you're one nearest to him, I'm asking for your help." "Okay, but if he was on an official mission, then shouldn't the syndicate organize a rescue mission and not an off-the-record one?" The syndicate had decided that he's expendable. "But I don't agree." Nathan lied right at her face, but it didn't take Azariah much time to figure it out. Nathan was never a good liar in her eyes. "It's fine if you don't want to tell me, and I'm not gonna pry about it either." Azariah shook her head. "Send me his accurate location and I'll see what I can do. After all, it's the least I can do for him after he saved my life all those years ago. I'm in your debt." "Don't get too happy," she cut Nathan off. "I won't be putting my men in danger for my sake, but even if it comes to worse, I won't back out of saving him. Rest assured, either we both would come back from the swamp together." or we both would die there saving each other's asses. Nathan had been expecting Azariah to say something like that. She was one of those who didn't like to be indebted to anyone regardless of who it was, but also wouldn't endanger the safety of the others for that. Right when Nathan was going to say something, a loud gasping noise came from the inside the surveillance room, followed by loud cheering. "I'll provide you with the necessary information soon." Nathan quickly disconnected the call and rushed inside the room. "What the hell are you all cheering for?" Everyone looked at Nathan with a smile on their faces, but no one says anything. Only Nina pointed towards the big screen, her eyes filled with tears. Fearing the worst, Nathan made his way towards the screen and stood next to her, looking carefully at the screen. "That son of a gun." That was all Nathan managed to mumble when he saw the heat signatures of the monsters around Arnold were disappearing one after another. Within a minute he had already killed around 30 to 40 monsters, and the number kept increasing rapidly. Everyone was shocked and confused. How is it even possible? Chapter 182, Killer of the Masses. 2 An hour later in the swamps. The trees which had been sheltering the swamp with their thick canopy of greenery and provided a perfect environment for forest-dwelling monsters for so long were now turned into lifeless sticks of charcoal, no more vibrant than the old wooden lampposts of an old city. The unfettered light of the burning trees illuminated the scorched ground, while the smell of burning wood and flesh lingered in the air. Fire tainted the earth with grey ash, stripping the trees of the viescent beauty, leaving their gaunt, skeletal remains rooted to the now barren, lifeless soil. They seemed to reach out to the sky like gnarled hands, as if desperately begging the cloudless sky to rain so that they could be whole again. But even the sky refused to aid them, and the ground was cursed to remain barren and dead. The toll on both nature and the human who was responsible for all this destruction was heavy, very heavy. The part of swamps the man was standing in looked as if it had been torched with lava or something similar. Parts of trees and ground were still aflame, as if trying to mimic the burning rage inside the human's heart. Hundreds of burnt bodies of humanoid lizards of all shapes and sizes were scattered throughout the area. Some were torn into pieces, while some only had their bones left behind as the fire melted their bodies away, and the man was limply walking around scanning the area for surviving monsters, but there were none. All of their souls had been consumed by the fire. All of the 254 lizardmen who attacked the man now looked like roasted alligators, laying on the ground. But it wasn't like the man was unscathed either. Blood trickled down from everywhere on his body. His head, thighs, chest, forearms, everywhere. His clothes and gears were soaked with a mixture of his blood and sweat, along with the blood of the monsters that he brutally killed. There were at least a dozen broken bones in his body, but the wounds as well as the broken bones were rapidly recovering and sealing themselves up without any outside interference. The man was Arnold, standing in the middle of the scorched swamp with no one left to challenge him. The system was continuously buzzing with notifications, but he couldn't even focus on the texts that kept popping up in front of his eyes. His body was on the verge of collapsing. Still, he couldn't feel anything. Maybe it was the effect of adrenaline that was still coursing through his blood. "It's finally over," he thought after checking the last lizardman corpse that was in his sights. No more monsters. One of his legs gave out and he slumped down to the burnt ground. His body was finally taking a hit from all the continuous fights he fought within the last hour. He wanted to store the bodies of the dead lizardmen in his domain, but he barely had enough strength left to lift a finger. Forget about opening a large enough void to do anything else. His eyes were also getting heavier and heavier as every moment passed. He was tired, but he still had work to do. The smell of burning flesh would certainly attract other monsters, and he wasn't in a state to fight anymore for another hour or so at the very least, so he needed to do something about it as soon as he had regained enough strength to do so. He tried to get up, but it was of no use. He felt like his legs had a mind of their own. He tried once again, but the result remained unchanged. In the end, he gave up on it and laid back, looking at the night sky, which was now clearly visible as all of the trees around him had been burnt down by the flames he generated, both through his abilities as well as his weapons. Not bad. Not bad at all, he mumbled, but even talking seemed like a Herculean task right now and took tremendous efforts to do so. By now, nearly all of his external wounds were completely sealed and the bleeding was stopped, but the internal damage he incurred during the fight, including the broken bones, still needed to be fixed. Looks like he'll have to stay here for another hour or so. He smirked, but even doing that was painful. I greatly underestimated them, especially those goofballs. Just one hit at the right place and I could die fighting those sneaky little bastards. Among the army of the lizardmen that Arnold had encountered earlier weren't the only ones he had to fight against. As soon after the fight began, the fourth type of lizardmen also showed up. These monsters could barely qualify as lizardmen if someone looked at them, as they were exceptionally small and had toad-like features rather than those of a lizard or an alligator. Also, they were only a couple of feet tall. Arnold underestimated them because of their small size, and he realized it soon, as within their bloated sluggish bodies they contained an over half-a-meter-long tongue, having a razor-sharp poison tip at the end, which was their only yet effective source of offense. What made it scarier was the speed at which they could launch the attack using their tongue. These unearthly creatures were quite unlike anything else Arnold had seen within the world. Their heads were bigger than a volleyball, most probably to allow their gigantic tongue to be stored inside, and their eyes were like a pair of golf balls. This helped them to focus on their target as well as to see better in the dark. Even though they had all these abilities, they lacked in one department: the brain. They weren't the smartest creatures among the lot, as at times they didn't have complete control over their tongues and often ended up hitting their kin instead. Still, their small size and the range of their attacks made it very difficult for their target to dodge their attack, and once their target was hit by the poison tip of their tongue, that part was numbed for a couple of seconds while the wound caused by the attack took more time to clot and get sealed. Most of the external wounds that Arnold had were thanks to those little bastards, and in frustration, Arnold ended up giving them the nickname Little Bastards, while their name according to the system was Stinging Toads. The combined attacks of all of the lizardmen were too much for Arnold to handle, and in the end, Arnold decided to put his guns aside and deal with them using skills and weapons and deal out damage, which was the best thing he could do. Chapter 183, Killer of the Masses 3. I should have been more careful with my mana, Arnold thought, still gazing at the cloudless sky, trying to remember what happened an hour ago. The minute he was overwhelmed by the swarm of lizardmen, Arnold gave up the idea of being discreet and went all out on his enemies. First, he froze the entire region round him using the ice control. Doing this restricted the movement of the bigger lizardmen while it completely stopped the attacks from the little lizards, as the thick layer of ice covered them up. With the lizards temporarily out of his way, Arnold's attention shifted towards the 10 remaining dragonkins who simultaneously charged at him. He then started shooting fiery bullets at them, as fire was one of their weaknesses. The bullets instantly killed 4 of them, while the remaining 6 jumped backwards while taking out something like a small black ball from the folds of their robe and threw it towards him. Arnold instinctively dodged the attack, but the lizardmen behind him weren't so lucky. As soon as the ball hit the marshy ground, it exploded, launching metal shards in his direction. Although most of his body remained unscathed, he wasn't quick enough and some of the shards got buried in his left foot, while the rest killed the lizardman behind him. This was the reason why Arnold had been limping after the fight, as these shards weren't ordinary pieces of metal but the tip of TZ tongues which poisoned his bloodstream. Taking advantage of this moment, a grey lizardman, who had been injured by the metal shards, stabbed its dagger on Arnold's right shoulder, but Arnold's sturdy robes saved him from any fatal damage. The grey lizardman, however, wasn't that lucky. You've triggered the effect. Titan's Blessing reflects 15% of damage received as physical damage to the attacker. As soon as the dagger touched Arnold's robe, a sword made up of wind popped behind the lizardman and slashed it twice on its back, draining the lizardman of its remaining HP. Some lizardmen were carrying bows and crossbows attacked him, either hiding behind the trees or other lizardmen. At this time all of the remaining 6 lizardmen bombarded him with the black grenades. Arnold soon realized the danger he was in and quickly raised a mud wall to protect himself. Angered by their nuisance, Arnold responded with his own grenades and harpoons. Looking at Arnold was like looking at the devil. His flames coupled with the grenades, harpoons and his bullets, soon the area around him was covered in flames and lava. All of his enemies had been burnt to a crisp, including the Tazards. At this time his automatons had arrived at the scene and were fighting delightfully against their master. Once the fight was over, Arnold instructed them to go and look around for enemies that might be lurking in the shadows waiting for an opportunity to take advantage of his weakened state. Got to admit it though, it was fun. Hee. He laughed, but as he did, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, most likely source of the pain being his broken ribs. I've healed enough now. Let's open up the void and get inside, and then I would check the interface for rewards. Rewards were the most important thing after he almost died trying to gain them. He opened up a portal, but he soon realized he couldn't move on his own. A few shards were still stuck in his legs and the poison was still in effect, making it impossible for him to move on his own. The poison within the shards also slowed his healing process. Thus his broken bones were taking this long to heal. So he summoned a few of the automatons back. Go and fetch. Oh. A stretcher or something. From inside, he instructed two of the automatons, who immediately went inside the void and soon came back with the stretcher, followed by Natasha at their toes. Looks like she was worried about me. Cute. Ow ow ow. Arnold tried his best not to laugh but failed, and his laugh was briefly followed by wincing in pain. Natasha was the first to reach to him and quickly went to work, that is, started smothering her helpless master within her endless cleavage. Stop this instantly. Arnold's muffled voice echoed through her cleavage. TL, stop this instantly. Author's note, I thought I'd write it like that to show that he was being smothered hard. I absolutely will not do that. The master can punish me later for my ignorance. Succubus replied and forced her master's head even deeper into her cleavage. If I let you go, then how would I heal you up? Whack. TL, what? Your summon Natasha is using Dispel LVL6 on you. All of your negative status effects have been removed. Your summon Natasha is using Life Restore LVL5 on you. A new life force fills your body. Healing boosted. Recovery rate, 30-second. Arnold then realized that his chest wasn't hurting as bad as before. His wounds had almost disappeared, not even the scars remained. It was as if nothing had happened to him before. He was as good as new. I didn't know Natasha could do something like this. Nonetheless, I'm thankful for it. Apart from the smothering part. That's a bit weird. After constant smothering for 5 minutes, Arnold was finally able to stand on his feet. He still felt a bit wobbly, but it wasn't troublesome. He thanked Natasha, and her face got flushed with redness. He then called his automatons back. Once everyone had been assembled there, Arnold and his summons returned to the void, leaving the scorched swamp behind. At the Naga Queen's chamber. What do you mean you couldn't locate him? The queen roared, thrashing her tail all around her chamber. She was already enraged by the actions of those filthy lizardmen, but the failure of her soldiers to locate the man she claimed to be their king, enraged her even more. He was alone, wasn't he? She murmured, yet her domineering voice sent shivers through the spines of her subjects. Yais, me queen. Vija, the female commander of her army, replied. And he was injured? Cannot confirm it at the moment, but that's the most likely outcome of the battle. And yet you slithering idiots couldn't find him? The queen thrashed her tail again and killed one of her soldiers in an instant. Tried our best to track him down and bring the human with us, but what did you call him? I apologize for my arrogance, your slitheriness. I meant to say, our king. Vija profusely apologized. Don't ever disrespect him, or it would be the last mistake of your useless life. The queen gave a glare to Vija before speaking again. Now leave me alone for a while. As you wish, my queen. Everyone immediately rushed out of the chamber. No matter what. One day, I'll make you mine, my love. Chapter 184, Killer of the Masses. For Arnold peered at the windows from the bed before letting his heavy head fall on the pillow. He felt like he was in a hospital ward during visiting time. Usually, in hospitals, the family and friends of a patient visited to check up on their loved ones, bringing nice food, fruits and flowers. But it wasn't the same for him. These guys are so loud. Inside Arnold's room at the Alpha Base, all of his elite summons had crowded in to check up on their master. They didn't have food or flowers with them, but they were worried about his well-being more than anyone else. Natasha had forced him to lay down, and to Arnold's surprise, Talos was in complete agreement with her. In his words, "Master has been overlooking his health while overworking, and because of that an outcome like this was expected." Arnold felt a bit weird when Talos said those words. Talos' voice was still emotionless, but Arnold felt as if Talos was actually pretty upset with him, so upset that he even agreed to Natasha's insane demand of tying Arnold to the bed. Fortunately, Cerberus jumped in between and stopped them from doing anything stupid. While everyone was arguing within themselves, Arnold was laying on crisp but thin bed sheets. A curtain hung limply on the chrome railing and looked like it had been washed 1,000 times over. Weird, I never did any laundry, then how come the sheets and curtain are so clean? His eyes then fell on the polystyrene tiles above, when he heard the door leading to his time open, and in came Alan, followed by Alice. Everyone immediately stepped aside to make way for Alice, who was the only healer among them. Author's note: although Natasha has healing power, it's not her major strength. That's why I'm referring to Alice as the only healer among them. Also, the healing powers of Natasha are subject to how much life force she has, but I'll explain more on that later. What do you want me to tell the others? Alice whispered in his ears while pretending to check the back of his neck. I know they've been pestering a lot since you came back. It's that obvious, huh? Arnold whispered back at the giggling Alice, but before I answer that, am I completely fine? Arnold's wounds were healed and he couldn't feel any pain, but he thought it could be due to Natasha's weird healing technique. Thus he asked for an expert's advice on the matter. You look as good as new to me, but I'd recommend you to take rest for today, Alice replied after thoroughly checking him up, and turned towards his summons. Master is fine, but he needs to rest for the day. So everyone who doesn't have any duty to do at the base can return to the domain right now. The room was filled with huffing sounds when Alice ended her speech. All of them wanted to stay by his side. Although Arnold appreciated the sentiment, he needed to rest first and foremost. Still, he didn't want to force our summons to listen to him, so rather than forcing them to leave, he decided to open a portal to his domain beneath their feet, and Viola. All of the complaints ceased immediately. Only Alan, Talos and Alice were the only ones left inside the room. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Arnold smiled, gestured at the others to leave. Talos hesitantly left the room, followed by Alice, but Alan decided to stay behind. He had some news for him. Nathan and they contacted me while you were gone, he said with a smile. What do they want? Arnold was still a bit hurt about Nicole's comments and also the fact that Nina didn't even try to correct her, but still, he was a part of the family, so there wasn't anything he could do if Nathan wanted to contact him. He just wanted me to inform you that Nina and Nicole might be visiting us tomorrow. What part of I don't want to talk do they don't understand? Arnold sat up straight on the bed. When are they going to show up? In the morning. Is something wrong? Alan asked, worried about his brother's reaction to the news. Nothing. It's fine, Arnold replied and got off his bed. Is that all? Yes, Alan replied. Then, you can leave now. Alan knew Arnold was in a bad mood, so he did as he was told. He also knew it was better to leave Arnold alone once he turned into an angry lad. Still, he couldn't help but wonder what could have possibly happened between them that turned Arnold's mood sour as soon as he heard about them coming here. It's not like he's going to tell me about it either way, Alan thought as he left the workshop. I think I should give Nina a little heads up about his mood. A few minutes later, inside the workshop, all I wanted was to rest for a bit, but no, Arnold mumbled as he got dressed up to work. His mind had been racing ever since Alan informed him about Nina's and Nicole's surprise visit, and the only way he knew to calm his racing mind was to make something. Anything. But before he could do so, he needed to take care of two things. 1. Claim his rewards for the headhunter quest, and 2. Feed the giant egg. So, he opened up his interface to claim the rewards first. Headhunter, Introduction: You've proven your worth to the Immortal One and now your true training begins. Task: hunt down 300 monsters as an offering to the Immortal One. Progress: 454,300 monsters hunted. Completion grade: S. Special completion reward. Exclusive title. Claim. You've achieved a new title. Name: Killer of the Masses. This is a title exclusive to the human known as Times Arnold Ling Times, which he achieved after successfully offering 454 monsters as an offering to the Immortal One. The abilities you might learn after earning this title would be automatically adjusted to this title's effects. Effect: permanently increases the level of all of your abilities regardless of their rarity by 5 levels. You offered 154 more monsters as an offering to the Immortal One. The Lord is impressed by your valiant efforts and has decided to reward you. You've earned 154 attribute points. I can't believe this. Chapter 185, Creationist at Work. 154 attribute points. Arnold mumbled, "I'm such an idiot." The reality of the situation hit him hard. The number of attribute points he got was amazing, and Arnold wasn't pissed about getting those. He was pissed because he realized the true purpose of the Headhunter quest. According to him, the quest had a hidden purpose as well. It was supposed to work as compensation. Since Arnold wasn't able to level up after he got the Ascension quest, there was no easy way for him to earn the attribute points and level up his attributes, as the main source to gain attribute points was through leveling up. Thus completing this quest served as a way for him to gain some attribute points. Thus it wasn't a simple quest either, and Arnold realized it as soon as the notification popped up in front of his eyes. If only I had waited a bit longer before claiming the rewards. He shook his head. The number of attribute points he got as an extra reward was equal to the number of the extra monsters he killed after the counter reached its maximum value. So it meant that more monsters he killed before claiming the rewards, the more attribute points he could have gained. If he had known all about this earlier, then he would have never claimed the reward until it reached a threshold value and couldn't increase anymore. He could have been swimming through a sea of attribute points, yet now he would have to be content with the water well he got. I hate these hidden quests. They gave generous rewards, but ugh, completing them perfectly is a pain in the butt. He cursed out loud for one last time before heading back into the forge. Although he wanted to invest the attribute points to increase his attributes at once, he had decided against it. His mind wasn't in the right place at the moment. If he wanted to make most out of the opportunity, then he needed to have a clear conscience first, and to do that need to throw himself in work. Once in the forge, he called out a bunch of his Transautomatons who specialized in weapon development. He didn't bother to call Talos to help him because 1. He was already busy with installing defenses in the base, or he would throw a tantrum after seeing that Arnold wasn't planning to rest up like he was supposed to, and 2. Most of the defenses that the base had been equipped with were the creation of electronic minds of these automatons as well. Thus Arnold wanted them to assist him in the next step of his own army plan, making the self-aware sentry guns. The thought of making these weapons crossed him when he was being overwhelmed by the attacks of Lizardman. He couldn't use his summons to assist him back then, and he was put in a life-threatening situation because of that. So he decided to make weapons that wouldn't be counted as his summons and yet assist him during fights. Thus now he wanted to focus on making a sentry gun which could differentiate between his enemies and eliminate them while protecting his allies. For this purpose, Arnold thought it would be better to program the sentry guns by himself using his novice programmer ability. Doing so would have its benefits. 1. It would greatly reduce the complexity of the sentry guns. 2. It would make it cost-effective for Arnold, as he would save a lot of beast crystals by programming them himself. And 3. Programming the sentries himself would allow him to increase the flexibility of operation for the sentries. It was a win-win situation for him. Hooray to cheap, yet deadly weapons. So that's my plan. Any questions? Arnold finished explaining his automatons about what he desired to do next. All of the automatons shook their heads. It was well within their technological limits to make sentry guns. But Arnold had another plan related to sentries as well, and it was the main reason why he needed their help. and he knew with the help of his automatons he'll be able to succeed in making what he had in his mind. Also, Arnold stopped the automatons who were getting ready to work. If possible, he'll like you to make a mountable variation of the sentry gun as well. For the first time, his automatons were clueless about what their master was trying to say. Arnold understood why the automatons were confused and immediately explained what he wanted them to do. What I meant was that he'd like to make a lightweight version of the sentries as well. The corners of his mouth edged up a bit. They should be light enough for hounds to carry on their shoulders. We also need to take care that the sentry gun doesn't restrict their movement speed. That's a must. The automatons understood what Arnold wanted them to pull off, but it was easier said than done. There were a lot of issues they needed to take care of first. The lava hounds were agile creatures, and their major strength was their sudden and unpredictable pattern to attack. So the automatons would have to take special care while designing the lightweight sentry so that they don't end up trading their agility with firepower. What they needed to do was to ensure that the agility of hounds and the firepower of the sentry complement each other well. Only then would Arnold's plan succeed. Another issue was the aiming mechanism of the sentry. Sentry guns were weapons that were supposed to work from a stable or stationary platform and not from the shoulders of a creature. When the hounds run, their shoulders are constantly oscillating up and down, and this movement would make the sentry fire in random directions and may hit one of the allies as well. Thus it wasn't much reliable. But even before any of this, they would need to research on the hounds to understand how their movement pattern vary under different scenarios and make the sentry gun according to that. And only after that Arnold and his automatons needed to figure out a way to prevent these problems, and it was going to be a challenging task. I wouldn't even try to do it if it wasn't a challenge, Arnold mumbled with a smug look on his face. Nor would I need the help of the automatons either. His automatons were silently observing him, mumbling to himself. After a while, their master finally broke the silence. We'll figure about the lightweight sentry guns later. Right now, we should probably focus on making the stationary ones first. Come on guys, get to work. We don't have much time to waste. Chapter 186, Dragonbite. An hour after midnight. Inside Arnold's workshop. The workshop was filled with sounds of hammering and quenching metal sheets. A file of automatons was furiously beating a thick sheet of metal with all their might, trying to shape it up. But the noise because of their hammering could not even be compared to the noise coming from the opposite corner of the workshop where Arnold was doing the same task as the automatons were, but he was way faster and the quality of work was better as well, but only by a bit. If it had been Talos, he could have possibly increased the quality of the work to almost the same quality as him, but right now Arnold wanted to be fast and didn't bother much about the quality. He just wanted a prototype of the gun that he could test as soon as possible. After finishing shaping up the last sheet of metal, Arnold placed the hammer back on the anvil and wiped the sweat off his body. He then turned to check up on the automatons before doing anything else. "Not bad guys," Arnold exclaimed after examining their work. It was their first almost completed sentry gun. The gun was about 4 feet tall and was supported by a 3-legged stand. The triple barrel of the minigun shone brightly under the crimson light of the burning forge. This barrel enabled the sentry gun fire at an insane rate of 10 rounds per second. Well, at least that's what it should do in theory. The sentry wasn't complete yet, so there was no way for Arnold to test and confirm it, but the gun itself looked promising. "All right guys," Arnold said, his eyes still fixed on the sentry gun. "Try to finish it by tomorrow morning. Be sure to finish it by tomorrow. Pull an all-nighter if you have to, but this sentry should be completed by the time I wake up." "Yes, master," the automatons exclaimed together like their minds were linked to one another through some hive mind. "All right guys, I'm off." Arnold waved and headed towards his bedroom. "I've shaped up few extra metal sheets for your convenience, so feel free to use those if you need to." Saying that, Arnold shut the door behind him and was about to jump on his bed, ready to snore all night, when he remembered there was a thing he still needed to do: feed the dragonkin's blood to the egg. Kudos to my great memory. He let out a long sigh and jumped into his domain instead. Once inside the domain, he went into the old church building which he had renamed to Avalon. He didn't want to get stuck there, so he quickly made his way to the vaults where the egg was kept for its safety. He didn't Asterios or dread to accidentally make scrambled eggs out of it. The vault was located on the same floor as the mortuary where the bodies monsters hunted by him were kept. He had planned it so that it wouldn't be a hassle for him to feed the egg every time he wanted to. Fortunately, Arnold was able to reach the vaults without anyone noticing him. It wasn't like they could force him to do something against his will while he was inside the domain. But after the SHO his summons pulled off when he got back from the swamps was essentially the reason why Arnold didn't want to encounter any one of them while he was there. Just imagine sneaking into your personal space like a thief. TSK, what have I reduced myself to? He went to the mortuary, filled a flask with the red lizardman's blood and then proceeded to open the vault using his biometric scans, or in other words, by scanning his fingerprints along with his heartbeat. Talos was the one to install all these security measures on his own. Well, he needed to get it approved by Arnold, so he knew all about it. The moment the doors opened, Arnold was met with a familiar message. Creature's hunger grows. The creature is learning to control its hunger. Control increased. The creature is still hungry. Hunger is less than the maximum value. If not fed within 6 o'clock hours, the creature's HP will start decreasing at a rate of 15 minute. Current HP, 60,006,000. Time remaining to hatch, 98:12:30:03 days, hours, minutes, seconds. I thought it'd have already lost a bit of its HP as it's been almost 2 days since I fed it last time. Arnold mumbled, whatever. It's good that it hasn't, but since I'm already here and have the blood with me, it would be better to feed the egg anyways. The creature is absorbing the nutrients from the blood. Hunger diminishes. The creature isn't hungry anymore. The creature has successfully absorbed the nutrients from the blood of Cosmic C-ranked mutated monster. Attributes increased. HP, plus 500. Strength STR, plus 24. Defense Def, plus 16, Agility AG 2, Intelligence INT, plus 9. The blood of the monster contains one compatible ability. The creature can learn a new ability from Dragonkin's blood. Allow the creature to learn new ability? Yes or no? The hell? Arnold couldn't believe it. How the heck the agility went down instead of going up as usual. So far whenever he had fed the egg blood of any monster, its stats have gone up, but now it looked like the creature within the egg had now reached to some kind of limit. Arnold then realized that the agility of the red lizardman he faced first wasn't very high, and maybe the creature's agility was decreased because of that. Looks like I can't feed the egg whatever I want anymore, he mumbled, scratching his beard. I think it's about time to check its overall stats and then starts feeding it to balance its attributes in the most effective way. But before that, allow the creature to learn new ability? Yes or no? Yes. The creature is learning the ability. Ability learnt successfully. Dragon Bite, active ability. This attack does true damage up to 15% of max HP to the target bitten by the user and has a 20% chance of permanent lowering the target's defense stat by 10 points. The true damage dealt can be increased if the HP of the target is more than 30% of the user's HP maximum up to 20% of the target's max HP. Every time the user kills a target using this ability, the cooldown of the skill gets permanently reduced by 5 seconds. Rank S. Mana cost 600 per use. Cooldown 50 minutes. Losing 2 points of agility to gain an S rank skill. Arnold's smile widened. Worth it. Chapter 187, Necromancer reborn. Somewhere around the northern border of Zone 4. The night had swallowed the sky and brought a cloak of despair black with it. The stars appeared, beautiful and scattered. Their shining brilliance was like mockery to the man walking through the seemingly endless wastelands. With defeat is the last taste on his palate. Nothing was appetizing enough in the wastelands that could remove that taste of defeat from his mouth. Nor was the nothing mouth-watering, as there was no water to drink either. Despite all that, his unkempt hair and beard were soaked with a liquid. It wasn't water, but the blood of the dead goblin he had just feasted upon. His torn military uniform reminded him of his past life, a life in which he had everything: power, influence, followers, everything. But then that man came and took everything from him. He was a brigadier general, happily living his life, but now he had been reduced to a nomad who had to survive eating monster flesh and quenches his thirst by drinking their filthy blood. There were only two things in his mind. One was survival and the other was revenge. It was the fuel that kept him going ahead. Revenge is what he lived for, and revenge was what he craved the most. The man looked up at the stars. They were a condescending reminder that for him there was no hope, no succor to be found. His sanity had been long lost, yet his mind was functioning better than ever. Even though he was practically naked in the wastelands, for some reason, he was protected from the radiation. Maybe that woman's doing as well? The same woman who gave him the power to survive in the wasteland, the woman who gave him the opportunity to seek revenge. He could almost hear what the twinkling stars were saying behind his back. You are alone, abandoned and doomed. He knew the man who was the owner of that voice. He knew that man was the reason for his misery. He knew he wouldn't get peace until he drank that man's fresh blood. But he needed to wait. He knew the difference between his power and his enemies. If he wanted to defeat that man, then he needed to get stronger. This was the reason why he had been strengthening himself by forcing to live through the wastelands in his own with only a bone mace in his hands. Arnold Ling, in your doom and your misery. Reaper, the former brigadier general of Alpha Base, roared. Stop shouting, you barbarian, and get to work. Voice of his goddess echoed in Reaper's mind. Remember, the more you kill, the more powerful you'll get. So stop wasting your time and start killing. If I'm pleased with your performance, then I might please you as well, my loyal servant. With pleasure, my goddess. Reaper thought and headed inside the cave, which was occupied by over 50 nomadic humans, with his bone mace on his shoulder. 5 minutes later, the cave was filled with screams of helpless men, women and children. A few tried to escape from there. But as soon as they stepped out of the cave, a swarm of over 200 undead monsters captured them and threw them back inside the cave and closed off the entrance. Nothing was permitted to leave the place until and unless their master wished for it. A new necromancer had entered the fray. Back inside the Avalon, Arnold was intently looking at the giant egg that now towered over him. Man, this egg is sure growing bigger and bigger. Let's check whether it's only getting bigger or is it getting stronger as well. He used his probe skill on egg and the following information popped up in front of him. Class, monster egg. Name, unknown. Level, 80. Rank, A. Role, unknown. Affinity abilities. Dragon Bite active skill. Armament active skill. Armor manipulation active skill. Hardening active skill. Fury Stomp active skill. Hellfire active skill. HP, 60,006,000. Mana, 50,005,000. Strength STR, 98. Defense Def, 91. Stamina STA, 81. Intelligence INT, 50. Agility AG, 77. Accuracy ACC, 65. Evade DVD, 58. Charisma CHA, 55. Damage resistances, ice. Condition immunities, exhaustion, frightened, frozen, fire, blunt attacks. Weak against, piercing attacks. Threat level, non-existent. For now. Remark, don't let these stats fool you. The creature inside the egg might not seem to be very strong right now. But once it bursts out of its confinement, nothing apart from you would be able to control it, for you are its master and the only one it'll recognize is you. Also, there would be a drastic change in its stats as soon as it breaks through the shell. It would be your loyal servant or your greatest ally on the battlefield. So be a responsible parent and make grow strong. But looking at your laid-back demeanor, I wouldn't be surprised in the least if you mess it all up and miss out on obtaining the ultimate beast as your ally. To show how confident I am about you messing it all up, if you manage to pull it off correctly, I'd stop roasting you right there and then. How much you'll miss this feeling of getting roasted by the one and only Systems Armor. Arnold smirked and closed the interface. But the system is right. I need to make the creature within this egg stronger, and for that, I need to feed it the blood of stronger monsters. He sat down beside the egg white thinking what to do next. Right now the creature within the egg was ranked at A, but according to the system, it's not the real rank, and the actual rank would be revealed once the creature breaks through the egg. The rank would increase, but how much would it increase? Also, considering the time flow in the domain, I only have a month to make it stronger. He got lost in his thoughts. He needed to make the monster stronger in a short span of time, and the only solution to the problem was feeding it the blood of my elite summons. He then got up and out a small surgical knife from his inventory, or I could feed it my blood instead. But there was one issue. The creature wasn't hungry anymore. Even if Arnold tried to feed it now, the creature won't absorb the blood and his precious blood would go to waste. So he put the knife back in his inventory, and sneaked out of the vault, locking the door behind him. He then opened a portal and went back to his room in the workshop. He wanted to check on his automatons once again, but he was too tired to do anything and fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Chapter 188, Nightmare. At the same time, inside the workshop, the rhythmic sound of hammering finally ceased momentarily, before it was replaced by loud crackling noise followed by sparks that flew out all over the workshop. The automatons were in the final steps of completing the sentry gun. They had already finished making the bullets and had also installed the receiver neatly on the back of the gun to hold the bullets within. Author's note: receiver is a container which stores bullets for the sentry machine gun to use. The receiver was big enough to hold up to 15,000 rounds, but right now it only contained around 1,000 bullets, which were more than sufficient for their master to test the sentry. About half an hour passed and the sentry gun was finally completed, but it looked like it could use some upgrades. The automatons thought long and hard on the areas that required improvements, and they could easily do. In the end, they decided to make the 3-barreled head of the sentry into a 4-barreled one. This not only improved the firing rate of the gun but also helped to improve accuracy. They also changed the weapon stand of the sentry, as it was unlikely that the thin 3-legged stand would be able to support the bulky weapon head along with the receiver. Also, they made a small shield and installed it in front of the barrel. The shield further increased the durability of the gun while also adding to its defense. They used the metal sheets that Arnold had shaped for all of these purposes, and by the time they were done, it was already way past 4 in the morning. After carefully inspecting the sentry for any other unforeseen flaws, they decided it was time to wake their master up. One of them went ahead and knocked on the door of Arnold's bedroom, but there was no reply. He tried again. The result was the same. Looks like master is a deep sleep, one of the automatons informed the others. I think it'll be no better to let master rest. He is tired. I agree. Affirmative. The other automatons chimed in. What should we do now? We have already completed the task given to us by the master. All of them went silent. They were not programmed like Talos, who had the free will to decide his next action as long as it didn't involve placing danger's way. These automatons instead solely depended on the commands of their master. Once they had completed the assigned task, they could do one of two things. 1. Ask Arnold for another task, and 2. Go to idle mode and wait for Arnold's next command. Following the protocol, if the master can't assign a task to us, then we have to go into a idle state and wait for his next command. The automaton who had knocked on Arnold's bedroom door said. The other automatons nodded in agreement. Their glowing white eyes soon turned yellow as they activated the idle mode, right next to their master's bedroom door. Not knowing their master wasn't sleeping as soundly as they thought. I am back in my personal hell. Arnold let out a sarcastic comment. There was no doubt in his mind that he was in a nightmare and was smirking through it all. He had lived through this exact nightmare a while ago, a week or so specifically. But he didn't have a nightmare ever since he slept with Nina. And now all of a sudden he was having a nightmare again. In his nightmare, he was trapped inside a dark cave. He couldn't move his hands and legs without feeling the restriction of the vines that bind him to a circular pillar. His head was as clear as ever. The only problem was, He couldn't use his abilities inside the dream, which wasn't unusual. As he was planning his next move, his back started to hurt from the first vertebrae of my spine to the tailbone. He had to get out of there. He knew the way to free himself, but he didn't want to. "It's gonna pain like hell, isn't it?" he mumbled. His eyes scanned left and right for signs of life. There were none. Only a couple of skeletons were tied next to him in a similar fashion as he was. "Hey, Larry and Barry. Long time no see." "Not gonna lie, I rather not see you guys if I could." "Cool and all, but, meh, I need to break my arm whenever I see you, so I hope you understand." Break his arm. That was the only way to get out of the situation he was in. Even though it was a nightmare, Arnold could feel pain like it was all happening in real life. That's why he was hesitant to break his arm. Once, he had tried to wait inside the cave and do nothing, but the pain which followed the stay was much worse than the pain he'd feel from a broken arm. If he didn't leave the cave soon, a forest troll would appear out of nowhere, licking his rubbery green lips, all the while staring at him like he was a delicate morsel. And the next second, Arnold would be squashed by the troll. So yeah, breaking an arm was a much better option. He took quick deep breaths and gritted his teeth together. He didn't want to get the troll's attention by screaming in pain. Then he turned his right wrist inwards and kept folding it in as flat as possible while pulling at the same time. And soon, his wrist snapped, but his hand comes right out of the clasp. The pain was unbearable, but his job wasn't finished yet. He still needed to do the with the left, but this time a muffled scream escaped through his mouth and soon the troll came running in. "Oh she!" Before he could do anything, the troll swung its hammer at him. But it never hit him. Arnold slowly opened his eyes and saw the troll knocked out on the floor. A spear pierced through its hairy chest. Next to him stood a tall and beautiful woman, wearing a magical armor. She was the one who stopped the troll. But something was different about the woman. Only her upper body was like a human-like, while the lower half resembled a red serpent. "A Naga?" Arnold mumbled, still chained to the pillar. "Why refuse me?" The Naga replied, "Welcome to stay with me in." Before she could complete what she was saying, darkness surrounded him. It was time for him to wake up. Chapter 189, SG-69. Waking up was no longer the pleasure like it was a few days ago. Nina's smiling face wasn't next to him to drive his nightmares away. There was a fleeting moment when he felt like everything was okay, but it evaporated faster than water off the scorched earth of the swamp he burned. The window next to his bed was wide open. Cool, soothing winds welcomed him into the monstrous world of the living. What was the nightmare I had? Suddenly, his head throbbed. The pain felt like someone had taken a knife to his skull. It didn't stop there. It felt like he was getting stabbed by multiple knives at once. He leant his head against the metallic bedpost, still sitting on the bed. He squeezed his eyes shut. With his nails dug deep into his palms, he willed the pain to go away. Soon the rest of the world became detached. All he could concentrate on was the pain rooted deep in his head. This was the first time something like this was happening to him. He couldn't think straight. The headache came along with a constant buzzing sound in his ears. If his brain was a computer, then constant buzzing sound occupying the headache was the noise made by its exhaust fan. But it was 100 times louder. He let go of his head and grabbed the bedpost instead. His grip on the bedpost got tighter and tighter, and eventually it snapped in half, and a large piece of it got stuck in his palm. Coupled with the headache, now his hand was bleeding as well. All he felt, all he knew was the pain of that moment. The pain started to subside as suddenly as it came. "What? There. Hell," he managed to mumble while essence of life healed the wound on his hand. As he tried getting back to normal, he realized he was on his feet. His eyes wide. He tried remembering about the nightmare he had, but he couldn't. The nightmare was not just forgotten but completely erased. Aside from his noisy breath, there was nothing to be heard, which wasn't all that uncommon considering how isolated the workshop was from the rest of the base. Still, this silence made him a bit uncomfortable. He stood next to the open window and stood there while his nerves calmed down a bit. The morning was as assured as the tides and just as unstoppable. It was beautiful. Life was beautiful, or so Arnold would like to say. but to him, it felt as he needed a few more hours of blackness. Not to sleep, but to prepare, to pour his thoughts out onto a page, reorganize, prioritize and pack them back in again. Barely 5 minutes had passed since he woke up and he already felt like he was on a roller coaster. He tore his eyes away from the scarlet morning sky and headed into the washroom to wash his face. He didn't care whether his day was bad or not. He still had tasks to do. The world wouldn't stop to check on his well-being. Hell, it would surprise him if anyone apart from his summons actually cared about him at this point. Once out of the shower, he unlocked his bedroom door and went out to be greeted by the sight of an almost unrealistic creation of his automaton's minds. A completed sentry gun, a weapon tag already printed on it. SG-69? Really? Of all the numbers they could choose, they chose this. Arnold shook his head, but he regretted doing so, as his headache came rushing back to him. Ouch. To know when the FCK, this pain would completely go away. Sigh. Rise and shine, boys, we got some work to do. One after another, the automatons came back to life and stood in front of him, ready for command. All right, guys. I see you finished it up and upgraded it as well. Good job and thank you. Arnold said, "You're free to do whatever you like now, but ask Talos first, he might need some assistance." "Yes, Master." The automatons roared in unison as left Arnold alone inside the workshop with the sentry. "Let's see what you made up, shall we?" He smiled and used probe on the sentry. Module incomplete. Please complete the setup by inserting an AI chip in the required slot. Right. This weird headache completely made me forget about the AI chip. I should probably get checked by Alice. Arnold mumbled and took out a blue chip from his inventory. Thankfully, I still have a few remaining chips after making the specialized automaton strike force. Oh right, I should probably modify the strike force as well. Can't have them failing against the lizardman. He rambled on for a while about how he'd like to upgrade the automatons while he altered a fraction of the AI's programming to suit the sentry's operations. He didn't require a computer or any device for this purpose, as his novice programmer ability provided him with a virtual machine which was integrated into his system. All he needed to do was to insert the chip in a certain slot of his inventory and the virtual machine would pop up on his interface. This concluded the easier step, and from there onwards it was all Python programming. Author's note: I think most of you know what Python is, but I'll briefly describe it for those who don't. Python is a programming language like Java and C++, but it's more programmer-friendly and much easier to understand and work upon than its counterparts. In my opinion, it's the best programming language, and thus I decided to mention it here. It's getting boring. Can we have some music please? Arnold said, and his virtual machine, which was linked to the internet only God knows how, immediately followed through with his request. Request acknowledged. Now playing, bar K in the black A, by a D. A message flashed on his interface and the music filled his ears. Author's note: looking at your way, dead boolopers. Now that's more like it. After an hour of solid programming, he succeeded in altering the AI and inserted the chip into the designated slot and once again used probe on it. SG-69. Type: reinforced sentry gun. AI type: self-programmed for automatic enemy verification and termination. Grade: A+. Basic stats: durability 25,002,500. Energy ANR 15,001,500. Firing rate 1002 bullets per minute. Damage 22 per bullet. Physical damage: defensive 137. Accuracy ACC 89. Height 1.62 meter. Weight 160 kg. Power source: self-made lithium-ion battery. Chemical electrical charging. Energy consumption idle mode 7 energy min. Energy consumption combat mode 20 energy min. Recovery rate 9 energy minutes. Weapon module: 4-barreled long-range miniguns. Steel titanium alloy shield for superior defense. Abilities: damage reflection, The thick shield on the barrel allows the shield to reflect up to 40% of the ranged damage received. This ability has a 10% chance of activation and increases by 0.5% of every hit the enemy lands successfully. Self-destruct. Once the durability of the sentry hits 0, it'll explode, causing 200,350 physical damage in a 20-meter radius. Remark: a deadly weapon for anyone to have. Try not to stand in its way for too long, or you might not be able to stand for the rest of your pathetic and miserable life. Not like it's going to be blissful either way. Just saying. Chapter 190, First Line of Defense. Back in the swamps, a company of 200 armored soldiers was investigating the site where Arnold had fought with an overwhelming amount of lizardmen and defeated them all. Aside from the 200 soldiers, there were researchers and forensic experts who were trying to unravel the cause of the destruction of such a scale. "You nerds, have you found anything?" One of the armored soldiers kicked a researcher in the butt. The man was known as Matthew Zilong. Officially he was an S+ ranked swordsman as well as the right-hand man of Devon Troy. He was also the man Devon trusted the most aside from Alex. It goes without saying, he too had been subjected to weird experimentation from Devon Troy, and it was thanks to those experiments his strength had far surpassed the rankings that his former nation had imposed on him. Yes, he was a successful product of the mutation process. The same mutation process which the White family had been desperately trying to replicate to increase their strength. But that wasn't all. He was an inhuman as well, much like Bad Breath, but unlike him, Matthew's physique remained the same and only his internal structure changed. His organs weren't the same anymore, and his abilities and skills were more explosive. So much so, that he could easily take on over 300 lizardmen on his own, with only his sword and nothing else, not even an armor. "Yais, sir." The researcher immediately jumped back to his feet and faced Matthew. "It is clear that this is work of a fire elementalist." Matthew grabbed the researcher's hazmat suit and lifted him off the ground, bringing his face closer to him. "You don't say, Einstein?" Matthew let out an exaggerated gasp. "I swear I thought it was a water user." "You dumb fucking OS. If you can only state the obvious facts which are clear to even a blind man, then I think more useful to us in death rather than being alive. No. Two can figure it all out." The man panicked and struggled to free himself from Matthew's anaconda-like grip. "You had 2 hours. 2 fucking hours to do that, and you pathetic excuse of a man couldn't do SHT. Yet you say you can figure it out?" Matthew asked, not letting him down. "You know what will happen to you next, don't you?" "Forgive him, sir. He'll do anything you want." The researcher started screaming and crying endlessly, for he knew what was going to happen to him. "I have a wife and children to take care of." Matthew took pleasure in seeing others panicking. He loved it when people begged in front of him to forgive them. He loved the feeling he got when they grovel at his feet, but more than that, he loved to hear their screams when they were eaten alive by his mutated pet werewolves who always followed him no matter where he went. After thinking about it for a while, he realized he hadn't treated his pets with their favorite food, human flesh, in a long time, and since he was feeling bored today, he decided to have some fun while he was at it. He also thought the other researchers could use some motivation with their work, so why the hell not? "You know, you don't need to worry about them anymore." Matthew let out a sly smile which no one could see since his face was hidden behind the visor of his armor, but the wicked smile was there. "I'll take care of your wife, and my docile pets could play with your young children. Sounds like a plan, don't you think?" "Leave them alone. You sick FCK." Panicked beyond reasoning, the researcher dropped his equipment box, quickly pulled out a 9mm Beretta pistol from his back pocket and emptied the entire magazine, point blank at Matthew's face. He soon realized how big of a mistake he just made. Other researchers were dumbstruck with what they were seeing. Oh, I thought we were talking like two civil people here. Why did you have to pull a stunt like that?" The researcher shot 21 bullets at point-blank range, but there wasn't a single scratch on the visor of his helmet. All of the 200 soldiers simultaneously started laughing. It wasn't a normal laugh either. They were laughing and smiling like madmen. The gravity of the situation finally dawned upon the researcher. He had just signed on his death certificate by himself. There was no way he could make it alive now. Not anymore. The gun slipped from his loosened grip. The researcher could already feel his soul leaving his body. He wasn't dead yet, but it was only a matter of time before he died. I'm sorry, Maria, Nick, Michelle. He thought about his family for the last time. Did he pissed in his pants? One of the soldiers laughed. Nah, I bet 3 beast crystals. He shat his pants. Another one chimed in. Even better, I bet 5 crystals. He shat first and then pissed his ass clean. Ha ha ha. The jokes kept popping up. The researchers, however, stayed silent and carried on with their work. This scene was way too common for them. On every field mission, they went to along with Matthew and his hand-picked squad of maniacs just like him. It was common for the low-class researchers to die under mysterious circumstances. Everyone was well aware of what these circumstances were, but no one gave a crap about them anyways. Almost all of these researchers were either hostage or were on America's wanted list, so there was nowhere for them to run either. All of these low-leveled researchers were the former. This no one gave a flying FCK about them. The researchers who were on the wanted list however weren't expendable and hence lived a luxurious life even in the swamps. Matthew let out a heavy sigh before continuing. Looks like he'll have to teach you a lesson. He then threw the researcher in front of him and whistled. It was a signal to let his pets know the lunch was ready. Within a fraction of a second, 3 gigantic werewolves came running out of nowhere and started eating the man alive. The blood-curdling screams of the researcher were enough to drive anyone insane, but there wasn't a sane person, to begin with. You should rather hand your kin over to us if you're so desperate to get rid of them, demon. A voice resembling the crackling sound of thunder asked Matthew. At this moment everyone, even the soldiers who had been laughing a second ago, shut their mouths and backed off. It was better for them to shut their mouths if they wanted to live. I see here, Grok. Matthew turned around to face the being that had just appeared there. The leader sends his sympathies for the loss of the soldiers of your proud species. Tell your leader, I don't need nor do I want his sympathies. The black, 7-foot-tall, muscular and well-armored lizardman replied, but what I do want is to know who did this to my soldiers. Relax, Grok. My men are currently working on finding who the bastard was. You'll get to know about him before sunset. Matthew approached the black lizardman, and if my men are not able to do so, well, in that case, consider all of these researchers to be a compensation for not delivering our promise. Very well then. Grok turned around to face his personal security force of over 500 red lizardmen. He'll be waiting to hear from you. Sure, big guy. Matthew mumbled as the lizardman disappeared into the swamps. Boss, don't you think that guy is a bit too much? One of the soldiers asked once he was sure that the lizardmen were gone. That might be the case, but we both need each other for survival. Matthew mumbled, after all, his army is our first line of defense. As long as we keep scratching his back, he'll protect ours. Chapter 191. Bang Bang 1. Back in the workshop, Arnold was still tinkering around the sentry, giving it final touches before he began testing it. After debating for a while, he installed a heat sensor in the sentry, enabling the AI to automatically assess the situation and counterattack on its own without any outside interference. The AI itself was performing well despite being only a low-leveled one. Arnold had quite high hopes for the sentry. He had achieved his goal of making an affordable yet deadly weapon. All right, he stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. Time to test it out. Light up, SG-69. Voice command was one of the ways to activate it along with manual activation. Arnold installed the manual activation so that if there was any need, even his summons or others like Alan could also activate it in Arnold's absence. I need to think of a different way for the others to activate it as well. Manual activation can backfire on us as well, Arnold thought as the barrels of the sentry lit up. For now, I should take their voice samples and incorporate them with mine so that all of us would be able to activate these using our voice. Okay, you'll do it later. Right now, let's test this boy out. The sentry activated and started oscillating sideways in a periodic fashion. As of now, it could cover up to 220 degrees area in front of it. The other side, however, was completely unguarded. You could say it was a blind spot, that too quite a big one. But since Arnold was planning on using them for defense more than offense, it wasn't much of an issue. Also, he was going to use them like a pack of wolves, not like a lone wolf. So it was all good for now. Arnold went ahead and placed a dozen tin canisters all around the workshop and used his fire ability to heat them up so that they could be registered by the sentry's AI. Once done, he stood behind the sentry wearing a pair of protective glasses. Gotta protect the mystique eyes. Alright, light 'em up. The slowly rotating barrel of the sentry picked pace all of a sudden. A loud buzzing sound came out of it and the next second it started firing bullets like a dragon, endlessly spewing fire. The workshop was filled with loud sounds of gunfire. Arnold felt like he was standing in the middle of a war zone. The sound coming from the sentry wasn't very loud, but the noise increased by tenfold because of the constant echoes being generated by the large hall. All right, that's enough, Arnold shouted, but his voice got shut down by the reverberation. I said, that's enough. Finally, the firing came to a halt. The workshop was filled with dust and smoke which soon started settling down. The barrel of the gun was overheated, but apart from that, the sentry was fine. The workshop, however, wasn't in the condition Arnold had expected it to be. Sentry shot down the tin canisters one after another like it was supposed to. The problem arose when the canisters were out of the way. After the canisters were obliterated into pieces, Sentry's AL started looking for its next target, which was, you guessed it right, the warm fireplace of the forge. That was the source of dust and dirt that had enveloped the workshop. Out of the 4 fireplaces, 3 had been destroyed but were reparable. Most of the workbenches that were there had also been destroyed. It's explosive, that's for sure. The corners of his mouth twitched as he massaged his forehead. Gotta tell someone to clean this mess up. FCK it. I'll take a shower first. Arnold turned around and left to shower, forgetting to switch the AI off. With the AI still being active, it was now in the failsafe mode Arnold had put in place. What was the failsafe mode? Shoot and kill anything that entered in the sentry's range. Anything. 10 minutes later, Arnold had completed his workout routine and just stepped into the shower, the water slowly washing away the tiredness of his muscles. Living in the wastelands ain't that bad if your summons take care of your duties, hee. Suddenly his communicator started blowing up. After seeing that Talos was calling him, Arnold picked it up. What's up, Master? Lady Nina and Lady Nicole have arrived. Where shall I escort them to? Talos' electronic voice ruined through Arnold's ears. I was hoping they wouldn't come, Arnold mumbled. Either way, tell Alan to take care of them while I get ready. I'm afraid he won't be able to do so. Why? Did something happen? The master told him to visit the other bases, remember? Well, in that case, have them wait in the workshop and also, send someone to clean the mess up. What do you mean, Master? You have been resting, haven't you? Arnold sensed a bit of anger in Talos' voice, but it wasn't possible for an automaton to be angry, right? Ahem. Yeah. I've been resting. Dunno why I said what I said. Hee. So should I tell them to head towards the workshop? Talos confirmed it once again. Yup. He'll be out in a few minutes. As you wish, Master, Talos replied and ended the call. Man, this day is getting. What do you call it? Oh right, a pain in the fucking ass. He grabbed the towel and ran out of the shower, near the helipad at the same time. Is Arnold alright? Nina asked Talos as soon she stepped out of the helicopter. Of course he is. A puny force of monsters won't be able to harm him. Talos bowed before the ladies and replied, although, it was a reckless move. Even for him. I don't want to pry deeper into the matter, but I assume you two had something to do with it. It was my fault, Nicole mumbled, but Talos cut her off. No worries, my lady. No one can change what happened, but we could work on making it better, right? Talos said and turned around. Master is waiting for you in the workshop. This way please. The base is getting better day by day. I see. Nina appraised Talos as she looked at the newly installed defenses of the base from the Humvee they were sitting in. Everyone here seems to be happy as well. It was a good decision to make Arnold a section chief. Don't you agree, Nicole? Yes, Nicole replied, but seemed to be out of the place. Stop overthinking things, will you? No matter what, he's your brother, right? So just apologize to him and it'll be fine. Nina tried to cheer her friend up, but to no avail. You siblings are way too sensitive, you know that? Nicole opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Talos stopped the car. We're here. Chapter 192. Bang bang 2. The trio got out of the car and headed towards the gates of the workshop. Nervousness was dripping off of Nicole's face. She, America's strongest warrior, was feeling so agitated just by the thought of meeting her brother. Nina wrapped her arm around Nicole. She felt the same way. Both of them knew about his anger, the anger which drove him to confront an entire armada of lizardmen all by himself. Unlike Nicole, Nina was more worried about her boyfriend's well-being than the resentment he must have been feeling. Talos here. Talos received a call from someone just as they were about to enter the workshop. I see. No, hold them there. I'm on my way. He ended the call and continued. I'm sorry, Lady Nina. Lady Nicole, an emergency came up which requires my immediate attention. You see, the ogres we have been keeping captive have caused a scene, so we'll have to leave now. But please go inside, Master would be there soon. Wait, you have been keeping ogres as captives? What was Arnold even thinking? Nina immediately snapped back. The rules of the wastelands are much different than the ones on the other side. Survival is the only thing that matters here, both for humans as well as the monsters. Saying that, Talos jumped into the Humvee and zoomed towards the prison cells where the ogres were being kept, leaving Nicole and Nina behind in a trail of dust. Well, he has a point. Anyways, let's go in. Nina pushed the doors and stepped in, not expecting to get attacked. The moment she stepped inside, the sentry's AI detected her presence and executed the action like it was supposed to. Eliminate the target. Target confirmed. Initializing attack to eliminate the threat. All of a sudden, the barrels of the sentry started rotating, faster than before. Soon the workshop was lit up by the barrage of bullets. Oh, shit! Nina pushed Nicole backwards and jumped sideways to dodge the bullets. Unfortunately, she got hit in the abdomen. The bullet brought hellish pain with it. The bullet was stuck in her guts. Her blood was draining all over her shirt, running warm through her battle-hardened skin. Her stomach lurched with pain. God damn it. Nina gritted her teeth so hard she could even shatter a diamond in between them. The bullet wound looked nothing like one would have expected from frequently watching the dramas and TV shows. Instead of a neat reddened hole, it was oozing with dark congealing blood, and the putrid smell was enough to initiate a gag reflex. She raised her hand to her face and wiped one sweat off her head. The entry wound was small, the exit was a gaping mess as if being hit with two different kinds of weapon at once. There was the usual dark red hole that oozed thickly, but also hundreds of different tiny wounds, like shrapnel. She had been hit by a .50 caliber bullet. It wasn't an ordinary bullet either. It was Arnold's special fiery bullets which exploded upon contact with someone or something. Even the lizardman's thick skin was no match for this bullet. Nina's skin was more delicate than that. She had taken cover under a workbench, but it was already filled with holes because of Arnold's early experiments. The sentry didn't stop shooting either. A concentrated barrage of bullets rained upon her. The concrete wall in front of her was shattered into bits and pieces. I swear I'm gonna kill that idiot, she roared in pain, and just then the doors of the workshop turned into dust. Nicole entered the room, gave a glance over her friend, her eyes filled with rage. How dare you? Nicole screamed in rage, and at that moment everything around her turned into dust. The forge, the workbenches, everything in that area was destroyed in an instant. The sentry immediately recognized the new threat and targeted Nicole. But Nicole wasn't as weak as Nina. The bullets disintegrated into fine powder upon reaching a certain distance from her. She was about to destroy the sentry when someone kicked it over and destroyed it in a few punches. What the hell happened here? Arnold asked Nicole after confirming that the sentry was destroyed for good. Nicole didn't reply, so Arnold didn't force her. He looked around the wrecked workshop. It was nearly empty, if not for a few obsolete pieces of destroyed equipment that laid here and there. Just as it had been outside, the inside looked like something out of a movie's apocalyptic scene. The strong walls of the workshop had turned into something as useless as the equipment they now housed. Beams stretched high overhead and sunlight shone brightly through cracks in the ceiling. The workshop in which Arnold had made so many memories was utterly destroyed in a matter of a few seconds. Ugh! Nina groaned in pain. She tried to pull herself up but couldn't. She had lost too much blood. Nina. Arnold rushed towards her, only to be stopped by Nicole. Don't you dare go near her. Nicole pushed him back. Arnold was confused and shocked by his sister's behavior. But before he could say or do anything, Nicole pointed her arms in his direction. You wanted to kill me, didn't you? Nicole mumbled. You did this all because I'm a paladin too, didn't you? I don't give a crap about you being a paladin or not. Now get out of the way. He tried to push him aside, but unique passive skill, Devil's Advocate, has been activated. Immune to true damage causing abilities. Immune to Shadow Paladin's Ghoul's Stare attack. Are you kidding me? Arnold stared at the woman who was supposed to be his sister. Did you just try to kill me? It didn't work. How is it even possible? Nicole stared at him as if she had seen a ghost. Whatever, I don't have the time to deal with you or your childish delusions. Arnold pushed her aside and went ahead to check on Nina. This is bad. Chapter 193, I'm no brother of yours. Stop acting like this isn't your fault. Nicole's voice got heavier by the second, but Arnold didn't give a flying FCK about her anymore. His focus was solely on Nina and nothing else. But only if his luck was that good. Stop acting like a fucking bitch, Arnold ultimately snapped. If you can't help me, then shut the FCK up or get lost. No. Nina struggled to speak, couldn't even say his name properly. SHH. Don't talk. Arnold looked into Nina's eyes and smiled at her wanly as she collapsed in his arms. Her breathing was getting heavier by every passing moment. Arnold then quickly ripped off his shirt and held it over the wound, trying to put pressure on it. While he was desperately trying to stop the bleeding, Nicole stood there, intently looking at Arnold's every move. Shit, the bleeding won't stop. Arnold quickly contacted Talos for help. Get Alice and come to the workshop right now. But master, the ogres. Talos tried to explain the situation in his end. The ogres had gone berserker due to heavy consumption of beast crystals. The automatons and humans were trying to get a hold on them off, but the ogres were having none of it. I don't give a FCK about the ogres. Take her and get here right fucking now, damn it. Master, I won't be able to bring her there even if I wanted to. Talos calmly replied. She isn't inside the base at the moment. Damn it, all. Arnold lifted Nina in his arms and headed towards his room, the only part of the building that was still intact. I think you've caused enough damage. Nicole stepped in between once again. She's my friend, and I can take care of her. Can you heal her? I can't. Then get the FCK out of my way, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. His cold fury burnt with dangerous intensity. He never worried about Nicole's behavior up till now, but her frequent verbal fireworks and showers of red-hot sparks were enough for Arnold to make a decision. Sister or not, it didn't change the fact that she had tried to kill him a few moments ago. It was these bitterly cold, slow-burning hateful feelings that threatened to engulf their relationship, once and for all. If it wasn't for Nina's condition, Arnold wouldn't have hesitated to deal with her right then and there. But for now, Nina's well-being took the priority over everything else. We have a lot to talk about, Nicole mumbled and stepped aside, but decided to enter his room along with them. You were right. I can't trust him anymore. Not after the stunt he pulled today. Nicole thought. It is unfortunate but not surprising in the least. Donna replied, after all, the paladins are known for attacking and killing each other. Although it isn't necessary to do that, but sometimes it's for the better. Maybe that's why he set the turret thingy to kill you. You may be correct, but why the FCK did you attack him? Nicole was furious. Hey, it's not like I like controlling your body or anything, I just did what you didn't have the guts to do. FCK off. Not convincing anyone by saying that. Nicole replied while she watched Arnold summon a monster. The creature had a luscious body for which any man or woman regardless of their sexual preference, would immediately lust after. Nicole, despite being America's strongest warrior, couldn't resist the creature's tempting body. Two sharp horns adorned the luscious beast's bowed head, who herself looked to be in a state of permanent smirking. The creature was barely wearing anything, flaunting her body to the spectators. Her outlandish armor only covered her weak spots, leaving very little to Nicole's imagination. A serrated tail snakes behind it, chains dangle alongside it. Two cramped wings extend themselves fully. When did he tame the succubus? Nicole shook her head, trying to snap out of her charm. She ain't an ordinary succubus either. Donna intervened. It's one of the three queens. I'm telling you, your brother is nothing but trouble for us now. Agreed. But you didn't try to mortally wound him, right? Yeah? Kinda. I wanted to make his arms disappear, that's all. Donna replied. You what? Chill. It didn't work. Did it? I suppose. But next time you better inform me before doing anything. Nicole's train of thought was interrupted by Arnold's commands to the succubus. Heal her up, Natasha. As you wish, master, Natasha said and hugged Nina tightly. They were awkwardly close. So close not even an electron couldn't pass through them. Your summon Natasha is using Life Restore LVL5. Within the next minute, Nina was completely healed up but hadn't regained consciousness. Arnold was still worried about her, but Natasha reassured him that Nina was fine. Don't worry, master, she is safe. She winked at Arnold. She's just tired because of the blood loss. Thank you, Natasha. I don't even know how to thank you. No need to thank me, master. I know this human is important to you. If you're done here, Nicole pulled Arnold's arm. Can we talk? There's nothing to talk about, Arnold replied, his back turned towards her. Denying the truth won't make you less guilty. Truth? Guilt? Listen here, you powermonger. The only truth here is that you tried to kill me. Two didn't try to kill you. Yeah, right. We're both paladins, remember? Arnold smirked off. Yeah? Well, you tried to kill me first. What even? Arnold shrugged his shoulders while massaging his temple. It was all a simple mistake, for God's sake. It was Nicole's turn to smirk now. Yeah? A mistake that you didn't came to receive us at the gate like you were supposed to, or was it a mistake that Talos suddenly got a call out of nowhere and had to leave us? Or maybe it was the fact that once you saw your plan didn't work you decided to act like a hero and save the day? Oh, brother, not everyone is as dumb as you. Nicole. Arnold slapped her across the face. Something he had never done before. He tried to reach out and apologize for it, but then Nicole said something which removed all the thoughts of apologizing from his mind. Nicole's gaze was fixed at the ground, but her voice was loud and clear. I wish you'd have died along with our parents on that day. No, two didn't mean to say that. Words flew from her mouth that she never thought she'd even think, let alone say out loud. She knew instantly from the look in his eyes that they'd hit their mark. In that instant, their relationship was shattered into glassy shards. Nothing would ever be the same again. He rarely ever argued without using his fists, but his words packed a powerful punch. Carefully spoken, without drama, his words had an air of finality to them, and no matter how hard she railed against them, nothing would change his mind now. Get out. Arnold's voice was as calm as summer winds, yet it couldn't hide the anger within him. Brother, I didn't. I said get out of here. Brother. Please. No, sister of mine. Get out of here and don't ever show me your face again. Chapter 194. What could be yours? Sun sank lower in the sky. The light of day slowly drained away and entered the velvety darkness of night. The air became cooler in the evening landscape. The faintest of light barely made it through the sky, and soon it grew dark. A close silence followed the evening light. The Alpha Base was the only source of light for kilometers in the wastelands. Arnold was staring at a tiny dot which slowly faded away. He sat on a tall steel platform. It gave him a panoramic view of the wastelands. As the helicopter carrying Nicole finally disappeared, his gaze fell on the cruel wastelands. Originally this was a scout post, but now it had been converted into a place where Arnold went to gather his thoughts, something he did quite a lot these days. Soon Talos came to visit him there. Alice closely followed him. "How is she?" Arnold asked, his gaze still fixated on the wastelands as if he was looking at a mine filled with diamonds. "She's recovering well," Alice replied, "though it'll take a few hours before she's recovered completely." Arnold sighed and finally got up, turning towards them. "Talos, station the automatons around the workshop or whatever that remains of it now." "It's already done, Master," Talos replied, bowing his head down. "Master, I apologize for my—" "No need to apologize for anything." Arnold patted him on his shoulder. "It was all a big misunderstanding that evolved into something else." "Master, you should rest too," Alice chipped in. "I know it must be tough for you, and I can't even imagine what you're going through right now. But regardless of that, you should rest. At least it'll clear your head for a while." "It's not like I have much to do either way." Arnold smiled, turning towards her. "With the workshop destroyed, I can't make anything even if I wanted to, and that means I'll have to put the plan of making a relic on hold as well." On the surface, Arnold tried to remain calm and act like everything was fine, but it wasn't. He was shattered on the inside. Nina's blood was still on his hands and shirt. It was enough to break his heart, but Nicole's reaction to the situation made it a lot worse. He had never even dreamed of raising his voice in front of her, let alone raising his hands. But there he was. The moment he slapped her, something broke inside of him. What made it worse was Nicole's wish for him to die along with their parents. He wanted to throw himself to work. All he wanted was to distract his mind, but it wasn't possible anymore. The only alternative he could think of was to hunt the monsters, but even Arnold knew he didn't have the mental strength to do so. In his current state of mind, he would only put himself in unnecessary danger. "Right. I should sleep it off," Arnold said and walked into the elevator. "In the meantime, Talos, you carry on with the experiments and inform me about everything. And Alice, you stay by Nina's side and focus on her recovery. Inform me as soon as she gets up." "I'll be sleeping in the domain for now." "Will do," Talos replied as the elevator doors closed. A few hours later, Arnold's gaze was transfixed by the scene of a battlefield. If someone wanted to know what true devastation looked like, then this was it. It was a hilly region alongside which was flowing a bloodied river. Everywhere he looked he could only see bloated carcasses of humans, horses, and elephants, along with broken carts and weaponry. Crows and vultures were viciously fighting over the corpses of the dead, even though there were enough to satisfy their bowels for their lifetime. The gawking scene of the scavengers made the entire scenario even more macabre. "Here we go again. Another stupid nightmare." "I am not even surprised about it anymore," Arnold mumbled absent-mindedly. "I'm not time-traveling now, am I?" Indeed, it looked like a battlefield from medieval times, maybe even hundreds of thousands of years before his time. But before he could pry deeper into the matter, he heard a voice. Lord Neil Canth, a white minotaur even bigger than Asterios carrying a battle-axe, kneeled behind him. Author's note: Neil Canth means blue throat. It is often used to refer to Shiva. Is he calling out to me? Arnold thought and slowly turned around. What he saw next sent shivers down his spine. An army of innumerable monsters, humans, undead beings and demons stood behind him, bowing down in front of him to show the utmost respect. Arnold could hardly comprehend what was going on in front of him when the majestic Minotaur spoke again, his voice carrying a sense of authority within. Arnold didn't open his mouth yet a voice came from within. What happened? The voice was calming and yet intimidating. Total decimation, my lord. Everything went just as you wished. the Minotaur said, his eyes boring a deep hole in the ground. What about that bastard? Where is he? Went into hiding with a handful of his imbecile followers. Our scouts are looking for him as we speak. He won't be able to hide forever. The man in control of his body nodded. No matter what, don't kill him. The council wants to deal with him. Yes, my lord. The Minotaur stood up and left, followed by the army of the monsters. The next moment, he was pulled away from his body. Much like when he used Soul Grapple. But instead of going anywhere else, he was now stranded in a dark space which looked like Sumion's domain. The fact that it was a domain made it clear he wasn't alone in there. I know you're here. Show yourself, Arnold shouted at top of his lungs. You have keen senses. I'll give you that. The man's voice echoed through the dark space, yet no one appeared in front of him. Still, it's not the time for me to show myself. Instead, I wanted to show you a glimpse of what could be yours. Men, monsters, demons, you can control them all. But it all comes at a price. Look, I'm not really in the mood for this, alright? How about you wake me up and we'll discuss this next time? Arnold was sure it was all a nightmare, but that didn't stop him from acting cocky. He expected the voice to shut him down, instead it started laughing. You are amusing. The guide wasn't wrong about that, at least. The voice replied, very well then, we shall continue this soon. Until then, rest well my paladin. Chapter 195, Spa. Following the nightmare, Arnold woke up with a start. There was no sun to greet him inside his void, but the electricity generated from the beast crystals was enough to light up the room. He tried to remember the dream, and unlike the last time, his head was clear as day. Still, a plethora of thoughts rushing in his brain didn't make it easy for him to recall everything. However, he could vividly remember the scene of the battlefield. The blood and corpses had left their mark in his head, but weirdly enough he couldn't feel anything. He had slain innumerable monsters and humans too, so it wasn't that weird for him to not feel anything. Killing was like second nature to him. Was it same for Nicole as well? Arnold thought about it for a while, then furiously shook his head. Second nature or not, she tried to kill me. Paladins, gods, and what the FCK not. Everything is screwing me up. He slid out of the bed, took his shirt off and started working out right then and there. Previously, he thought sleeping would help him clear his mind, which it did, momentarily. But now he was back at square one. With the destroyed forge, working out was the only thing he could do. But he wouldn't get to have that either, as his head was filled with the words of the one he thought to be the immortal one. After all, who else would generously offer to give him more powers? I have to get stronger, that's certain. He mumbled as he rigorously performed push-ups. I also need to talk with Nicole on this matter, but not now. Anything he'd do now would end up adding more fuel in the fire. Arnold considered himself to be lucky. If it wasn't for his devil's advocate passive, he would be gone for good. Despite that, he was still worried. Even though he was immune to true damage-causing abilities, it wasn't the same for his summons. With her powers, Nicole could easily destroy his summons and weapons on a whim, which would then deplete her of her mana. Thus one could say they were at a stalemate right now. Arnold wouldn't be able to cause her any harm, nor would Nicole be able to do anything to him. They were each other's perfect counters. Thinking about his sibling broke a smile on his face. It was a joyous smile, but a sad one. Who would have thought in 100 years that my sister would end up becoming my adversary? But here we are. He wanted to make up with her after all. No matter what, she was still his sister, the one he had loved more than himself. This was what he wanted to believe, that they would put everything behind and start over once again, but deep down he knew it was all jack shit. The trust he had for her was completely shattered today. No matter what happened next, he was doubtful he'd ever been able to trust her like before. Even in case he miraculously managed to trust her, he would always be on edge around her, feel like walking over eggshells, no matter how many scenarios he played in his head. He couldn't think of a positive outcome for it. I wonder what would Mom do in this situation? Arnold mumbled as he got up and swiped the sweat using his shirt. Maybe she'll lock us up in a room and force us to make up. Haha. But I doubt it'll work now. I'm pretty sure only one of us might walk out of that room alive. He had rested for well over 8 hours. However, Since the time flew faster in his domain, not even 3 hours had been passed in the real world. If Arnold went outside now, the darkness would be as prominent as ever, so he decided to go for his run inside the void instead. He was about to step out when he heard a loud cheer followed by sounds of clashing steel. "Looks like someone is training in the backyard. Might as well join them," he said, and hurried off to the backyard of the building. Following the sounds, Should known it would be them. Arnold let a smile escape from his mouth as he leaned on the wall next to him. In some distance, Asterios and Dread were practicing their moves on each other. Sparks flew out in all directions when the unadulterated strength of Asterios' warhammer and the Dread's sleek and calculated katana met each other. It was truly a sight to behold. Even his other summons had gathered around them to enjoy the show. Asterios and Dread practiced a lot with each other, as they were the only ones who could take each other's attacks. Still, they rarely went all out on each other. Both Arnold and his summons knew this very well and hence were watching the duel with immense interest. Arnold didn't know, but watching the duel somehow managed to put his mind at ease. All of his worries about Nicole, Nina and his nightmares had vanished. He had finally found something else to occupy his head. For now at least. He soon started analyzing their battle techniques. He was used to doing this after all the battles he had fought ever since gaining the system. Dread has better technique, as well as his attacks are calculated and efficient. Whereas Asterios, he just has a lot of strength. But then Arnold interrupted. But Asterios roar. The Minotaur charged at the Dreadnought like a bull addicted to Red Bull. It looked like Dread already knew his opponent's next move and had already planned a counter move. Right before the collision, Asterios leapt in the air, his hammer over his head. One could say it was his signature move. Dread immediately threw a punch at the flying Minotaur while preparing his katana to attack Asterios at the same time. At that moment Arnold knew who was going to be the winner of the duel. Well done, Asterios. The high-flying Minotaur suddenly threw his hammer at Dread as if it was a javelin. Dread was surprised by this weird maneuver and couldn't respond in time. The hammer took out the katana in his other arm, while Asterios drop-kicked Dread in the face. It was Dread's turn to fly now, and boy did he fly. Few of Arnold's unlucky summons got in Dread's way and were crushed like rotten tomatoes. All of a sudden, the cheering stopped. The summons were dumbstruck. Everyone present during this battle would bet that Dread was going to win the duel no matter what. After all, it was the most obvious conclusion. Dread was better than Asterios in almost every way. But Arnold knew of a factor which everyone overlooked: unpredictability. Asterios didn't have a particular fighting style, and this was the secret of his victory. Asterios in a way was much similar to Arnold. Defying the odds wasn't something that everyone could pull off, and Arnold respected anyone capable of doing it. Arnold's claps broke the silent atmosphere. Everyone's eyes were now transfixed on him. He spoke up once he had their attention. "All right. This fight got me fired up. Anyone up for a sparring session with me?" Silence once again swallowed the atmosphere, until a hand shot up in the air. "How about a rematch, boss?" Bad Breath exclaimed, smiling like an idiot. "Just be sure to close your mouth." Arnold smiled. "I don't want to stink." Chapter 196. Mythical Affinity 1. Who's next? Arnold roared inside his domain. Bad Breath, Marshall, Duke, and even Asterios were collapsed next to him. The beatdown was unintentional, but the aftermath was something everyone had expected to see. It wasn't as if Arnold was unaffected by participating in the Fight Club. He had been punched and kicked a few times by his summons, but that was the extent of it. Mostly he was suffering from exhaustion after fighting so many of his summons one after the other. He was panting like never before, especially after fighting with Asterios. Initially, he fought Bad Breath without his gears. His bare hands were enough to handle him, but as the opponents got stronger, Arnold decided it would be wise to battle once he had his equipment on. The fight with Bad Breath was exciting but was over once Arnold suplexed him into oblivion. For Bad Breath, the fight was over, but after watching Bad Breath fight with his master, the others were inspired to fight as well. Dread, however, refused to raise his sword against his master and stood far away, watching his fellow summons get their ass handed to them by their master. Once Bad Breath had given up, Duke charged at Arnold. To Arnold's surprise, he had brought his scythe with him and began using it to attack him. Arnold thought Duke was going out of the line, but hell, he was enjoying it all. The thrill had consumed his head. Worries about Nicole were long forgotten now, and the only thing going through his mind was to defeat his opponent. Despite using the scythe, Duke wasn't able to put a scratch on Arnold, so he decided to take it a step further and transform into the Undead Reaper. Mid-battle, maybe it was Duke's way to wage a psychological battle with Arnold, as the Reaper was the first dungeon boss who nearly killed him. When Arnold saw the Reaper in front of him, he went silent. Duke thought his plan worked and once again charged at Arnold, but as he got nearer to his master, Duke realized something. Arnold was affected by the Reaper all right, but not in the way Duke had expected. Instead of being tensed after seeing the Reaper, Arnold was smiling like he had won $1 million from a lottery. Boy, have I been dying to have this rematch. I'll finally get to kick your ass. Those were the first words that escaped from his mouth. At that moment, Arnold was no longer fighting with Duke but with the Reaper. However, Duke wasn't alone. Passive sync skill, Circle of Death activated. All attributes of the undead units have been increased by 15%. The sync skill of the undead had activated and enhanced the attributes of his summons. But a 15% increase in attributes was nothing in Arnold's eyes. Had he wanted, he could have easily increased his strength by 150%. But he didn't, because he wanted to fight his summons using his own strength and a few gears. He wanted to whoop the Reaper's OS, and boy, a swapping he did. Arnold wasn't serious in the fights which followed afterwards. Marshall was pretty easy to deal with, but Arnold accidentally touched his sword, and well, let's just say Marshall won't have a sword for a while. Arnold promised to make him one once the workshop was up and running. That managed to calm Marshall down a bit. The only one he went all out against was Asterios, and Asterios did the same with him. Arnold didn't use the Vindicator, but he did use both his enhanced Phoenix Cloak and Vritra's Wrath to even the grounds a bit. Still, the battle was even more intense than earlier battles. But in the end, Arnold managed to overwhelm the Minotaur and deal a decisive blow on the Minotaur's head. After watching this fight, no one dared to fight him anymore. No one but. "Ugh, is it my turn now?" Natasha happily squeaked and rushed towards him, her chest swinging left and right in symphony with her butt. "Nope, it isn't." Arnold froze the ground around him. She inevitably slipped on the thin layer of ice and fell hard on her butt. Did wearing the beast collar made her stupid? Arnold thought while Natasha rubbed her bubble butt to ease the pain. For God's sake, use your wings, you bimbo in the heat. "This is not how I expected you to make my butt sore," she mumbled, still rubbing her butt. Asterios thought she was done for now, but to his and all of the summons' surprise, Arnold agreed to the duel. "Fine, I'll do it." Arnold shrugged his shoulders, but not because I'm a sick pervert, but because you saved Nina's life as well as mine. If that's what you wish for, then I'm obligated to do it. "Damn it, if I knew about this earlier, I'd have wished for something else," she replied, her wings flapping intensely behind her back. Master. Since I saved 2 lives, shouldn't I get 2 wishes?" Arnold was slowly getting frustrated, but he kept his calm. "You want to do this or not?" "Of course, Master. My body and dead soul are yours to violate," she said, and started removing her armor. "But I won't battle with you like a bunch of savages. Instead, well, fight like proud and honorable Cubus do." A battle of pleasure. The summons who was on the verge of death from exhaustion were suddenly back on their feet, smiling like idiots. Even Arnold was stunned by Natasha's vulgarity, and before he could get a hold of the situation, she was already naked. Arnold hated to admit it, but he was quite excited. "Yeah, excited." Natasha slowly walked towards him, swinging her stark naked body around. However, Arnold's senses soon kicked him in the balls before it was too late. He wanted to distract himself from his thoughts, but this wasn't what he wanted to do. Regardless of how grateful he was for everything Natasha had done for him, this was way out of line, even for her. "Well, carry on with this some other time. I just remembered I have some task to complete tonight, so see ya," he said, and jumped into a portal, carrying him out of his domain. Chapter 197, Mythical Affinity 2. As a child, Arnold used to wake up in the night and wish for the sun to rise. The darkness used to worry him. He was scared of demons and monsters, but his imagination fueled his fear even more by conjuring many beasts with beastly jaws which, apparently, lurked beyond the range of his vision, waiting for him to slip up and strike him down. But now he embraced it. The darkness was an ally of him as the night provided cover from the flesh and blood monsters of the day, humans and monsters alike. Even on the most moonlit of nights, he was used to seeking shadows to blend in with, staying clear of those pools of yellow light that flow from the street lamps. The wastelands didn't have the neon and white lights that used to flood from the bars and restaurants. It was weird, but he felt at ease while he was in the wastelands. In here he only needed to worry about monsters, and not the ones hiding within human skin. The only reason for him to venture out at night was to gather his thoughts and to calm down his little dragon after the prank Natasha pulled off on him. He was strolling around the base. There was still a couple of hours for the sun to rise again. In the meantime, the moon was enjoying the glory to bathe the land in its bright and calming light. The moonlight spilt onto his chest and shoulders. As much as Arnold loved the darkness, he didn't want to be consumed by it. Hence the moonlight was special to him. If someone were to ask him about how he felt about the night and the moonlight, he would describe the moonlight as his only companion in the night's darkness. The soft shimmering glow of the moon held a special purpose. It gave him a direction in what would otherwise be a maze of impenetrable darkness. His footsteps echoed sharply around the deserted base. Apart from his summons, no human could be seen around. He was calm and collected, but his heartbeat sounded awkwardly loud in his own ears, like the booming heartbeat of a condemned prisoner. Should I start running, instead of walking? It might take a while before Nina woke up, so I'd be able to pass my time while keeping myself fit. Arnold thought about it for a while and then decided to do it anyway, since this had been his plan early on. Without any intention of not complying with his thoughts, he suddenly zoomed past a couple of automatons who were patrolling around the base, leaving them covered in a trail of dust. As he ran, his feet kissing the land. Perhaps a few years ago, he would have laughed at the idea of running so far and fast, and now all he could do was to cherish the prospect of doing so. His agility wasn't over the roof like a few individuals, still, it was more than enough to make him feel like he was flying out of an air rather than running on the ground. His feet were made to travel at speed and as light as the paws of a lion. Yet it wasn't enough. He was about to use Rapid Flash to increase his speed even more. But before he could, a notification popped up in front of him. You have 159 unallocated attribute points to use. He went from the speed of a raging Lamborghini to that of a bullock cart within a fraction of a second. I can't believe I forgot about this, he said, shaking his head. The confrontation with Nicole screwed up my memory. Ha ha. His smile wasn't genuine, but he could fool anyone around him, even himself. The sad part was, he knew he was trying to fool himself. He shook his head one last time before opening his status plate. Name, Arnold Ling. Title, Crouching Figure, Extraordinary Figure, Perfectionist, Master Tamer, Killer of the Masses. Level, can't be determined. Rank, unranked. Finish the Ascension question to unlock your new level and rank. Special skill, Devil's Rage. Class, Cosmic Creationist. Subclass, Magical Gunslinger LVL 10 max level. EXP. Abilities. Quick Shot LVL, 15. Explosive Shot LVL, 15. Lucky Shot LVL, 15. Critical Shot LVL, 15. Engineering Pioneer LVL 10 max level. EXP. Abilities. Quick Assembly LVL, 15. Efficient Recycling LVL, 15. Novice Programmer LVL, 15. Quick Dismantling LVL, 15. Blood Maniac LVL 30 max level. EXP. Abilities. Blood Necromancy LVL 30. Bloodborne Intelligence LVL 25. Bloodlust LVL, 25. Blood Bond LVL, 25. Affinity, Ice Wind and Water, lava, earth and fire. Increase your intelligence to learn more affinities. Personal details and stats. HP 1,013,810,138. Mana 2,083,720,837. EXP 015000. Strength STR 161 plus 65 due to the gears. Defense Def 161 due to the gears. Stamina STA 78. Intelligence INT 210. Agility AC 91. Accuracy ACC 94. Evade DVD 78. Charisma CHA 86. Mystic Miss 155. Attribute points remaining 159. Potential points remaining 14. Excess EXP 694,596. One line on his status plate caught his eyes. Increase your intelligence to learn more affinities. I think it's about time to learn something new, right? A smile crept on his face. Until his ascension quest was complete, the number of ways for him to become stronger were limited. One of the ways was to create more automatons, for which require an endless amount of supplies, which sadly, he didn't have. Another way was to increase the strength of his existing summons. This is what he had been doing till then, but now he had a way to increase his strength directly to learn a new affinity by increasing his intelligence. Without hesitating for another moment, he quickly dumped all the attribute points to increase his intelligence. However, since it now required him to invest 5 points in his intelligence to see an increase by 1 point. Thus even after spending 155 attribute points, his intelligence only increased by 31 points and was now 241 points, just enough for him to learn a new affinity. He kept the remaining 4 points for later and waited. Soon enough, another notification popped up on his interface. You can learn a new affinity. Searching of affinity scrolls in the inventory. Please wait. Found 2 affinity scrolls in the inventory. Please select the one you would like to learn now. Light. Shadow. Please note that you'll only be able to learn another affinity after your intelligence reaches 360 points. It would now require 10 points to increase the intelligence by 1 point. I already knew something like this would happen, but this won't change my mind a bit. I'll choose. Chapter 198. Mythical Affinity 3. Arnold stood in the middle of the deserted grounds. His eyes seemed to be looking at something, yet there was nothing in front of them, at least nothing that the automatons observing him could see with their electronic eyes. But in reality, Arnold was trying to make a life-changing decision. He had been confident about his choice. He might have liked darkness, but he secretly despised it as well. Moreover, darkness cannot defeat darkness. Since Nicole most probably had Shadow Affinity, choosing Shadow Affinity for him was pointless. If he wanted to just increase his strength, then he would have gone for Shadow Affinity. But right now, he needed to become powerful in hopes of defeating Nicole but not kill her, and Light Affinity was where Arnold would like to place his bet right now. Technically, he already had a Shadow Affinity for himself. Natasha had Shadow Affinity, and she was under his command, meaning he could pretty much use it as he pleased. But then again, he also had Amanda working under him as well, so he had both, the light as well as the Shadow Affinity. However, Natasha was a summon and could be resurrected multiple times even if Nicole destroyed her. Whereas Amanda on the other hand was a human. If Arnold was to fight Nicole with her alongside, Nicole would eliminate Amanda out of the equation first, because firstly, Arnold was immune to her skills, and secondly, he was pretty sure Nicole's system would alert her about Amanda and her affinity. Once Nicole turned Amanda into dust, and then not even Talos' resurrection ability would be able to resurrect her, and he would be pretty much screwed at that point. Thus he needed to have the light affinity with him. He was also sure that learning light affinity might trigger some unique quest or shit, as it was a super rare affinity. The varied applications of this affinity made it even more useful. However, he knew leveling it up would be a difficult task. If he follows his plans and learns light affinity, then have to solely focus on leveling the skills he would earn by learning it. A low-level light skill might not be enough to defeat Nicole's high-leveled skills. Yet his hands were tied. Thus he decided hell burn that bridge when he crosses it. Choosing light was the most logical option at this time. That's all he cared about right now. It seems him going to be busy for a while. Arnold mumbled, the message still flashing on his interface. Found 2 affinity scrolls in the inventory. Please select the one you would like to learn now. Light. Shadow. Please note that you'll only be able to learn another affinity after your intelligence reaches 360 points. It would now require 10 points to increase the intelligence by 1 point. He took a deep breath and chose Light. Request acknowledged. Learning, learning, learning. You've successfully acquired Light Affinity. You've unlocked new compatible abilities. Guardian Angel. Active ability summons a Guardian Angel from heaven. The Guardian is indestructible and will only disappear once the duration of this skill runs out. As long as the Guardian Angel is alive, no harm can be done upon the user, but summoning the Guardian has its demerits. Every hit the Guardian takes would drain the summoner's mana by half of the amount of damage taken. Moreover, the Guardian cannot generate mana on its own, and hence the mana required by the Guardian to use its skills are consumed from the summoner's mana. Rank S. Mana cost 2000. Duration of summoning 5 minutes. Cooldown 1 month. Heavenly Blessing. Active ability when Guardian Angel appears on the battlefield. Nearby allied units up to 10 receive the Heaven's Blessings, which immediately restores their mana and HP by 50%, while allied units having Light Affinity gain 80% of their respective maximum values. When this skill is activated, all units allied or not having Shadow Affinity receive a debuff and their mana and HP are reduced by half, and the cooldown for all their skills in double. This effect never fails. The more mana is consumed for activation of this skill, the prolonged its effect is. After successful activation of this skill, the Guardian Angel receives special buff and its HP doubles. The user is prompted before activation of the skill. This skill will level up according to the level of the Guardian Angel. Rank SS. Mana cost. Minimum mana required 10,000 or more. 80% of max mana is recovered immediately after activation as per the effect of the skill. Maximum duration 2 minutes. Mana consumed 20,000. Cooldown 3 months. Due to the effect of the title Killer of the Masses, the skills have been upgraded to level 5. Arnold let out a sigh of relief as he read the description of the second ability he had obtained. Like the way he thought, the summoning ability was nothing but a pit for endless consumption of his mana. He would supposedly lose mana every time the Guardian was attacked. He thought this was ridiculous, but there was nothing he could do. The abilities he gained were without a doubt overpowered. Hell, even calling them overpowered would be an understatement. The drawback, however, was pretty serious. Yet, the problem itself offered a solution as well. He could recover the mana by using Heavenly Blessing. Still, Arnold was going to stock up on extra large mana potions once the shop was accessible again. He wasn't going to take any chances. Not anymore. The skill, Heavenly Blessing, had also been automatically upgraded to level 5, so that was also a relief. At least he wouldn't need to start leveling up the skills from the scratch. He wasn't sure how high Nicole's skills were, but he thought they would have been between level 1015 at maximum. Right now, he regretted not using the probe skill on his sister. If he had done that while he could, he wouldn't need to be worried about her skills. But for now, he could only assume what her skills were. I need to finish the Ascension quest as soon as I can. He thought, once I finish it, I would be able to use the surplus XP I have to level up instantly and gain a few potential points which I could then use to level up my new skills. His resolve to finish the Ascension quest was greater than ever. But before he could put his resolve into practice, another message flashed before his eyes. You can combine your existing affinities to learn a mythical affinity. Say what? Chapter 199. A bad decision. You can combine 3 basic affinities and an advanced affinity to learn a new affinity. Would you like to merge the affinities to learn a mythical affinity? You wouldn't lose any ability you've learned so far, and you would be able to learn their respective abilities in future as well. Proceed with advancement, yes or no? Wait, wasn't I supposed to get a mythical affinity as a reward for completing the Ascension quest? Arnold mumbled. He quickly checked the mission tab and there it was, written in golden letters. He was supposed to earn his first mythical affinity upon completion of the Ascension quest. He was surprised to learn he could unlock a mythical affinity right then and there, but he wasn't going to complain about it. He didn't know what this new affinity would be, but he was super excited to learn it. He was certain the light affinity would be combined in it, as it got triggered after he learned that. As for the basic affinities, he wasn't sure. He wanted to know what he was getting into, but there was no way for him to so apart from using foresight, which he had already wasted on the material box. Once again, guess. There's only one way to know it. He took a side and continued. Yes. Request acknowledged. Combining earth, wind, water and light affinities. The combination was successful. Learning, learning, learning. You've successfully acquired Nature Phase 1 affinity. You've unlocked new abilities. Elemental summoning. Forest Golem. Active ability summons 4 forest golems to do your bidding. Their HP and abilities depend on the summoner's level. When they are destroyed, they have a 15% chance of exploding, and at the place of the explosion, a life tree grows up. This explosion can cause damage up to 30% of target's HP. The fruit of the tree can restore an ally's health by 50% and also give them 80% damage reduction for the next 2 minutes. The objects affected by the explosion are temporarily covered by vines of the life tree and are unable to move for 3 minutes. Each life tree produces only 1 fruit. Beware. This fruit can also be consumed by your foes and will heal them as well. Rank S. Mana cost 1000 golem. Cooldown 3 hours. Elemental control. Nature Phase 1 of 5. Active ability. Upon being activated, you can the ability to manipulate the existing flora within a radius of 1 kilometer around you, essentially turning the plants and trees into your trustworthy allies. You can make them move, attack or defend yourself, or summon something else, as per your will. Tree of Life or Life Tree can also be manipulated using this skill. Rank Cosmic A. Mana cost. Cooldown. Due to the effect of the title Killer of the Masses, the skills have been upgraded to level 5. EXP required to unlock the next phase, 1 million. Current EXP, 694,596. Unlocking the next phase would increase the number of plant trees, the range in which you can control them, as well as new flora regeneration technique. Unlocking new phases would also unlock new abilities. He had earned a mythical affinity for the first time in his life, yet it didn't seem to be much of an achievement. Moreover, he felt like he had been cheated. It obtained an affinity, but he hadn't unlocked its true potential yet. The true power of the affinity was still hidden behind the walls known as phases. Apparently, Arnold was required to feed it EXP in order to unlock new phases, and it required him 1 million XP to unlock the next phase. All of a sudden, the gargantuan amount of excess XP he had didn't seem much. He couldn't even upgrade the affinity into phase 2 with his current reserves of EXP. He did not doubt that the abilities he gained were useful, especially in regions like the swamp. He now was practically invincible in the swamps, or any type of forest for that matter. The unique trees he once had to be conscious of during his visits in the swamps were now his prime protectors. He was fairly sure he could eradicate the remaining lizardmen from the surface of the earth if he wanted to. Those fuckers would never dare to pull another ambush on me again, he thought while slyly smiling. At least, gaining these abilities would help me while taking down Devon. But before he could rejoice anymore, he suddenly felt weak. It felt like his head was being torn into pieces. But when another notification popped up on his interface, he immediately stared at it. He had earned yet another title. You've achieved a new title. Name, the First. This is a title exclusive to the human known as Times Arnold Ling Times. which he achieved by becoming the first paladin to earn an ability to have cosmic rank, on the planet known as Earth. Effect: if threatened by the presence of another paladin in your vicinity, the level of your class-specific skills is increased by 5 levels while the skill level of the other paladin reduces by the same amount of levels. If a paladin forms an alliance with you, then they too enjoy the effects of this skill. However, their skills only increase by 2 levels. Please note, effects of this title are nullified in presence of a god. It doesn't matter if it is a demigod, lesser god, or a higher god. As long as it is a godlike entity, you won't be able to enjoy the title's effects. Give me a break. Arnold closed the interface in frustration. The system was giving him positive information, but it was too much information to take in at once, even for him. But it wasn't that. Something else was going on. Something much worse. He didn't know, but learning a mythical affinity before he was supposed to took a toll on his unprepared mind. It felt his brain could burst at any moment, and the constant buzzing sound of system notifications didn't help him at all. His legs lost their strength. His body went numb all of a sudden. His consciousness was slowly fading away. Darkness was all he could see. Warning: your mind is unable to handle the sudden insertion of multiple affinities. Alert: the nervous system is failing. Heartbeat is slowing down. The brain has ceased its functions. Multiple organs are failing. Emergency reconfiguration of the host's body initiated. Configuration completed. Resuscitation is being performed. Please wait. No response from the host. Repeating the process. This was the last text Arnold saw before collapsing on the ground. He did what no one could. He put an end to himself. Chapter 200, Slumber. Arnold thought to feel unbearable pain, but he couldn't. Maybe his mind wasn't registering any pain at the moment. He slowly opened his eyes and couldn't see very well. However, he could distinguish a female figure tending to him. It was Alice, trying whatever she could to save him. Arnold couldn't hear very well either, but thought he heard something. He looked sideways. Talos was standing there. His usually emotionless eyes seemed to be weird. Behind him was someone who looked to be Alan, hugging Nina as she cried her eyes out. A sight that devastated him. A woman who had always been strong was crying like a newborn baby, all because of him. Even Alan cried out at this point. He wanted to reassure her. He wanted to say, "Don't cry, can't you see him fine?" But no words came out of his mouth. It weirded him out. He then gazed over his body and was horrified. There were all kinds of pipes and instruments connected to his body. It then dawned upon him, most of his organs had failed, and it was these instruments that were keeping him alive. His lungs nor his heart were functioning on their own. He was surprised that he could actually move his head a bit, or that his brain was still functional. It was bad. He could feel it. Instead of being afraid, internally, he was all smiling. It was a sad smile, but still a smile. I don't stand a chance. Even in this state, he knew he wasn't going to live for long. It was all thanks to Alice that he even made it till now. But he knew even she had her limits. Right now, the only regret in his life was his sister. He wanted a chance to end up on the right terms with her, to lecture her for one last time. But deep down he knew it wasn't possible anymore. He wanted to stay awake for a while more, cherishing what could possibly be his last moments with his loved ones, but his body was too weak for that. As he fell into a deep slumber, he felt a hand caressing his chest, but the hand immediately moved away. He wanted to feel the warm touch again. At least I can feel again. I'm going to live, right? The warm hand soon returned, this time caressing his head. He felt great. He slowly opened his eyes. The room was bright, but he couldn't recognize the room. But then again, his head wasn't in the right place. A hospital? When did I get here? His gaze fell on the one sitting next to him. It was Nina. Her puffy eyes were red, not a drop of tear present in them. "Wad up, bitch," Arnold called her, wanting to kiss her, but she didn't respond. Maybe because no words came out of his mouth. He then realized she wasn't alone. Nathan and Johnny were there too, chatting with Alice and what seemed to be a doctor. But Nicole wasn't there. Looks like there's still bad blood between us. Can't do anything about that while lying in this bed now, can I? He also noticed that there weren't as many pipes or instruments on him this time around, which he thought to be a great thing. Before he could get all excited, he slipped into sleep once again. Arnold felt another touch on his hand. He once again opened his eyes a little bit, thinking he would be at the hospital, but he wasn't. He was in a bigger room this time. It reminded him of a luxurious hotel, not just in the space but in the artwork too. The lack of colors on the walls apart from black confirmed what he was thinking. He realized where he was, a mansion in the Black Estate. As for the touch he felt on his arm, it was Nicole, applying some kind of ointment on his arm. He was surprised. First, you try to kill me and now you're applying medicine on me? A weird one, you know that? He weakly smiled, but it was enough for Nicole to notice he was awake. Her hands froze. She looked him in the eyes. Her eyes were as red and sleepless as Nina's. She looked at him happily but then just up and left. Arnold didn't stop her. He just didn't have the energy to do anything. His slumber snatched him once again. The next time he opened his eyes, it was night time. There were no equipments around him, just a comfortable bed and silky blanket. He felt more energetic and even managed to sit up. As he sat up, his sheets made a light sound. It was enough to wake Nina up, who had been sleeping on the sofa next to his bed. She saw him sitting and rubbed her swollen eyes. She couldn't register what was happening, but the moment she realized Arnold was safe and sound, tears started gushing out of her eyes. She ran up to him and started hugging and kissing him. Arnold patiently sat there and savoring the moment. Yufka, what did you do to yourself? Nina exclaimed. She sounded like a female lead from a teenage drama or something. Do you have any idea how much trouble you caused us? She once again broke down crying, wetting his shoulders in the process. But Arnold didn't mind. He pulled her closer to him. I'm sorry for what happened in the workshop, Arnold said, his voice barely louder than a whisper. It wasn't my intention to hurt you or anyone else. Upon hearing his voice, Nina ended up laughing for the first time in a while. She kissed him one last time before pulling away. Her face was red like a strawberry. You asshole. First thing you say after waking up is an apology. How typical of you. She wiped her tears away. I should probably call someone to check up on you. Stay please, Arnold. Before they could argue, Talos and Alice walked in on them. Seeing him awake, Talos went on full mom mode and so did Alice. Both of them started performing random checks on him and in the end, were sure of his well-being. He was still weak, but that would pass over the next few days. Once they were done, they left Nina and their master alone. It was obvious they wanted to talk about many things. So how long? Arnold tried to ask in his weak voice. How long have you been unconscious? Nina asked, caressing his face. Arnold nodded. 10 days. We still don't know what happened to you though. Just that a few robots found you collapsed at the base and brought you into the infirmary where Alice did what she could to save you. She tried her best to hold back her tears but couldn't. Arnold slowly wiped away her tears and kissed her forehead. I'm so sorry for worrying you. I didn't know what happened either. One moment I was fine and the next moment I collapsed on there. At that moment a notification popped up in front of him. Reconfiguration complete. You can now freely use your mythical affinity.